Hey, welcome to the iFanboy.com Pick of the Week audio download extravaganza fun time. iFanboy.com is a website where we discuss comic books and comic book related stuff. And every week, one of us will read a big stack of comic books and write the review on what they thought was the best pick of that week. And we've decided to do that in audio form, which you can listen to and enjoy. Put it on your MP3 player, take to the gym. If you're a comic book reader who goes to the gym, but that makes no sense. Anyway, I'm Josh. I did the pick this week. I'm here with my two iFanboy contributors.
Ron.
I'm Connor.
Lovely gents both. This week, I read a couple of books. I read...
yes, how big was your big stack of books this week?
Yes, exactly how much did you spend?
Well, I went in because I had to buy my last 3 weeks' worth, so I spent like $30. But it's because it was like a month's worth of comics.
So how many books actually came out this week?
Two. They were both by Brian Michael Bendis.
Oh, there's a
Thankfully,
surprise.
they were both not drawn by Mark Bagley. I'm kind of in for Bagley.
He's such a Bagley hater. It's awful.
I am. I keep buying his work. I'm keeping him in the chips, but I don't want to admit it. I bought Ultimate Spider-Man 85 and what was the other one? Powers 14. That would be my pick, and I've forgotten what it was called. That's rough. I was going to buy Jonah Hex, but I think they were out of it, or I didn't see it, or my comic shop doesn't stack non-superhero titles in places where you can find them.
Is this the new comic shop?
We broke up, though, so it's over soon. Right now, we're just kind of in an awkward phase. So I picked Powers 14. We pick Powers a lot around here, although I guess we haven't picked it for about a year, which shows you how fast my life is going by as I hurtle towards death. I feel like I've written a review for every third Powers issue that's come out.
But I mean, let's keep it real in that we've pretty much every other week we review a Bendis book.
It's true. I can only surmise that he's been paying one of you and I don't know about it, or he's quite good at his job.
Oh, was I supposed to be handing out money?
Well, if you could divide it up instead of spending it on coke and whores.
Sorry.
Again.
They're expensive whores.
Why did you pick Powers?
Okay, I picked Powers because it was really good. Bendis is one of these guys that obviously is like the big name in comics, and he's the darling of everything. And he's Grant Morrison, but with a love of deadlines and making sense. I'm just all about bashing people. No, but it's one of those things where like Powers is this book where you can tell like he cares about it. He keeps trying things. He keeps doing new things that are really interesting and good, and just using the medium and trying to do different things that he hasn't done before. And it's not like he's just phoning it in, him or Emming. And I really like that. I think one of the things that struck me this week was that he had this little tiny superhero character that's like the Atom or whatever, and it was a girl, and all of her scenes were drawn sort of from her point of view, where the word balloons of everybody else were gigantic. So everybody else's words seemed really big, and it's just one of those little tiny graphic things that I noticed that they're trying to do that make it seem a little more interesting than your regular Biff Bam Pow book. I can't believe I just said that. Biff Bam Pow. What am I writing a story about Batman? But I enjoyed the book as always. I think it's one of those things like it almost doesn't seem like it's worth it because it goes by really fast because they draw those big panels. But I've always loved Emming's art ever since I bought the first one, which is why I bought it. I said that's weird. It looks like a cartoon, but it's a detective story. That's fun.
I think not to interrupt you, but I think his layouts also, like if the layout in the last couple of pages when the internal affairs police cop is talking to the chick cop.
Yeah.
And that was a very
Wait, here's something I remember for no reason. Anna Stone. That was her name.
Was that her name?
That was the IA girl. She's all
Stunned
white.
silence.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
I'm looking. Oh yes, Anna Stone. You are correct. There she is.
Check that out.
Yeah.
I think she's shown up before. That's why
she's like all white and pasty.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Anyway,
She's not Emma Frost. She's Anna Stone.
she has no camel toe.
She's
Nice.
getting blue on the iFanboy Radio podcast.
iFanboy After Dark.
Not Fanboy Radio. iFanboy, where we get dirty.
Anyway.
Anyways, it was a very good read, and they've all been, except for the monkey sex stuff, which was even sort of good in its way.
What did you think of the? Now Bendis has been doing in the past couple of issues of this arc, this little like the every couple of pages the comedian bit.
You know what? I don't get it entirely.
I don't get it either.
I don't get it either.
But,
to be honest,
but I still think it's another example of him doing something different with the medium that most people don't do. It's an example of him doing something that's really strange and it's not usual, and maybe we'll understand it later. That's my guess, is that everything he does we tend to understand later, even if you don't at first. And he gives people the credit that they're going to have the patience with him to do that.
Right.
Although that being said, this one where she was complaining about internet people complaining about her, I thought that was kind of lame. That was kind of too direct.
A little Kevin Smithy.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But even so, just like, I mean, we know lots of people on the internet talk bad. It's not necessary. But I still like that. It's because it's not like somebody's doing stand-up comedy. It's like
ranting.
a confessional ranting or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not comedy at all, which is weird.
Yeah, it's not, because I thought it was like a comedian, because Club Cinderella and a mic and everything, but I don't know.
I'm sure it will make sense eventually, and you'll be like, hey, that was clever, or what a waste of my time.
So do you think Bendis keeps his A material for Powers?
Yeah, I think he does. Although, I mean, at the same time, I don't think he phones in any of them. I think his books all have a different thing, and he keeps Powers material that would fit with Powers in Powers. He keeps, Spider-Man and Daredevil stuff where it should be, because they're all different books. I mean, they're nothing alike, and they're all, I'd say, pretty high quality. So I think it just depends. I mean, Powers is like his. You can tell he loves cop shows. Like he's watched a shitload of Dick Wolf shows and like, Homicide and The Wire and all that stuff, and it all shows in there. But none of that stuff shows up in the other books, I don't think.
Right.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, it is good stuff. I mean, Powers is probably the most picked of the week book in our history.
In our 5 years, probably.
5 years of existence, we've probably picked it.
Gotham Central been around that long.
Yeah. Well, I still have never even read an issue of Gotham Central, so.
You are a Philistine and a whore.
Well, that said, Connor, what did you buy this week?
Wait,
actually,
not done. If two of your good friends are consistently telling you over the course of 3 years that this book is good over and over and over and over and over again, and you're still not reading it, one begs the question, why?
Well, it can probably be summed up in that I don't read the Batman universe.
Not a Batman book.
Yes, it
it's
is.
a cop book. It's a cop
Gotham
book.
Central.
Yeah, but it's not about Batman.
Gotham.
Well, regardless,
Batman's a minor character.
I need to save my money so I can continue buying lesser quality books that I've been buying since I was 14. So they actually canceled the most recent Excalibur, but it's coming back, which I'm very excited about.
Thank God.
So, Connor, what'd you buy?
Well, I also got Powers, and I also got Ultimate Spider-Man 85, and I also got Jonah Hex #1, and Superman 223, and Outsiders 30, and the Unreadable Detective Comics 813, and Bulleteer #1, JSA 79, and I think of all those, Jonah Hex #1 is definitely my favorite, as I'm a big Western whore.
Was it a good Western book, or was it like sort of a okay Western book? Because I know that Azarello released some Western stuff that was like okay, but not great.
Was it like the Rawhide Kid?
I didn't buy the Rawhide Kid.
Did anyone?
He's gay!
It was good, though. It was good. There was a little kid fighting a dog, and it was good. Jonah Hex was drawn as Clint Eastwood, and there was lots of shooting. It's a good Western. Really, my standards are low at this point. I just think it was. I picked it probably because it's different. It's not a superhero book. It's not a relationship book. It's not a cop book. It's a cowboy book, and there's not many of those left, which is why I enjoyed reading it.
Yeah, I honestly don't even think I've ever read a Western comic ever.
Have you watched Western movies? Do you like Westerns?
I like Young Guns.
That's not a Western.
That's not a Western?
Well, it is. It's a Western.
It's a New Kids on the Block video on horses.
It's actually very historically accurate, but this is not the time or the place.
Young Guns is really
Young Guns.
Young Guns is quality.
It's not a Western, though.
Right, and it's not the Guns of Navarone. I know that, which I've also seen. I've seen the Magnificent Seven. I've seen blah blah blah.
Those are Westerns. I'll give you that.
Outlaw Josie Wales, all that stuff. I've seen it.
All right.
I just never really got into Westerns as comics. I mean...
You don't have much opportunity because there aren't many of them.
That's a good point, maybe.
It used to be, a huge genre within the comic book realm, but it's not anymore.
Did you read these as a kid?
Killed it.
No, but that was before any of us were born. It was before the, when the romance comics, and there were all kinds of different comic books. Now they're gone, but I really enjoyed it.
Good.
If for no other reason than the creepy skin over the mouth thing that Jonah Hex has going on.
Dude, that is creepy. I forgot about that.
Yeah. But
you have something to say, Mr. Anderson?
Powers is
sorry.
It's excellent every month, without a doubt. But it's just sort of boring in its excellence.
He's been so good that I'm sick of him being good.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree with Connor. I mean, the past year or so worth of books have been really good, but none of them have knocked me off my chair like the first volume did. You know.
What does?
Well, we'll get to that in a moment, but we're talking about powers.
No, you know, like if that's not doing it, is there anything that's filled that place? Because I know that was the book for a while.
Absolutely. Bendis' Daredevil has been, if you ask me, is probably the best run in this century so far. It's been ridiculously good.
Better than the Claremont John Byrne Uncanny X-Men?
Well, let's not go.
He said this century.
Yeah, this century.
That's not this century.
I limited it within 5 years.
You could say decade too.
You're saying the last 5 years.
Yeah, last 5 years. No, the last week's issue of Daredevil that Bendis wrote was just awesome. Was just like I read it twice. It was so good, like twice in a row. I haven't read it yet. So it's really good. It's really good.
All right.
So anyway,
what did you like this week?
Well, I bought 6 books this week. I got Young Avengers number 7, Powers 14, Ultimate Spider-Man 85, The Punisher number 27 because I still buy The Punisher.
Who writes that?
Garth Ennis does.
Still?
And the reason why is because Garth Ennis still writes it, and Steve Dillon originally did the art. Remember when they relaunched it?
Yeah, I get it.
And he probably hasn't done the art in maybe 2 years. But I keep thinking he's just taking a month off, and this is a fill-in artist, hoping that the next issue is Steve Dillon. And
it's not, is it?
No, he hasn't come back for a while. I'm kind of sad about that.
And
but
Punisher's
as like Detective Comics, the Punisher it was unreadable. But I also bought House of M number 8 and Marvel Team Up number 14, which features Spider-Man crossing over with Image's Invincible. And my pick of the week was narrowed down to Marvel Team Up number 14 or House of M, and I actually went with House of M number 8.
Which you could explain the entire plot line to us in 30 seconds. Go.
World is taken over by is remade into being ruled by mutants, and it's the Scarlet Witch. She went crazy and gave everybody what they wanted, and now they all woke up and figured it out. And now everything's back to normal.
That made no sense.
Yeah, well, read the book. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. It's a long, convoluted storyline because it's X-Men related, and we need to be complicated.
Is it actually good?
It actually was. Well, Bendis wrote it as well, which is you know on his like duality of Bendis now, as opposed to kind of single character focused Daredevil, Ultimate Spider-Man. Now he's all about Avengers and House of M and team books. But
I've never read into his team books.
I've really liked the Avengers run. So
the New Avengers is good.
Yeah, New Avengers has been really, really good, and probably because he put Spider-Man in it, and he's the best Spider-Man writer that we've seen recently in terms of dialogue. But no, but
I'm still waiting for that upcoming Kevin Smith Spider-Man run.
Don't even get me started. But anyway, So I mean, this had a huge cast of characters, and it was like an entire page. The first page is basically explaining what happened, where the Scarlet Witch remade the world so that mutants were in charge and everybody got what they wanted. But then a small group of heroes figured it out and reset everything back. And this is the first issue where everything's back to normal, and the people who helped bring it back to normal remember what happened, but nobody else remembers it. And this basically has the big lasting effect on the Marvel Universe now. This is their big kind of crisis crossover. Let
me ask you one thing.
Yes.
What the hell does House of M mean?
The whole thing was that mutants were in the majority and humans were in the minority, and Magneto was the leader of the country of Genosha.
So it could be mutants or Magneto?
Well, no. I'm explaining it to you. If you just be quiet, you'd hear it.
I like to jump ahead.
I know you do. So Magneto is the ruler of Genosha, and what his kind of like the House of Wales. It was the House of M. That was the name of his royal court.
I see.
And,
let me tell you something.
Yeah.
You're one of Magneto's kids. You're in for a rough ride.
Yeah, pretty much. And
that's what I've learned from comic books.
As seen in the last issue when Magneto pretty much killed Quicksilver, so we think.
As seen in the West Coast Avengers in the mid-'80s.
Yes. So anyway, the world's back to normal, and the two big long-lasting effects is now mutants are wiped out. There's only a handful of mutants left. I think like 200 mutants left in the world, which is basically retconning everything.
Which is fine. That filthy mutie scum.
It's retconning everything Grant Morrison did in his run by making mutants, become in the millions. Which also made, long-lasting characters like Iceman lose their powers.
Which pisses you off.
Which pisses me off big time because he's one of my favorite characters. And for some reason, when something bad happens to characters, it's the ones I like.
Here's a question. Does Cyclops still have his abilities?
Yes, he does. Cyclops still has his abilities.
He can suck the fun out of a room in less than a second.
Why are you mean to Cyclops?
He can make any comic unfun.
Listen, he's a leader. He tells it how it is, you know?
Now, guys.
And the other big thing was Wolverine got all his memory back. And we don't know what that means for him, but it happened. So that was House of M, and it was just a big deal in my eyes, and so it was my pick of the week. But a strong runner-up in Marvel Team Up number 14 with Invincible, who also had a trade paperback come out this week, right?
Right. We have got the strict rule, pick of the week rule, that you can't pick a trade paperback, because if you could, then easily the Invincible trade would be the pick of the week, I think.
Right. I bought it as well and read it at the gym, ironically enough, and it was.
What do you do at the gym that you can read a comic book?
I read it cover to cover.
Doing what?
The elliptical.
Standing by the water cooler?
No, the elliptical thing.
You're supposed to use your hands on that.
I am.
I'd sweat all over that. I'm
Anyway.
a dirty sweater.
No, I've actually gotten really. Ever since I started bringing comics to the gym, I've been able to minimize my sweat exposure.
Probably because you're not working out.
Oh, I'm working out.
This just got real dirty for me.
Anyway. So, but that Invincible trade was really good, and
Invincible has got to be one of the top books out right now.
It is really good. I mean, I'm really impressed by Kirkman, and it just dawned on me that the titles of the trade paperbacks are named after sitcoms or
Really?
TV shows.
They are?
Please enlighten me.
Well, this one is. You guys didn't know this? This one is called The Facts of Life, and the previous one is called. One was called Family Matters. Volume 2 was called 8 is Enough. Volume 3 was called Perfect Strangers. Volume 4 was called Head of the Class.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How long till they do Night Court?
I don't know.
Cheers?
Yeah. Well, what's great is that he's working in these TV show titles with actually the plot of the book. Because, Head of the Class is when he graduated, and Perfect Strangers was about him and his dad, and 8 is Enough was about all his team-ups, and Volume 1 was Family Matters when he got his powers and his dad and his family and all that crap. So
I like
Kirkman's really good.
rather clear. Yeah, Kirkman's really, really good. I wish I read more of his, actually, to be
You
honest.
should read
Battle Pope.
Battle Pope is good.
Go pick up Battle Pope. It's a romp.
Okay.
And Walking
Read that
Dead,
on the
too.
back. That's what Richard Corliss from Time said. Battle Pope. It's a romp.
And I like the art in Invincible a lot, too. This Otley guy. He's pretty good.
Isn't that super?
That is super.
All right, I think we pretty much hit the end of this for now.
So, thank you for listening to iFanboys Pick of the Week audio extravaganza. You can, if you've liked what you heard, you can visit iFanboy.com and read Josh's written Pick of the Week, and tune in next week to see what
You pick.
I'm
Ron's
going to pick, because next week's my pick, and it's probably
can
going
write,
to be
you can-
X-Men related, because that's what I read.
You can comment. You can comment on the pick of the week too.
We'll see.
Get
And
a
you can
blog.
comment on Josh's Pick of the Week. Yes, correct.
Or any of them.
And you can also visit iFanboy.com to see what we're talking about, and feel free to join in the conversation and give the dude somebody else to talk to,
Ooh.
other than us.
Okay, Mom, you can hit stop now. It's over. Because she's who's listening, you see. No, I couldn't get her to figure out how to download this to save her life.
All right, and if you have any questions or comments, feel free to email us at contact@ifanboy.com. So that said, I'm Ron.
I'm Connor.
And I'm Greg Rucka. Thank you for listening to iFanboy.
All right. We're getting ready. This is the pre-show tech check before we start live in 6 minutes.
Did that video end sooner than you thought it would, Connor?
No,
No.
I started it early.
Was there a
that's
warning I
no-
was going to go live? I'm picking brownie out of my teeth.
Well, you didn't read the schedule.
I could have read it 20 minutes ago and I wouldn't remember a damn thing about
Ryan, are you just check your mic input?
Yes, sir. Hello.
it. You can't tell the cast of a show like we should know when it happens. They say something.
No, they get a sheet. They get a sheet with their
Right.
their
Okay.
call
So
sheet.
the,
It's a
on the
call
set
sheet.
of Saturday Night Live, nobody
They
says
don't read
anything. They
it.
just turn the cameras on.
I promise you they don't read it.
From experience here, they don't read it, which is accurate because none of us read it. So
I'm fucking talent.
All right, Ryan's on his mic. Everyone good? You guys, Ron and Gordon, can hear?
Yes.
All right.
We can hear. We solved that.
All right.
Together we have ears.
Look at that.
Brian, are you going to go on tour with the Beach Boys in the 60s after this?
That's a good.
I'm so.
Good night, everybody.
Sorry,
Josh
Well,
wins.
Josh is in
I
the same
loved
mood he
that
was in
joke
last week.
So much, I couldn't.
I'll rip this fucking shirt off. I don't care. I don't.
No, it's great. Do it topless, Ryan. That'd be excellent.
I've done that before on one of these anniversary shows.
You already sound like you were at the end of that show.
all of the closeted men reached out to me afterwards, and it was awkward.
All right. 4 minutes. Anything? Everybody's good.
We got a great showing here. Thank you to everybody who showed up. I was, I'm blown away by that. We've lots of people in the audience. Thank you, everyone.
I can't believe I flew in for this.
Yeah, Gordon flew in for this.
My Wi-Fi at home wasn't working, so I had to use Ron's.
Oh shit! And he jumped on a plane.
He's been running so much that he's like, I can do this. He looked like Clark Kent in the first Superman movie next to the train.
First Superman movie.
All right. Well, all right, Ron, you're good with all your stuff.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, that's a vague reference. I mean, I'm as good as I
do for the rest of the show.
Yeah. I'm gonna do what I gotta do.
All right. Let me remove this video.
My old landlord in Queens. At one point, like he said, his name is Nivio, and at one point he just goes, "What are you gonna do? You're gonna do what you're gonna do." Lindsay and I have been saying it to each other every day since then.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Can
I tell you, like on the regular, Josh? By the way, I talked to people. You got rid of Ryan.
I know. I'm just setting up the cameras.
Is the thing? Are we using the new thing that we set up?
He's working on that for a while.
Oh, not right now because this is it. It's the same thing.
Same thing. There you go.
Yeah.
Josh, because I was at the Pinball Expo last week, whatever, and talked to me like, "How you doing?" Like, "Yeah, I'm doing all right." It's like I complain, but who'd listen?
That's a classic.
Say it all
That's
the
a classic.
time, and like never actually attribute it, but like.
I heard something we watched something old, and I don't remember what it was, but like they said a line, and Lindsay like, we've been saying that for years. We forgot we was like Anchorman or something. Like it just.
My personal favorite is the food is terrible, but such large portions.
That's a good one.
That feels offensive. All right. Okay. What comics we're talking about? Fantastic Four.
We're talking about comics.
$2.
Oh,
I know, but
I did not sign up for that.
do I have the apps open for that? All right. Jesus. You guys can't hear my air conditioner, can you?
Ron and Gordon,
No, I can't.
I was texting Connor.
I could barely hear anything though, Connor. To be honest,
Yeah,
like
you're the wrong one to ask.
Sorry,
I don't
Ryan,
know.
what
Is
was
it this sort of constant high-tech buzzing?
Yeah.
I was
the
telling
should
Connor
sound like
Josh
just an echoing noise in the ear. Oh,
Just like about 200 hertz. Just
I have felt awful.
because what I do hear all the
day.
time is a TV test tone.
yeah. So we'll get into that, Ryan. I'm going to mention that in the beginning of the show.
It's okay.
All right.
I'm here.
All
I'm
right.
powering through. We got this.
All right.
It's an hour.
Me and Gordon are gonna go away for a little bit, but everyone in the audience. But we will be back later, and I hope everybody.
Don't you worry.
And I hope everybody's in a comfortable chair.
No.
Has something to drink.
We got drinks.
I have a cooler.
We started before this, everyone. So just so you know, we're ready to go.
Jesus. All right. I'm already sweating for my drink. All right.
So
The hell you're
good luck.
drinking? Straight gasoline.
Kind of.
We'll be back later in the show. We've also got some awesome surprises. So everybody in the audience, I hope you stick around. You're going to want to stay till the end because there's some people that you're going to want to see. So don't worry.
I need 1 second before you start it.
Okay.
And then...
I hope he comes back with some sort of costume. I hope he's doing a bit. Oh man, that'd be brilliant if he's doing a bit. Hey, Chris Niesman's here, everybody. There you go, Chris Niesman.
Chris Niesman's here. Tom Caters is here. Jim
Tom
Markowski
Caters is here.
Mike Romo, Jim Viscardi.
Wow.
Jeffrey just
Jim
left.
Viscardi.
What a treat.
Jimski's here. That's
How do I
great.
see all these people?
In
You
the
ready?
YouTube chat. Yeah, ready. What's going on?
Oh, is he doing a bit? He's doing a bit.
He's doing
Me?
it.
What?
what's great is that actually a physical beard or is that a Snapchat filter? Because I can't tell.
It's a real costume beard.
That you should do the whole show like that.
I don't think that's going to happen. You know, you're not supposed to stick it to places where you have facial hair, which is literally everywhere that it would touch me.
Is that the sexy Alan Moore costume?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I think
we did that. Didn't we do that?
The greatest iFanboy post in history was the sexy Halloween costumes.
All right, 6 o'clock. We gotta go.
All right, go. All right, have a good show. We'll be back.
All right, we'll be right back, everybody, in 1 minute. You're listening to iFanboy Pick of the Week, episode 1000. My name is Conor Kilpatrick. This is my co-host, Old Man Josh Flanagan.
Just give me a sec. We've just been doing this for so long.
And in the Ron Richards Memorial Chair is Dr. Ryan Haupt.
Also old. Feeling old.
So, welcome to iFanboy.
Same color.
iFanboy 2025. It's our 20th year of doing the show, our 25th year of doing iFanboy, and we are iFanboy. We like to read comics. We like to talk about them. We do that on the show every week. That's the normal show. If you're stumbling on the show for the first time, this is not the representation of the show. This is a different kind of show. Go back and listen to last week's show. Josh is angry in that one.
Nah, I can't see a thing. I don't know how to not talk like that and have this on.
This week we're celebrating our 1000th episode with an all-listener email show. So after we talk about the pick of the week and the Patron pick, we're going to right into the emails. We'll have special guests. Some old friends will come back. Let's be honest, it's going to be chaos. This is going to be. We pride ourselves on a well-run, buttoned-up show, but this one's going to be chaotic. So just everyone buckle up. Also, I think it's good to mention this show. I think is cursed. We're a week away from Halloween, and on Monday, Josh was so sick he could barely function. I was a little concerned for him. A, as a human being. B, would he be okay for the show? C, would he be able to read
more
books?
B.
Ryan is actually sick right now. He has the flu. He's going to try to make it through to the show with his flu. Paul Montgomery was going to join us. He had to drop out because he got sick. So it's a cursed show. If you're watching this and something happens to you, I'm sorry. So, Josh, I guess it's keeping the. Oh, also, we're live on YouTube, and we got a chat room going. There's people watching us live. Thanks to everyone for coming out. Hi to the chat, and who knows? Maybe later on we will even take chat questions. I don't know. We don't know. We got way too many questions we can possibly answer here. They're all here right here, but we'll do it. We're just gonna have fun with it. Are you keeping the beard on the whole time, Josh? For people not watching at home,
I haven't decided.
Okay.
Ron's sending you notes.
I don't have the choice.
I don't.
The beard, like the beard.
He says to mention the special guests.
Yes, we said already. We have special guests coming up. We have old friends coming back. We have all kinds of things happening. So hold on to your hats. They'll be coming in and out throughout the show. Should we get to it? Should we start?
Let's get to it.
For our 4th year in a row, Josh. The 4th year in a row.
I can't.
Josh has the pick of the week.
Oh.
You have had the pick of the week for 4 anniversary shows in a row.
That's the first time that I have ever de-aged on the program. And I got to say, that felt good.
You should do it
because
every
I
time.
just watched a bunch of pictures of me as a thin man, as a man who could wear a medium T-shirt with no shame whatsoever,
Mm-hmm.
as a man whose knees hurt way less in a sporadic way.
Right.
I was walking
a man who could sprint at a given notice and be fine.
That's probably never been the case. Still the short legs. Fantastic Four, number 730, or 4, if you have no soul or religion about you, is the pick of the week. This was the very last book I read. I kept putting it off. because I keep thinking, but I also, part of me keeps thinking that, well, maybe this will be when the spell gets broken on the Ryan North Fantastic Four run. And we pick this a lot. This is the Gotham Central of now. And it also seems like it's every time, well, it is every time Ryan's on, it sort of coincides with that release. So, he must get awful bored about talking about this pick of the week.
You got to honor the Ryans. We've discussed this.
It's true. It was hard to not. I've read a lot of books, and and there was a bunch of them. It's fine. I read this, and I was like, there it is. It is a one-shot story, centering on Alicia and highlighting her blindness, just as the way that she can solve the problem. Basically, they call and they say, "Hey, we got a new puppy," and they did a thing, and I don't think that this has never been done before. I want to say this has been done in Daredevil, but the first page is all black and it's just word balloons, and they're talking to Alicia, and that's how you it's just one of those ways of using comic book storytelling in a way that is narrative and inventive. But she opens up her eyes and she hears about this new puppy, but what they really have is some like purple phlegm alien monster with spikes and teeth, and everybody is convinced this is their new dog, and she's not quite there with it. She kind of believes it. She kind of is in it, but she's like, something's wrong. And so she goes about sort of solving the mystery in a like almost in like a dark room. Like she can't see the whole puzzle, but she has to start by solving it. And all the other members of the family are in thrall to this beast, which seems fairly benign, but it looks scary, so it probably is. And she goes about trying to solve how to work with them to solve the problem, even though they are under the power of the beast. And so there's some really interesting scenes that happen with Reed. And what I really loved about that is that we are told so often in these comic books that Reed is the smartest man in the world. Unless it's an Iron Man comic, and then Tony Stark is the smartest man in the world. Unless it's
they always say it's
unless
Reed.
it's the leader. No, it's a joke.
Put the beard back on.
Yeah, and a lot of times you're just told that and you have to believe it. But this was a very good example of somebody writing Reed as being really smart, as being an open-minded problem solver, as being somebody who knows a lot of things and is flexible about the way that he thinks about them. And then even some of and so like the solution, and I do not know how to explain this, but basically the solution, it takes away everybody's ability to see a face as anything but a real face. So any of the symbolism of faces goes away. So the idea
we learned a lot. We weren't it's
called pareidolia.
Thank you, Ryan.
So it's the thing where if you
which that was wrong too.
If you look at
your part of the brain that makes faces,
right? If you look at your outlet,
frontal lobe, yeah,
you see the two slots in the little face, and it looks like a face. And right away, it made me think of Scott McCloud's Understanding Comics, and I was like, "Oh, this is self-referential in a circle, in a good way." Like this comic is that we are not looking at real faces; we are looking at representations of faces. They solved the problem, and it was great.
I don't like knowing things like that.
You don't like knowing
that we're not really looking at faces, or we're looking at what we think is a representation of a face.
You're not looking at anything.
Well, I know it's all matter and lights bouncing off of it.
Yeah,
I don't like any of it.
To me, that's like there's like a fundamental. There's a fundamental horror to like being human, where you just see faces. Like that's just.
I think it's awesome.
I got to assume that's a survival mechanism, right? Like you to see faces is to see faces you trust, or your family members or your kids, to recognize.
We're a very social ape, and that sociality comes with like recognition of the other, but that can be co-opted, as Josh is describing in the plot of this book, where it can be co-opted in a way where it becomes horror, and that's
Ryan North's specialty.
That's a fascinating story, like which Ryan North locked into
this. And this is additive. It is building on the fact that like this issue was really good, but again, I've said this over and over, and it has not become less impressive. This stream of separate short stories that all have these.
How does he keep doing it?
these brilliant scientific conceits, and each one is distinctive from the last and entertaining. And it doesn't, like, it could so easily come off as like, oh, I'm reading, the science article of the week and applying it, and it kind of works. But every one of them is organic. Every one of them works. There hasn't been a bad issue, and the good issues have been amazing. In fact, it works against itself. The issues have been so good that I don't remember half of them. It's like you can listen to a run that has like, 1 or 2 amazing issues, but it's like, which one was great? I don't know, 50 of them.
The one that I keep remembering is the spaceship with the alien species where the Fantastic Four are like appearing and saving them from.
Yeah, that was the best one. So still, I mean, they've been great, but that was the best one.
But to me, that's the one where, like, when I tell people about this run, and I have told people about this run, I've told people this run is so good, everyone should go check it out. That's the issue where I'm like, that's.
But this is another one you can. I mean, again, he's doing single issues. This is one you can say, here, just read Fantastic Four number 730. Don't even mention the 4 because that's a test. If they ask you what their other number is, then you say, forget you. I don't have time for you.
Well,
and you're one of them.
You can educate them. You can say, I know you see that 4 there.
But you don't.
That's a lie.
Eventually, we're going to have a fight about the renumbering. Because
everyone needs to understand, and maybe they don't know that Ryan is very much against us using the legacy numbering. So anyway.
I am against it. I'm against it.
It was nice having Ryan on the show, by the way, everybody.
Number 4. I'll see you all.
We're not doing that till the end, Connor. Finally, just to finish up with this thing, though, the book is, again, at its heart, it's about family, and Alicia's always there.
Yeah.
And she's not necessarily a damsel in distress, but like she solved the problem. And it is absolutely hokey in a sitcom way to be like, see, you are part of the family. But they did it, and it made me feel good, and it made her feel good in my imagination.
But not just that, they said you're a member of the Fantastic Four.
Yeah. And that's what
it's not the first time that Ryan North has found a way to incorporate Alicia as not just like as a member of the team, but in her blindness, which like he's found creative ways to make her
an asset.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Yes, perfectly said, Josh.
And he did that when his run kicked off, and we did those solo stories or those duo stories with 2 members of each group, and she was the Thing's partner, and he did the same thing where she was an asset there. Go ahead. I'm saying, if you look at the cover, you see, everyone, and that's the point of it, is kind of like that's the entire Fantastic Four. It's not just the 4 of them. It's not just Reed, Johnny, Sue, and Ben. It's also those stupid alien kids, and it's also Valeria and Alicia and what's his name?
Stupid alien kids are bad in the same way that the weird, like, not quite Kryptonian, but Kryptonian.
Yeah, they should all hang out and then get shot to the sun.
To be fair, I do not like the concept of adding kids. I do not mind these kids. I don't like the idea of it, but it doesn't harm the book that they're there. I'm not confused about who they are. For one thing, one's blue and one is green, which is helpful. But it doesn't because one's
it's a scroll and a.
Yeah, but then the other thing is that because it is such a family book, and one thing that Alicia and Thing are a great fictional couple, and she, it does make sense that she's part of this, and he is like this big loving dad guy, and like he wants that, so he wants it, like it fits, it makes sense. It's not like when you give, I don't know, when you gave like the Flash kids,
Wally West,
like it didn't, like it was like he didn't want, like it fits with Ben Grimm. Like it makes sense to me. He really wants to be a great dad. He wants to take care of people. And this was an invented. I don't remember where this was from Slott, right? These kids.
Slott, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You could have said anything. I would have been like, yes, Mark Waid.
They're not annoying. Like as character, I don't mind them. I don't think it brings the book down.
Okay, we talked all about Ryan North. We have to talk about Umberto Ramos.
Oh, 100%.
We don't talk about the artists enough on these discussions, but first of all, he's one of my favorite artists. He's great in that he's a little cartoony, but he's also, but it's not super cartoony. But in this kind of book where things are crazy, there's monsters and there's like people get stretched, and he works perfectly. But also in this issue where he's sort of drawing the effects of Reed losing his ability to recognize faces, like he gets all cubist on us. Like, it was a really beautiful comic, and he does these monsters so well. Like this monster he does is gross, but also maybe in the beginning kind of endearing in a way, and then
he did those
that's
great
not really-
monsters in Strange Academy. Those were all over that.
And I also think that, like, I don't know if it's in Ryan North's scripts or just their collaboration together. I feel like this run of Fantastic Four uses Reed's powers in ways that I've never seen fully realized, in ways that are really cool. Like, there was
not as good as the movie did it, but
well, let's not go there. But like when Reed
jumps
was like
a lot.
When Reed's like a kite,
or even there's a scene in here
before that was
where
cool.
Reed is looking for the alien ship. Is that?
Oh, and he does his eyes, and then
issue?
Sue bends the light waves.
Oh yeah,
The eye stuff bothers me.
He uses his eyes as she bends light waves to give a clear view into space.
Not a fan.
Did you notice Reed also puts on like the Doc Brown hat from Back to the Future? Like at one point, it's like that.
Oh, that's good.
And I also want to mention, because yes, Humberto Rainbow's great, and for me it was an adjustment because he just wasn't the artist that was on it, like the kind of art. But obviously he's brilliant. But I think that I was looking at it, I thought, oh, the inks and the colors here actually make a big difference. There's I want to say softening effect or a really good smoothing effect that the inks are bringing to this. There's not too much there on the page. There's all these really nice organic kind of cross hatches. I use that word too much, but I mean it in a different way both times. It just looks like a drawing, which again
it's one of those books where, like, I feel like we've talked about this a fair bit, but inks, I don't know, like we've lost the art of inking, and it's so good when it's done well.
Yeah. And then finally, like, the coloring in here is just muted a bit. Yeah. It's just softened a little bit, which gives it that sort of modern, great colorist feel, as opposed to the big four color thing that Fantastic Four usually is.
Yeah, it's
like the family, homey, pastoral sort of color palette, like the first act of the Superman the motion picture. Brought that up again.
There is shading, but it's not obnoxious shading. It's subtle shading.
Yep.
He's not trying to show every tendon in their body. He's just giving the faces and the body shape with the color and the light. And that's
look at the light, like in the basement when she's talking to Reed, and in the bedroom, and then outside. It's all over the place. They do everything great. Man,
now look, pages. I realize what's happening here. However, that was a very intimate basement scene between Reed and Alicia, where she's feeling all over his face and arms with her hand. I realize that's how blind people can see things, but also it just felt like if you came downstairs and your wife was like rubbing her hands all over your brother-in-law's neck, and it still was very intimate, rubbing up and down his arm and his neck and his face. Like it had a very intimate feel to it.
I'm with you, Connor. I'm with you. Yes, I agree. That was like there was a tenderness and a intimacy to that like if it was my partner, I'd be like, okay, can we let's pull back a little here.
This was a great issue. You picked this before I got to read it, because you did a great job doing it quickly this week, so the patrons could vote for the patron pick, and I hadn't read any Marvel books yet when you picked it, and I thought this was a good solid week of comics. I really enjoyed it, and I hadn't gotten there yet, but I was like, you know what? Not surprised, and also I'm very excited for it. Did I read it last? I might have read it last, because that meant that was no. I had other books to read that we'll talk about in a second. So,
did you do your work though? Like, are you going to be caught up?
I think there's like 3 Image books I didn't read.
Okay.
I mean Marvel books I didn't read.
But so it wasn't one of those you're leaving yourself 20 for next week.
No. I'll read them this weekend.
Right.
I'll do that. This is the one week of the year where we get to feel like a normal comic reader, and a little bit like we're not trying to cram it all in on.
You do.
Well, yeah, it's not my fault. You've had 4 years in a row.
I don't set the schedule,
which is strange because we're constantly changing the schedule around. We're constantly moving people.
There are constant similarities that keep repeating themselves in the way that we do this show that we're not intending. I will do the timing that we do just naturally without thinking about it is stupid.
Well, I mean, it's like poetry. It rhymes.
Oh, that was the pick of the week. So that means the only other book we're talking about this week is the patron pick, and the patrons know they have that sacred honor of picking the only one of 2 books we're going to talk about in the show. They knew, that they had that role this week. And did they pick Mark Waid's return to the Flash? No. Did they pick a really terrific Superman and Justice League tie-in, a DCKO? No. Did they pick any number of terrific indie books this week? No. They went with Captain Henry and the Graveyard of Time, #1 from Dark Horse Comics, written by Mike Mignola and Bruce Zeck, with art by Bruce Zeck and letters by good old Clem Robbins, which I feel like should always be said around his name. This is from the world of Hellboy. I'm not familiar with these characters.
Is it? Oh yeah, it is. There it is at the top. No, you're right.
I would have known it if it hadn't been on the cover, Josh. Like it was not.
I actually,
not
because I
obvious
didn't
from the
see
issue.
that. But, well, here was my point. We'll get to it.
I got nothing to say. I mean, this was fine. It was.
I have no
It's
no
not
problem
bad.
with this.
It was not bad.
I
It was fine.
I have no problem with this as a pick. I think it's the kind of thing that we might not necessarily talk about. I would probably read something like this, but Connor, you're
Do we know
probably
not
why
gonna-
they picked this?
I don't know why. I like
Why- to
Hellboy.
be fair-
I don't like the world of Hellboy. I don't really care as much about the world outside of Hellboy and
But
BPRD.
why did they do this to us?
Well,
Like,
I mean, it
what
was
was the
kind of a
point?
whole thing last week, so I feel like this
Like
was
there was a
reaction.
Power Rangers book this week that they could have done.
I assume
Oh.
you didn't listen to what happened last week.
Yeah,
It
Josh
was-
had an
it
aneurysm
was-
on the show.
It was abusive.
Yeah.
On two fronts. So okay, I saw this, like the title, and actually a little part of me, I don't think I realized it was Hellboy, because everything that what my thought was, boy, everything he does is sort of this like faux Victorian thing. And this is where Mike Mignola and his comics live. And
Sure.
it's really interesting to me that that's what he's decided to do with his absolute freedom. And that is not a criticism. It's just like, well, this is what speaks to him. He likes this version of Jules Verne type tech and this, these men of the, late 19th century and early 20th century with their mustaches and
Mhm.
their
He loves
and
it.
their manners. And he just loves that. He loves the aesthetic of it. And, on the one hand, it is so, how great is it that this guy who made this weird ass comic book is like, I'm going to go ahead and make the rest of my career doing this thing. He doesn't have to. And so I can
Well,
respect.
he's
like,
wanted to. If you watch that documentary about him, this is what he wanted to do the entire time. He just had to, when he started off in comics, no one was making these comics, so he had to go and make a name for himself elsewhere before getting to do Hellboy. But this is what he's always been interested in from the very beginning.
You guys remember in Roadhouse when the polar bear fell on the guy? Like that was all I could think about.
So
is that Powers Booth?
Well, the Captain Henry in one panel looked a lot like Sean Connery in this one here, in that side view of his face.
Yeah.
So the story is that
Oh, it
there's
does.
there's
Like
some,
Highland era.
Yeah, they're in 1880 England. This guy who I thought was Captain Henry, but he's not Captain Henry. Captain Henry goes in the thing. Who's this guy who shows
It doesn't
up?
matter.
Some guy with a mustache shows up at his house, and they're prepared to go up into another dimension or reality plane, and that's Captain Henry and dressed. He's an old school British soldier in a sci-fi steampunk suit, and he's gonna go there because he's got a stiff upper lip and he's gonna do his bit. And they turn a bunch of knobs and dials, and he gets zapped to this other plane, fights a giant snake, fights another thing, a clock. What's a man?
So
I feel like the way you're petering out on the explanation is the way I felt reading the book.
and you're not wrong. It was fucking boring.
Like I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying like
No, I
like,
know.
it-
I go into these with sort of an open mind.
Sure.
Not high expectations, but I've read a lot of these, and some of them can be fun, and some of them, cannot be. And this was just boring. I like the end. I was like, I don't really know if
felt like this,
anything
like,
happened.
This had a very long tail of not
And
much happening.
And I didn't know who anybody was or what the stakes were for anything. They were just talking a lot of nonsense. And a lot of comics, when that happens, you read it and then you keep going. You go, okay, I get it. You get the context from it. That sort of, there was no payoff here. It kind of looked and felt away, and that was the strength it had. and it wasn't enough strength.
And also, so many of these Hellboy things he's been doing lately are one shots, and so I was reading this in my head as if it was a one shot, and I didn't have any idea that it was. But so when I got to the end, it wasn't a one shot. I went, oh, and so
I felt like this hit a to be continued mark on the final panel, and I was like, why? I don't.
Yeah.
What about this needs to be continued? Like, where
I mean, I think that says something that all three of us were like, all right, which is the downside, by the way, of getting to do everything you want,
right?
Because they're not all gonna hit, and if it, I'm sure, like he was into this. Like Mignola was like, this is the thing, man. This is my next thing I got to tell.
And I'm glad he gets to do it. I just wasn't that into this one.
Yeah.
So, all right, there's the Patron pick. Let's rate it. I almost forgot our whole job here. Ratings on Captain Henry and the Graveyard of Time, number 1 out of 5 ratings. I always go first. You guys go first.
2.
Ryan gives it a 2 out of 5.
2.4.
2.4.
I can't. I couldn't split it down the middle. I was like, I just didn't like it, but I was like, I can't. It's Mignola. I can't.
I'm gonna give it 2.5. It was straight in the middle. It was, it was what it was. So there we go. All right.
Great title.
It was, awesome.
Excellent title. Can't deny the title.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right
back. I did read it.
Josh, we're taking a quick break.
I was gonna read it.
We're taking a quick break.
Stick with it. You do the thing.
Well, no one's sticking with it.
I might.
You might stick with it. You're sticking with it?
Yeah.
All right.
I might.
We're taking a quick break. We'll be back with more, with your emails right after this. Okay, so that was it for the comics. We are now going to shift over and answer your emails. We asked you to write in. You wrote in so many emails. We got twice as many as we got last time we did this. We're going to do our best first. What are we drinking? That's what we usually start the segment off with. Uh-oh. Is somebody here? Someone at our house? Oh, my God.
I was surprised to see my own face. Hello, how are you? I'm
there.
Tom.
Hi, Tom King. Good to see you in the house.
I am shocked at how intimidated I am to be on this show. I just want you guys to know. Like, I have genuine nerves in my stomach.
Tom, can I reveal what I had on my shelf?
Oh my God, that is.
Did you do that on purpose?
Hopefully, you did not pay full price for
because
that.
Tom, you signed this for me. The first time we met at a con, I don't remember which con it was, but you were like, God. "Oh, Ryan, you're an iFanboy guy. Let me give you this book and sign it." Like, you were such a gentleman about that. So.
I'm sure I was a gentleman, not just giving away free books. I had to carry them home. It's all.
I think I kind of remember you being like, nobody wants that. I just want some people who want to sign it, but there's not a lot. But you've come a long way since then. But also you're self-deprecating. So
Tom,
you could have given away a crate of them, and you've been like, no one likes me.
I'm so salty that Officer Ryan in the Batman book wasn't me.
Who says it wasn't you? It's definitely you.
You said it wasn't me.
I tell stories for a living. Don't believe anything I say. What is that? Yeah, I know. Clearly,
asked and answered, man.
Yeah,
Officer Ryan, the one good cop in Gotham.
Ryan, what?
Also previously trained as a professional.
Are you
liar.
on a cocktail of cold medicine, or is it just one? Is it multiple?
No, you
sound like you're about to die at any moment.
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
I'm not in a good place, but
you don't look like you're deathly ill. You're a little out of focus.
He sounds like it. He sounds like
he's
on that one show when he passed out.
I can put it together. So
okay, so
thanks Chris for joining. Basement's on here. Oh my God, this is we're on the Wayback Machine. I was thinking as I watched your scroll, when did I come in? When did I first listen to your show? Did I listen to episode 1? I think I came in somewhere in the teens. So and then backtread to your bad mics. But I was there in the first year at least. I was there like a month too.
Really?
I was with Niesman first. Niesman and Around Comics was before you guys. That was my first comic.
That's fine, whatever.
All
right. Well, let's jump in.
But my
all right.
I've said this many times. I know you're tired to suck up. This is my all-time favorite. If I had to list my podcast of all I listened to over the past 20 years since podcast started, all-time number one would be iFanboy. I stopped listening to you as soon as you started reviewing my books. So as soon as my career started, I had to drop off. But you still are in my heart, my number one.
Well, that's great because we have a whole segment ready. We're going to
wait a minute, Tom. You stopped listening?
Holy crap! 100%. Yes. As soon as Vision got pick of the week, it was literally like that was my goal in life was to get a pick of the week. Vision number one got pick of the week, and that was the last.
Ron stopped listening too.
I stopped listening as well, but you could have just skipped over when we talked about your books, and then you.
No, because then I'm like, why are they talking about that guy who I hates books and they love it, or why are they talking about a guy I like? It's personal. I can't listen to review podcasts anymore. No, it's awful.
That's okay. I'll go back. I'll go backstage.
I was religious. I listened to every episode, I used to when I was overseas in past. I used to download your stupid show on the worst internet that anyone's ever had to watch on my iPod that had a little video screen. So I watched a little thumbprint of you guys cooking barbecue while you talked about whatever was Why the Last Man or some shit back then. I don't know, but I just loved your show. I still
thank
do.
you.
I mean, it's you guys are the best comics podcast of all time. You guys are the goats.
The good news is though that like from the time that we met you and now, you turned out to be pretty good at this. Because if like you were just this sort of shitty mediocre guy who kept working and we didn't know why, it'd be really awkward.
Wasn't Brian K. Vaughan one of your guys' like first interviews
on the video show? Yeah.
Tom just mentioned Why the Last Man.
Yeah. That's fine. We can let that pass. We have to start.
My main motivation in my career is not embarrassing you. That's I always keep that in mind as I go forward. I was like, I just can't embarrass the guy.
The clock never stops ticking, Tom.
No. Actually, no. I get your texts. I get it.
Yeah. All right. So let's do this. So is anyone else going to be drinking? Am I the only one drinking? Josh, you have a cooler next to you. What are you drinking?
There's nothing. I don't.
It's an empty cooler. Or was it gag?
No, there's some Mexican Cokes in there.
That's fine.
There's
something
whatever you want.
special.
Right now, I've got my standard half Gatorade, zero fruit punch, half water. That's what I do. I know it's exciting.
It's great for your blood sugar.
I'm not having.
So young and we're so old.
It's a flavoring.
I'm not having much of it because I'm not feeling great.
Fresca's so good.
Here's what I got.
It's got to be cold, but
you shouldn't be drinking when you're sick.
I'm not, but I wanted to promote the brand. This is my spirit.
Oh my god.
Well, that's your spirit.
Yeah.
Ripple Creek. That's right.
Yes. So Tom, I am part owner of a spirits brand.
Okay.
Are you trying to impress him?
Well done.
All right. Let's do this.
Now you're gonna be a cop on Themyscira. It's fucking.
Let's get to. Okay. So you wrote in emails. Most of them, if not all,
had to answer the emails. Ooh.
You get to answer, and they're all going to be about you. Yeah. Really nice platitudes.
That's never happened.
So we thank you. This might be really hard and awkward with creators sitting here, but we'll do it our best.
Good.
The platitudes are super nice. A couple of them made me really emotional. So thank you for writing them. We're not going to read them on the show just for brevity's sake. So the first question is from our old nemesis, Scott H. from Portland, Oregon. Scott says, over the last 25 years of doing iFanboy, do you feel you've changed as readers? For example, how have your tastes evolved? And Tom, you could maybe talk about how you changed as a creator, going from a reader to a creator.
No, I just want to talk about you guys. I'm boring. You guys are much more interesting. I want to talk about what my tastes were when I first started listening to you, which was I only was at Marvel and DC, and Josh was the first person, and you guys were the first person that made me reach out to independents. I didn't read Hellboy before you guys recommended. I didn't read. There's like 1,000 things that I didn't read until you guys recommended. I was so in a box as a kid. I was a huge fan of Marvel and DC, but I almost never. Even Image was a little off.
Didn't you work at Vertigo?
Crazy. I did, and I hated. I hated when I was assigned it. I should say I didn't hate working there, but when I went in, right. It was a favor Paul Levitz was doing for my mother, who kind of knew because my mother was a studio executive at Warner Brothers. And so I was like, oh, I can't wait to work at DC Comics. The best thing ever. And like, you're in Vertigo. I was like, I've never read a Vertigo book in my life.
They probably love that.
Yeah, and I walked out. I was
so you were totally like, oh my god, Garth Ennis is on the phone.
Yes,
but in the early days of the show, which Tom, you and I were not on, it was like Ron was the Marvel guy, Connor was the DC guy, and Josh was the indie guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
And I'll just say for myself.
But you guys had varying tastes where you'd say, "Oh, I have this random recommendation," and this you didn't stick in your boxes. But it helped that, like, also I was never either a Batman or an X-Men guy, although I loved them, and you guys were such experts on that, so that wasn't sort of my thing.
The thing I was thinking about recently was Connor. There was a period where Connor had a principle where he wouldn't read an indie book that didn't have an end date, like didn't have an end issue. Like, yes, Connor. No. Like, there was a period where if it was a limited series or a mini series or whatever, you wouldn't read it.
I feel like there was something like that because you didn't want to start something and not finish it, but I don't remember any of the parameters of it. But I don't remember anything.
That would mean no. I read them in trades. I preferred the indies in trades.
Yes, you trade only for like all the indie books.
Yeah, that's true. But there'll be no way to know if a book was ending. I'd have to wait years.
Well, but that was in terms of like
that was the amelioration.
In terms of how like the show evolved, I remember that as there was a moment where it was like, oh, Connor never had an opinion on the books that were coming out that weren't, completed. Like so there I feel like that to me as a listener and a contributor, like that was a part of what
I just thought 2 words. I thought, oh, cold medicine. That's what's
happening. Okay, so
I was like,
I can go. I'll see you guys later if you need to drop off.
Josh, I would think you and I are way more open than originally to fun comics. And if you go back and listen to the old shows, we were all about comics being serious, and we didn't like Silver Age stuff in the comics, and now we're all about that.
Yeah. So and I think that I was behind you on that because I would put it that I didn't know how to appreciate that which came before as well, because you sort of don't have the context for it. I always use the All in the Family metaphors, not metaphor, whatever. Like the idea is like when I saw that when I was a kid, I was like, I don't know. I guess it's fine. I don't understand because you don't realize it was the first to do that thing, or you don't know the satire that it's referring to in the context of when it was. And so for me, like when I get that context, I didn't become like a Kirby fan until like I read a couple of biographies about him and then had to like understand where it fit in context. And then all of a sudden, like your eyes focus and you go, oh, I see. This is the font of all magic. That's the most fun part about the show has been for me. And I think, Tom, you've gone through some of this too. And just your career is that like the more you learn about comics and the context that they live in the art form, the more you can really appreciate what's great about them. Like you and I talked about Toth on one of the shows at one point. Like obviously when you were starting to listen to us, you weren't like a huge Toth fan. You got there through your own education.
Comics are uniquely aged very quickly. I think it's hard to read a comic in the 50s if you don't understand the context of them. If you feel like taking them they're because they're a medium that's made with such an improvisational nature, and they're just made so quickly that they just constantly rip from their own time, and therefore are often of their own time. And to appreciate sort of where they are, you need some context. You need a little bit of a guide. But once you have that context, and suddenly it can start really to spark. Mm-hmm. They're not all comics like that, but a great majority of them. Even the comics we grew up on, I give my kids comics that seemed so like Under Siege, like a great Avengers thing, and I read it again today, and it's like all over the place, and they don't understand a thing. They can't even follow the story. Like, no, you understand if you and this and this and this and this. Like, it'll be the same thing with the comics I read today. Nobody will understand them in 20 years of context,
except for a bunch of nerds.
Well, thank God.
So, Josh,
okay.
I would.
We got to move on. We got to move on. We can't do 20 minutes each question. So,
yes, you could.
Ian S. wrote in, and Tom, Ian successfully guessed that you'd be on the show, so he wrote questions specifically directed towards you.
Well done, Ian.
Ian says, his first question for you: how much do you hold iFanboy responsible for your success and or failure?
All the failures are yours. All the successes are mine. Fuck,
that's fair. Guys. That's totally fair.
No, I hold you very. Josh has heard all these speeches before, so I apologize. Yes, I hold you incredible. You are one of the pillars on which I stand on. You were the first people that published anything I ever wrote on your random website where you published reviews, and you would pick like, the best review of the week was the first good feedback I'd ever gotten at anything I wrote from like not a teacher. And you guys opened my world to how comic books should look and be, and did that. And it goes like to this day. Like I'm doing this Archie movie for Universal for Lord and Miller, and that I did not grow up an Archie fan. The first I'd ever been interested in Archie at all was when Connor was doing like live reads every week of Life with Archie.
I forgot I was doing that, but I found that recently. Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
And that was the first time I was like, "What? Like Connor takes Archie seriously?" That was the first time I was like, "All right, I gotta pick this up." And that directly led to me buying a few Archie books for my kids, and them being obsessed with it, which led to me being obsessed with it, which led to me ending up pitching it to the movie studios, and now led to this big ass movie. I mean, I can point to. Threads from iFanboy go throughout my whole life.
Seriously. Like,
what?
Connor takes everything seriously. Like, there's not.
I remember like yesterday, you taking us through, and then he walks down memory lane the wrong way, and you're like, it's genius.
Oh wow, he did do that, didn't he? Oh man, that was good. That was Norm Brayfogle.
It was Norm Brayfogle,
yeah. Also,
just bravo everyone there.
I should mention that Ian had been thinking about that question for 5 minutes.
Thanks.
He also asked, so based on your last answer, Tom, at what level do you support the podcast on Patreon? That was a 4 minute, I think. That's what he thought for 4 minutes.
The highest. I don't support. I don't listen to your podcast.
That's true.
That's a good point.
I didn't know you had a Patreon. That is news to me. When I left, there was no Patreon in 2016.
It's weird because I keep sending you links. Well, that does bring us to the question. Out of everybody here,
I will happily.
Actually, you know what?
No, you don't have to.
I was about to say something, and then I realized it wasn't true. I was going to say you are the closest to maybe knowing a billionaire who needs to offload some cash, and we offer a service.
Yeah, well, I'll do it.
But then I thought, actually, there's another guy here who knows the billionaire pretty well, but we can't talk about that. Ryan, it's you. You talked to me about it on several occasions. So, okay, there it is. Okay. Sorry, I just need you to recognize it. We're looking for a billionaire.
He gives enough away that he's not a tres comas. Like he keeps it below the threshold.
All right, so now we've got a question from Jim, and Tom. It's not for you, but you can answer this one because we did mention there'll be industry people on the show.
When you say it's not for you, I think of the movie Unstoppable. Move along.
I'd watch that right now. I would leave the show.
It's not for you. I'm doing it for you.
If it was on somewhere,
I'm not doing it for you.
Yeah, they have it on demand.
It's a missile.
I bought the Blu-ray. I can watch it at any time.
It's a missile the
size of the Chrysler building.
That's a big missile.
When I saw that the New Beverly people clapped for that line. Okay, so Jim W says, since you mentioned special guests that might answer industry-related questions, I do have one. I don't have time to read weekly comics anymore, and I switched my reading to focus on collected editions, omnibuses, absolutes, etc. It's much easier on my 45-year-old eyes. Related to these expensive, high-end collected editions, I'm curious how much input the creators have. Do you get to pick covers? Are they consulted at all for which issues are included and the order they're presented? How much do they involve you guys in the collected editions?
I mean, the worst answer is it depends, but it does depend. It's a little you get less input at Marvel. Marvel's a little more distant. Like I have no idea. Like I just got an email saying they're re-releasing the Vision and they've changed the title to Visions. And I was like, okay.
What? Did they add a second Vision to the story?
Yeah, well, there's four. There's the family.
Well, it's a family.
Yeah, I guess. But...
DC. I mean, I've been there for 10 years, so I have relationships with all the people. So because of that, I can have some input. But generally speaking, I think most creators have very little input and are surprised at what they're releasing and not releasing. You can be aggressive and sort of stick your nose under the tent. I wouldn't say you're invited into the tent. Would probably be the way to put it.
Jim also wants
stick your nose in there. You gotta you don't want to.
Is that frustrating at all? Like.
I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's horribly. I mean, there are times when I want, like Human Target. It was a book I love, and it hasn't been collected as a complete edition yet. I was like, it's been 3 years, guys.
That's
please,
insane, by the way.
That's nuts.
Please put out a complete edition of this book. It's coming now, but it's taking so long. But for example, I did a Batman omnibus recently, and they sent me a huge Excel spreadsheet of everything that was going to be in it and what was missing, what do you want us to take out. They were very sort of interactive with me, so it goes both directions. Right now, with Supergirl is like, because the movie's coming out, so I'm very involved in trying to get that into people's hands, and so they're being very communicative about that, of course.
Jim also wants to know, he says, though I've never been compelled to write in before, there's one nagging question that sat with me for a while.
Oh.
Why is Connor always so hot, temperature-wise? He put that in quotes just to make sure I didn't go crazy.
Oh, I thought it was the other one.
It seemed that Conor would frequently lament how it was, so I wondered what was so unique about his setup that he could not be cooled whilst recording the podcast. I actually thought the question was resolved because I hadn't heard it bring up in a while, but he recently made a side comment about how hot it was.
I feel like I'm always red-faced on the shows.
I feel like I got to break the news to Jim about climate change. I mean, I don't know how he doesn't realize. But, I mean,
it's not going.
I'm sorry, Jim. I'm going to ruin your evening. The Earth is heating up.
Hold on. There are practical concerns here. One, audio, very sensitive to noise. So in a lot of cases, a microphone would be affected by an air conditioner and you'd hear a constant hum, and we can't deal with that. Right. Two, sometimes it's real hot. He lived in New York City for a long time. I did too. Have you been in New York City in August? It's unpleasant.
New York City?
And I think Tom will understand this. I moved to LA, and I'm where I record now. My office is on the second floor, and it's in an old 1930s building that traps the heat and the cold. And so in the winter it's freezing, in the summer it's boiling. On the second floor by 3:00, it's so hot up here. And so by the time we're recording, I bought finally a new air conditioner that is super quiet, and that's on now. But in the past, I'm probably 4 feet from the air conditioner. So if it was a regular loud air conditioner, you wouldn't even hear me talk. And so for years I just had to wait. It was like a race. I would keep the air conditioner on. We started, I would turn it off, and it would be like, how fast can I get to the show before it gets too hot in here? By the end, I was usually sweating. That's why.
If only I had subscribed to that Patreon, I could have saved Connor's air conditioning.
It's so hot. It gets so hot up here.
Guys, okay. I'm watching Unstoppable right now as we talk.
So Unstoppable,
but not on the Blu-ray for some reason.
Unstoppable is
I own it on Blu-ray and digital, so I'm able to access it.
Oh, good.
Here's the thing, Josh.
I also have a copy on my local network in case I want to stream it from that.
But Josh, the Unstoppable is on the pantheon of movies with We Need to Talk About Kevin and Unstoppable, where Unstoppable, they stopped it, and when you talk about Kevin, they don't. So like it's in the pantheon of movies where the title doesn't deliver on the promise.
I believe the title was about the movie. It's a meta, right? The movie
is Unstoppable. You'll watch it forever.
Yeah. But they don't.
It's Chekhov.
But they do.
It's
they
Chekhov's
do stop
train.
It.
If you
and they
say
don't
it's unstoppable,
talk about Kevin.
The plot has to stop it. It's not like at the beginning of the story. Hey, that's unstoppable. By the end, they're like, "Yes, you were right."
I do want to mention that Bono in the chat room asks how it's so hot in LA this week. October is the hottest month in LA. I don't know if anyone realizes that, but October is
I know if you all pictured what I did, but it's much funnier that way.
It was Bono. He took his glasses off.
There's a term in California called called Indian summer.
Okay.
Not the best term.
Oh.
Josh, this one's for you. Jim's final question.
Cold medicine.
In Pick Week 968, I think Conor had recommended Josh read a certain book, and Josh responded something like, quote, "I'll move it to this folder." It made me wonder, how do you obtain your weekly comics so that they're shareable file, or even a downloadable file? My digital experience is mostly with Comixology. I didn't think you could download them and move them around like that. I'm hoping I can learn about a new legit platform for digital comics from this answer. Josh?
I don't know why that's for me, but
because I just answered one.
Here's the thing.
We go.
If you're very lucky and you're very well behaved and you do a podcast for 20 years and you work with publishers, they give you review copies of things. And that is what makes this economically possible for us. Because if I spent the amount of money that it would cost to read all the comics that we read every week, it would be a big problem. So that's how we do it. Some of the publishers send us PDFs. Some of the publishers have a system. It's all different depending how they do it.
Yeah, they used to. Man, back in the crazy days,
we used to
Image would send us a box every week. We got FedEx with everything Image published from trades to English every Friday.
FedEx, overnight box.
FedEx. That was crazy.
It would show up first thing Wednesday or Monday morning, whatever it was, like clockwork. And I was like, this must be costing so much. And it would be everything. And I had piles, and so going to digital has been. It also just the other. It lets us read them early, so we're prepared more.
And so
that Wednesday's not a death march.
Marvel and Image no, that's not right. Marvel and DC. I'm drinking scotch, by the way. I didn't say what I was drinking before, but that's why I'm losing words. Marvel and DC would enable our Comixology accounts to have access to everything. So Josh and I both have accounts. They would just put us on a list, and we could just go on Comixology and Wednesday, and we could get everything. DC moved off that program, and so did Marvel. Marvel Note has access via their Marvel Universe app. Same idea. We go to their Marvel Universe account and we get everything that on Wednesday. DC, we go and read heavily watermarked copies on their box account. But everybody else, almost everybody else, just sends us PDFs, and so those are the files that we can move around.
So we didn't help Jim at all with a solution because
no, Jim's got to put the work in.
Very labor and time intensive.
Jim's got to put the work in. All right.
I feel like you got the comps not. It took you like he only had to do like 10 years before he got the comps.
Yeah, that's about right.
You did the full 20.
And this is ironic. The very first company that did comps was Marvel. Like that's bizarre.
At
that point, those were
PDFs. Those were unwatermarked PDFs, which was crazy.
And then some retailers
leaked them and everybody
lost them.
All right, Tom. I think this one you'll have some ideas on. Sheldon A. from Paradise, Newfoundland, Canada. I look forward to every Talksplode and we listen to them often. My favorites right now include Ryan North, Tom King, James Robinson. Perhaps my favorite of all time was Howard Chaykin. What are your top 5 Talksplodes? And in your opinion, what makes an amazing Talksplode? And so we have the Talksploders here and a guest. What do you guys think makes a good Talksplode? Anyway.
I can talk as someone who's interviewed is you guys always go deep with me, man. It's not like usually I'm on a podcast and I feel like I'm joking or promoting or trying to get people to buy books. And you guys are asking like questions that are like, how did this come out of your soul? And what's wrong with your soul that this came out of it? I'm like, I don't know, man. I got to think about this shit.
I have 10 bullet pointed things. That's number 8.
It really it feels like a WTF, like a Mark Maron interview, and it's not about promote. A lot of interviews are about promotion, where you just like I have to think of how I can turn this into a marketing opportunity. To me, the best talk exposure, the best interviews are the ones where it's just like I'm a fan of your like let's figure out where creativity comes from, and I think that's what you guys do.
I mean, yeah, but part of it. I mean, that's sort of by design. And yes, Terry Gross and Mark Maron were sort of the things that I was like, I like how they do that because 1, I don't have to prepare that much. And B, no, like seriously, like to me, it works like if you are having a conversation with somebody, just as if you were to meet them the first time and make a connection and do that thing. And, by doing that, you learn about the person. And when you learn about the person, you learn about the work and everybody's happy, and it's like, and like, I don't care. Like people will hit me every once in a while, like, oh, I have this and the FOC is 3 months. And I was like, no, I don't do that. Like, I like you. I would like to help you, but I don't do that. That's not what I'm for.
He's about,
you want to talk to me for an hour and a half?
I actually think the Mark Maron comparison is accurate. Like there's an authenticity to the rawness of the way, Josh, you approach the guest in a way that it's so authentic and so, like you said, you just don't give a shit. Like you just dive in and do the thing, and it's really good. Like, and it's awkward to even talk about it with Tom on the show because, like, Tom, you're the best Talksplode guest. Like that's
Tom fist bump.
Just the truth.
I double fisted.
Nice.
But like the way, Josh, you're not giving a shit and diving in is really powerful. Like
Josh, I wonder if, because we didn't start doing the Talksplodes for a while into this, and I wonder if all of our time spent sitting in panels at Comic-Cons and people asking what's going to happen in the next issue, and everyone in the crowd groaning, and then like influence your like, I don't want to do this. I remember you were like, I don't want to do this as just a promotional conversation. I want to do this as
I mean, I'm talking about this stuff like it's a choice, and it's not. Like I don't care. I literally don't care about that stuff, so I can't do it. I can't. There was a little while where we were doing like press conferences, and I was like, I don't care about these at all, and I'm not. I can't. There's only one me. I don't do a fake version. I don't do whatever. So if I'm not interested in it, I can't do it. So yes, but I mean, yeah, at those panels, it's just like people really don't want to ask anything or know anything. They want to have a little interaction. They want to be like, I talked to so-and-so and they told me. It doesn't matter what they say. So I would sit at those and I'd be like, well, what would I ask? And I was like, none of these would work for it. Then the other part of it was because we kind of had to do that when we did our little video interviews. It was such a dick tease. Like it was just like, we do this. Okay. And when we first started, we were terrified to talk to everybody. So it was 30 seconds. And we're like, we're going to go. Okay. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Did it bother you to do that, Josh? Or
I didn't like doing the con interviews. no one will say anything. I mean,
Yeah.
Tom, this is the joke we always made. It's not about you because you're here, but everyone acts like the comics is like the CIA. It's like everyone, locks these secrets down like they're national security, and it's just like no one will ever talk about anything or say anything. And it was always so frustrating to have these conversations in the con. I mean, it was fun to do the shows because you gave people who can't go a sense of what the con's like, but we never had an interesting conversation at the con other than with Robert.
No, you would have
the best conversation I feel like I remember seeing was Bill Paxton because he just didn't give a shit.
Well, that
he was like,
that was just weird. I was interviewing his partner. I turned around and his nose was here.
Yeah,
and I literally short circuited for a second because he was looking about to kiss me. That was great because he's not a comic guy, so that was fun. But
there were also there were times where
we had great interviews, but they were not great interviews.
But sometimes when there were some
you
people
said Stan Lee on, I remember
a lot, yeah, a couple times, bunch, at least 4 times.
I think at the beginning, a lot of that was validation. We were actually doing it because nobody else was. So it was like, oh, wow, we're doing something cool and people are responding to it. And we're getting to meet all these people who we respect and and they're giving it back to us, which is cool. I know for me, there's 2 moments that I think of. And I mention this all the time is that we did our first, they're doing a Q&A at Hanley's. When the Flash Rebirth came out, so they had Jeff Johns there, and they had an audience, and Vito, who ran events and stuff for Hanley's, was like, "Would you want to come in and do the Q&A?" And I don't think I'd ever done it. I don't know.
That was kind of your first Talksplode.
Yeah, and I was like, sure. And we sat at the table, and there was a bunch of people there. We had a camera set up, and I started talking to him about making comics, and we were talking about, story and how it's built or whatever. And I was like, I didn't really ask him anything about the Flash, which is what we're there to talk about. And I said this thing.
Well, we went and got a drink with him after, and he said, I'd never had an interview like that in comics.
Yeah, I said, are you annoying to watch TV with? And he's like, oh yeah. It's like I'm an architect. And I walk in and I and people are like, this is a nice house. And I'm like, look at how the frames are going like that. And I was like, because I'm annoying to watch. So we went from there, and he told us afterwards, like, I was really surprised. And he's like, I lit up. And so from then, that's what I do. Which also works for me. The other time was we were at one of the shows, we were doing our short ones, and I did the stalking weight on the side for Brian Posehn. And I went to do one of those little ones, and he was like, okay, he's talked to 9 million people who ask him dumbass questions or whatever. And I don't think I asked amazing questions or anything, but we finished the thing. He goes, those are actually kind of interesting questions. I didn't expect that. And he walked away, and I was like, all right, you did it. That's what I want to hear. Which is why I think what I do best is not made for the world of short form content in which we now would live. So
I will jump in. Hello, boys. It's Ron. I will jump in.
You could just do this at any point.
I can, because I've got the mouse. I will share the fact that while you guys say that we didn't have a good time doing the con interviews and things like that,
no, the interviews weren't good. The interviews.
No, but we did have great Sophie's Choice moments where, because we had so much opportunity and we were on media's lists, we ended up with the opportunity where, well, we can go interview Anthony Daniels, also known as C-3PO, or we can go sit with Greg Rucka for a half an hour, and we all unanimously go, well, let's go talk to Rucka. And we actually bailed on Anthony Daniels.
Yeah.
So that's where our priorities were, even at the videos and the cons.
Tony
and stuff
left
like
waiting.
that.
Terrible.
Yeah. So
as an outsider, and I recently, I like a year or two ago, I went down some rabbit hole and just watched your old videos on YouTube, with the ones that are still up there.
They're all there now.
Oh, I could do it again. But I thought they were just 10, 15 years, whatever. I thought they were awesome. They captured such a magical moment in time where now there's I feel like there's more of you go to artist alleys now, and they're mostly guys doing Etsy stuff. They're mostly people kind of selling little trinkets and things. And then there's the professionals, and you have to pay for them. And then there's the celebrities. The time you capture was everyone in Artist Alley had just had their first indie book out, and they were just getting their first Marvel book.
It was a different time in comics, totally.
Yeah, and there was this kind of people have almost stopped breaking into comics. I was the last of my generation. There's so few young people. But when we were 27, everyone who was 27 was about to break into comics.
Yeah, that helped a lot. We're all coming out of the ashes of the bankruptcy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
New era.
And it seemed like it was a permeable membrane that you could walk through and be, and you guys captured that just perfect moment where, you know, Kirkman's like, yeah, I just had this Walking Dead book. I wonder what's going to happen to it. I mean, it's just like, I think it's a wonderful documentary of a moment in time that I think changed all of pop culture eventually.
Well, I do want to, first of all, thank you for that. That's very nice of you to say. I do agree that there was a really fun time before everyone became used to being on all these shows. Like we started, like Josh said, no one else had a camera at the show and no one else was interviewing people like that. And by the third year, everyone did. And I can't even imagine now there must be nothing but cameras at the show, but it was fun. But I do want to say, thank you, Tom, for coming on. Tom's time with us is over. And thanks for taking some time out on your Friday for coming out. And I know people enjoyed it. We enjoyed it as well.
I've sucked up to you people enough. Just thank you so much for the incredible show. Congratulations on making this far. I know it took a lot of hard work, and just so you know, it is well appreciated. And I'll go subscribe to your Patreon as everyone.
No.
So hold on. He's doing fine.
Yeah, look into the Commandant level if you want to come on again. All right. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. All right.
That's my time as well.
That's it for Ryan as well. Ryan, go to sleep.
Thank you, by the way. We'll just say if you're out of here, we always do a thing at the end. You are not an auxiliary host.
What was the thing where you make fun of me and
I made fun of your shirt because the option was there. It wasn't that it was bad.
It's a nice shirt. People like this shirt.
Again, it wasn't about the shirt. It was that it reminded me of the Beach Boys in the 60s. That's it.
Everyone should realize that.
I can't wear boots. I can't wear functional boots around you. I can't wear a nice shirt around you.
About 8 hours ago, Ryan texted us and said, "I'm really, really sick," and we was like, "Oh shit!"
No,
so
I'm
the fact that you came on, thank you very much.
I'm gonna say, like Ryan, he's not an auxiliary host. He's not another person. He's part of this family, and you are not, tertiary. You're on when you are because of the schedules, because of everybody's got to do, and you have legacy here, just like all the rest of us, and we appreciate you, and I love you very much. I realized I was like, oh, you're totally my little brother.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for saying.
And I'm cool with it.
That is how
all right,
I feel.
Please go take care of yourself.
Go to sleep.
Putting up with me.
Bye, Ryan.
All right, love you both. Love Ron and Gordon too. Love everyone.
I love you too. Good night, Ryan.
Goodbye.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Ron, they're calling you Watu in the chat room.
Watu? Yeah. Can we stick around? Because I think there's somebody else here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, there is.
The door?
What?
Oh.
Look who it is.
Even on the Love Fest, huh?
Eliopoulos.
He's the best.
Love Train.
It's the best guy.
Boy.
I don't think it would be a true iFanboy celebration without Mr. Eliopoulos.
Well, I have a surprise for you. I figured since you're all finally three together, now I know this is probably going to get a podcast where it's not visual, but look what I found in the archive.
Oh, the original art.
The uncrossed out.
No, that's not the crossed out one, is it?
Oh, okay.
No. The crossed out
I have the crossed out
That's
one.
Awesome.
I definitely. Yeah.
So, but I don't. It's sort of like Sophie's choice. I don't know who to give this to.
Well,
should I cut it up and just give you each your individual?
You should cut it up and give us random.
Who was the most recent one to travel to go see you?
Gordon.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was Josh.
Yeah. Oh,
Josh came. I was up in the Boston area for Comic-Con and
brought the family.
Yeah, we had a ball. There was nobody else in the show, but the four of us. But it was a great show.
Help pass the time.
It was funny. I will just say this, Josh. Right. So the whole concept of the Comic-Con, it was wonderful. I love the idea that
it was the
everybody's
quiet con, right?
Quiet. Everybody's for sensory overload. They keep everything down, and then they had a heavy metal band playing as loud as they possibly could in the center of the hall. It totally defeated the purpose. But
that's great.
All day long, they were just playing headbanging thrash metal on stage.
I'm bummed I missed this one actually. So we actually.
Anybody else happy that Chris wore his Mike Francesa glasses today?
Dude, I'm getting old. The gray hair is kicking in. It's just, dude.
So we just had a comment in the chat room, Chris, that I want to bring to your attention to see if we can pull some strings. Overcommitter in the chat said, "I Am iFanboy needs to be published." So can we talk to Mr. Meltzer and see if the iFanboy story gets the
what do we need him
the
for?
IM treatment?
I'll just do it myself. I mean, I do all the work. He just kind of phones it in, and
he just comes in like Stan and writes a bunch of stuff on the pages afterwards.
I know. I'm the Kirby of this generation. I do all the work.
We've been trying to get that to take off. We say it every week.
You should make it a t-shirt.
I just wanted. I've inundated Chris with text over the years about this, but I have several of the IM books for my kids, and we have IM Walt Disney, we have IM Superman, we have a whole bunch of them, and every time we read them, I go, Kid, my friend drew this, and they just look at me like I'm German. They're just like so, and they're just like what?
Germans. I've had that experience so many times. I've been like, my friend wrote this, or I was like, this is me in this book, and like,
actually, though, Chris, the last time it happened, though, we read the book, and I said, remember that guy we met at Epcot? And then that they remembered.
Yeah, but they can never put it together. I see that it happens all the time with parents. Like even at New York Comic Con last week, parents would bring their kids up and be like, "This is the guy that draws those books," and they just.
Does it change if they see you drawing it?
No.
If they watch you doing the art?
Synapses just don't connect. There's just don't get it.
The phones have killed their brains.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean they're even little kids. They're like 8, 9. And they don't understand that it's being done by somebody. It appears like magic. So
that's actually one of my common interview questions is people who become creators. Like, what was the point where you sort of aware these are people doing this and this is a thing I can do? Because it's a real moment, and then
I'm actually working on something, but it's mine was Peanuts. I used to love the little faucet pocket books that the Peanuts used to have. My uncle owned a book warehouse, and I used to go there, and they would bring me on weekends to work, which is really totally unsafe. You have all these machines going and everything, cherry pickers and everything going crazy, and they bring in an 8-year-old and they throw them into the middle of the warehouse. So they would put me in these giant metal bins where they had these one-off books, and I would read the books. And I found, probably behind me right back there somewhere, was a book on Peanuts and Charles Schulz, and it had pictures of him working on the strip. And that's when the light bulb went on, and I said, oh my God, this is like somebody making somebody's doing it, and I could do it someday. So that's the light bulb that went on for me. But for me, everything comes back to Peanuts. So unfortunately,
what's this is only vaguely related, but one of my big sort of moments is when I was 10 or 11. I went to my local comic shop in Maine, looking for something to read because I was going camping, and they sold me the Essential Calvin and Hobbes book, which I still have downstairs. My kids have both read through it; they love it because it's fucking perfect and special and wonderful. And in it is, I think there's a Charles Schulz foreword, and this always makes me think of you, Chris, because I know you're a Schulz fanatic. But he'd mentioned that Watterson always drew little dinner roll feet on Calvin, and that it stuck to me this day. And you have that quality, when you draw your characters, they'll have those little dinner roll feet or whatever the version of it is. But that was that was a huge moment for me to understand oh, that's what cartooning is, in a way. And you're the most pure cartoonist person I know, so I relate you to that.
No, if you knew my life, I'm not pure at all. Ask Ron. Actually, who came to my house that night? I know Augie came, but Connor, you were there, and we went into an Irish pub, didn't we?
We did go to an Irish pub.
We got didn't we?
Somebody else. It had to be either Ron or Josh. Someone had to give me a ride there.
I think
it wasn't me.
It wasn't you, Josh. You sure?
No, I had wings.
I think it was Ron.
Guys, but it was the middle of the day.
Yeah, we went to the pub. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, I did say my wife was like,
"Oh, that was right." Kanagi was there.
Yeah. I did say to my wife I was doing this on a Friday night at 10 o'clock, and she's like, "Who would you possibly do this with?" And I'm like, "Do you remember the guy from Comic-Con and Mr. Wee?" Now, the Mr. Wee thing is, so when the Wii first came out, my kids were little, we could not get it anywhere. There was nowhere around, and Ron was a doll and was up in Connecticut. Is that right?
I lived in Connecticut at the time. Yeah.
And you found one and you bought it. and you drove it to my house. So you are forever Mr. Wee.
I
Even though
love
we
it.
saw you in Disney like last year with Gordon.
Yep.
You were still Mr. Wee. So,
We are so old.
I know.
Kids are like full-fledged adults now.
When did the show start? What year did you start?
Which version?
The audio
original
podcast started. The audio podcast. So iFanboy started in 01. The audio podcast started in 05. And then we started video in 06.
06 was the
07.
first like the
January
pilot
7.
one.
Right.
And then
Yeah, well, the San Diego. We did the San Diego.
Yeah, the
06
pilot that
first.
wasn't. Yeah, the pilot
the
was 6.
The podcast was
05.
05.
Yeah,
October
so 20,
05,
it's our
yeah.
20th year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, my kids are now 26.
Jeez. Not only are they 26, but your kid is like a hero.
Yeah,
Dude.
Your kid is like saves people's lives and shit.
Oh, it's
and
both of them.
and 20 years later, we're like, let's talk about these comic books. I can't believe what Superman's doing.
I did the same thing. One kid is an addictions counselor, so he's saving people from addiction, right? The other one is he is in charge of all the Montefiore. Do you know Montefiore? It's all the Bronx and all the hospital systems. He's in charge of the ORs. He keeps them the safety and security. Then he's also a volunteer EMT and a volunteer firefighter. This 2 days ago, he was in a fire so bad the fire blew him out the front door.
Like a backdraft.
Yeah, 10 of his fellow guys went to the hospital because they got burns and injuries. He literally said he was hauling people out of the building.
Oh my god!
And I'm like, I'm gonna go draw some pictures now, some funny little pictures. Save the world drawing pictures. So yeah,
Were they like this as little.
Well, you know
kids?
what? You did
Or
something
were
right.
like,
you did something right
surprised?
raising them.
It's not me. I didn't do anything because I tried to get them into comics. But
Yeah, that's abusive.
well, yeah, you know what it is? Like, right? I'm sure your kids are all like not interested in comics in the slightest because whatever your father's into, you just can't be into. But my kids had it all. They grew up just in the right time, just when they were old enough. The Marvel movies came out, and Marvel was really good in the beginning. They would bring us to a screening like 2 weeks before the movie came out. We would all the Marvel employees would be in this big giant theater.
Remember, we were at the Thor screening, Chris. I remember seeing you there, Connor. We went to the Thor one at the.
I was there.
Was that the Zig? Was that Josh? Was that the Ziegfeld?
It wasn't.
Yeah, they did the
I was
Ziegfeld
living here with Thor came out.
We sat behind Walt.
We sat behind Walt and
Larry Lieber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody else. But I was like,
Yeah.
oh my god.
No, the screening I went to, they did a trivia, and I knew all the questions and no one else did, so I won a little like Thor hammer that was a squeezy because they were like, "Who did this?" And I went,
All right.
like no one else was answering.
Yeah.
Funny.
I do want to answer at least a couple emails from people because they did
okay.
write in and Chris, since you did the Beatles book, We Are the Beatles.
Yeah.
We had 2 Beatles related questions. One is from Tom C from Newcastle upon Tyne in England. Name your favorite 3 Beatles albums.
Oh, Abbey Road, Rubber Soul, and Revolver.
Abbey Road, Rubber Soul.
I would say Abbey Road for sure. That would be there.
I think Rubber Soul. No,
I vacillate between Rubber Soul and Revolver because I kind of put them together in my head.
I know they're like
I
they're
like
two
one
halves.
more than
They're
the
very
other.
close.
But that's when they really clicked it into high gear. They kind of broke out of that little early 60s.
I think I like
same sounding
Revolver
music.
more. I would go Abbey Road, Rubber Soul, and then Beatles for Sale.
Oh,
Beatles for Sale is great because everybody who is like I don't know if they still do this anymore, but back we'd be like, oh, the later Beatles stuff is better, and I was like, no, the early Beatles stuff is the catchiest pop music you will ever listen to.
Josh and I spent a wonderful day in his apartment in Queens playing Beatles Rock Band from start to finish. We started in the morning. His wife left and went somewhere. She was gone for many hours, and she came back, and we hadn't moved. And we were still. And
Well, you moved to the music.
We hadn't moved an inch from where we were.
We went. I remember another great night where Ron and I, with Ryan and Alex Segura, we played Beatles Rock Band with like late into the night and the best time.
But that was the one where we were like, the early stuff's so fun to fake play.
Absolutely, yeah.
I would go Abbey Road, Revolver, and I'm in the minority here, but I'm a huge Let It Be fan. I love that record. I love Two of Us, Josh. I love, I Got a Feeling. I know that is such a fraught time in the Beatles, lifespan or whatever, and that recording and the Peter Jackson thing, stuff like that. But I could listen to that record over and over again. I love that record. So
notice nobody said Pepper, huh?
Well, I was going to say Pepper and Revolver and.
If you asked me like 20 years ago, I would have said Pepper. I feel like I grew out of Pepper. So.
All right. Ron's so cool, everybody.
No, but I mean, Sgt. Pepper's was the first CD I ever bought in 1987. 20 on the I'll never forget it because my uncle told me it was 20 years ago today. Sgt. Pepper taught the band to play, and it was 20 years from when Sgt. Pepper's came out. I went to the record store and bought the CD, and it was the first CD I ever bought.
Chris, we were reviewing the Beatles documentary, that wonderful Beatles documentary, Get Back, and Josh and Ron were both ripping on Paul the whole time, and I love Paul, and I was like, what is your guys' problem? And we discovered that it was because they're both too much like Paul. They see themselves in Paul, and it makes them uncomfortable. At least Ron said that on the show.
I said that?
Yeah, you did.
I do see you being a Paul. I'm a George.
I thought Paul brought the musicality and sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, John would have been like a eccentric and out in left field and putting out albums that were sort of like only.
Paul kept them on track and kept them moving.
But they would be out. He'd be playing in little clubs like that Ron goes to all the time to go watch bands. That you go like there's 50 people in the audience. Like that's what John would be doing. George would be like sort of doing a session musician thing. I think Paul really brought the musicality and kind of tamed John and brought him into that little.
I will say
Connor, you're Paul.
I'm not Paul. We discussed
this group. You are Paul. Listen, I have an evolving understanding of.
I'm still alive
over time. So when I was younger, you're stupid when you're young, and you're more like, oh yeah, well he's not the cool one. And like the thing about him is he's not cool, but you need that there because he's really good, and he just has an inherent understanding of what's great, and there's nothing fake about him. He's so sincere. It's uncool, but also it's cool.
One of the best moments of my life was we went and saw Paul at Dodger Stadium, the first show back after he played there in the 60s. The Beatles played there in the 60s, and then it was a great show. And then Ringo came out for the encore, and it was like I melted into a puddle because this was as close as you'd ever get.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have a second Beatles email. Let's get to that one.
Oh, okay.
This one is a bit more comics related. Jack H. He wants Josh to read this in his Cockney accent, but the Beatles aren't Cockney.
I don't want to do that.
I'm nixing that. Which Beatle would get along best with each member of the Fantastic Four?
Oh, wow.
I feel George and Ben would get on like a house on fire.
They're at the wedding, though, right? I mean,
which Beatle would get along best with each member of the Fantastic Four?
Does it have to be like? Do they have to?
I feel like John and Reed would get John would get really high and talk to Reed about the secrets of the universe and.
Yeah, they're sort of the outliers. They're the ones all the way out there.
Right, but do you think
Paul
Reed
is Sue, keeps the family together.
Do you think Reed would tolerate John? Wouldn't Reed just be like?
I did have that thought.
Right, like isn't John too far out? Isn't Reed a little more straight-laced than John?
It would depend if John, and I don't know this, really, really was very, very intelligent, or it's a put-on.
Everyone said he was.
I would imagine.
Everyone said he was the smartest and funniest guy in the room, no matter what room he was in.
But he also kind of would hypothesize things, right? What if the world is all about blah, blah, blah?
Right?
And then Reed would be like, well, let me think about that one and put it into scientific context. So I think it would challenge him a little bit. Paul is Sue.
Just imagine if the
there it is.
Well, if
you couldn't do it.
Cockney.
I love how he said, "I'm not going to do it."
I said I wasn't going to do it in Cockney. That's wrong.
Okay.
It's a Scouser.
I will say I loved watching Get Back, and I loved watching the documentary and stuff like that, just to see the how fast on his feet of a thinker John was, and the wordplay, and just the how he was able to, like, he was a fast thinker. It was just amazing. Just
and he was high all the time. Look at him. I mean, he was like he was.
I think Johnny
on heroin
and
or whatever. He was.
Johnny and John are the ones who would.
Second, Johnny and Ringo would go off and do something.
But Johnny's a rock star, and John Lennon was a rock star. If you think about him in his
Johnny thinks
his
he's a
LA
rock star.
period, but John also had hangers on. So Johnny Storm would be his like.
So would it be Ringo and Ben going off and doing something?
I think Ringo and Ben would, because they're both sort of working class, like no nonsense dudes. I think
See,
they'd
I think
get
Ben
along.
and George are the quiet ones. They would sort of just misery, sitting around at a bar having a glass of.
Talk about not
whatever.
wanting to go on a boat.
That was still that's my favorite part of that entire documentary, when they're talking about like, well, what if we took all the fans on a cruise and then we're out there with them, and we do our show and we're mingling with them. He's like, I don't want to be stuck on the boat for 2 weeks with these people.
Yeah.
And I was like, yes.
So
I haven't done it in a while. It's rusty. I'm
with
sorry.
me on the show is 1, 2, 3, 4 dads. Because Gordon is there. If everyone, you can't see him if you're listening, but he's here. Like Hank Kingsley.
Check in, Gordon.
Check.
All right, Gordon, your time to shine.
Tyler F writes and says, question mostly for the dads. Ever since my daughter was born, certain stories hit different or carry more meaning. For example, I cannot watch The Wild Robot without crying. Are there any properties, comics in particular, that hit you differently post-parenthood?
Can I just, I'm going to just say, when I watched Moana the first time with Josephine, I cried through the whole movie. Yeah, I mean, it's not even like a sad movie. It's just like a father-daughter movie. And I was just like...
It gotcha.
Yeah, it was a
Gotcha.
basket case.
Yeah.
I mean,
Guys, what has changed?
specifically,
Preacher?
I did go see Wild Robot with my older son, who has no emotions. But that movie's not even just about being a father. There's a lot there about being a father of a special needs kid. That's sort of part of it. And I was the entire time just like, I was exhausted by the end of it. That one really got me.
Is that considered a comics property?
No, it could be
Is
anything.
animation?
It could be anything.
Okay.
No, any. Just any.
It says comics in particular, but if there's something
to be animation.
Yeah. But Josh, Preacher changed for you, didn't it? The whole speech about raising a good son and everything.
I have a lot of father issues, so that kind of hit the same way. It just changes it around a little bit.
Don't we all have fathers issues?
Yeah, no
Father
kidding.
issues?
I mean, I have a specific thing that I remember is that I was in the hospital after Oliver was born, and it was somewhat traumatic. And I came back to the room, and Dances with Wolves was on the TV, and it was the scene where they had killed all the buffalo, and then there was just like one baby buffalo standing there,
buffalo,
like nervous,
yeah.
and I fucking lost it. It's like that sad, lonely buffalo.
It lost its family.
Yeah, it's kind of everything now.
Ron, what about you? Anything that hits you different?
Adolescence was a tough pill to swallow. Watching that on Netflix, watching that first episode, I was just like, oh, that in the last episode, that was, and my wife tapped out after the first episode because it's just like, oh, things like that. Anything tragic happens to kids, like it they used to just fly right over me, and now it just gets me in the gut. But nothing got me like Moana over here.
I do want to say though, Josephine is a cheerleader and has not watched Bring It On yet. So
what are you doing?
I know. I was like, oh, we're gonna watch Bring It On, and it's gonna be brought in.
Anything, Chris?
It's weird. Yes, I mean, there's the thing about, I guess it's the father issues. Fathers being proud of their kids in films, like they never get that approval. Like I think of Dennis Quaid in the Rookie. Is that the name of the?
Yeah.
What was the name? Right.
When he calls his dad about making the show.
Yeah, and and then he shows up at the end, and he's there at the end of the game, and he's just like all proud of him, and I was like, God damn! I did a Josh. I just started to like hyperventilate. You just sort of. That's I think the moments. It just
baseball.
It'll sneak up on you.
Yeah.
So when I was working in TV, we were we'd have downtime between shows, and on the TV I put on whatever movie channel, and Field of Dreams was playing, and there was a bunch of it was me and a bunch of older TV writers who clearly had their own dad issues. They were working in TV, and at the end when he goes, "Dad, you want to have a catch?" and his voice catches in that moment, and so all 5 of us just started weeping, and they just just like spontaneously, just like, and then we all looked at each other, and we were just like, yep, and then it just there's something about that, but that's slightly different. That's still good.
Can I tell you an embarrassing story though?
Absolutely.
Please.
Yeah, please.
Which is comics related. So I did a very unknown 6-page story in Spider-Man Family. It was out of continuity. It was basically the Puppet Master and this little kid who likes playing with his action figures. And these bullies come and they take him and they throw him in this like lake in like Central Park. And the poor kid is destroyed. Puppet Master creates like this Spider-Man action figure for him that actually functions like the real Spider-Man, and he has it, and they're like playing together. He's making all of the, with great power must come great, whatever, like all the little sayings. And that was the one I used at the end. But the bullies come back, and he's like, I've got the Spider-Man now. He's going to fight back the bullies. And Spider-Man says, no, with great power, there must also come great responsibility. And he kind of let the bullies go. And like, as I was writing it, I was like, because it was just like that moment in my head where it was sort of like, it was real, like all that shit I learned as a kid, that you ingest, and it just came out through that, which I guess is what's great about this kind of medium is that, you breathe it in and then you expel it years later and not realize where you got it.
Chris, sorry, go ahead. No,
I was thinking, I just saw this clip on Instagram with Stuart Lee was talking about how, he said his morality was pretty much formed what is right and wrong from comic books, from superhero comic books and Marvel and DC. And I was like, oh my God, that's totally true. Like my morality of what is right or wrong and what you should do, which is, I mean, to me, that is the most important thing I have in raising my kid. I have 2 boys. I think it's really important for boys to be good guys, to be good men, to, and all of that is just fucking Spider-Man and Superman. Like that's where it comes from. And there's, forever, we heard like, oh, comics are childish or whatever. And that's before all the Marvel movies. But there's this beautiful morality that came from all of these working class New York City Jewish people, that we all, many of us sort of adopted, and I'm sort of surprised by how many people sort of miss the point of all that, but it has to be at the center. And I think we talk about this a lot on the show because Connor and I are reverting to liking an older kind of comic. We're coming to appreciate how they used to be. And so much of that is that morality is like, you want a Superman story or a Captain America story to be about just one really great person doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do. That to me is parenting. That's
few and far between these.
Yeah.
Chris, I forgot to bring this up when you came on the show, but Chris is a 2-time POW recipient as a writer and artist. But
what's a POW? What is
pick
POW?
of the week? Pick of the week.
Oh God! Don't say it on our 1000th pick of the week show.
What is this show?
The whole thing we do here.
I don't know acronyms to save my life, man.
But Ron and I were talking before the show, and I'm an asshole here because we have a spreadsheet that tracks all the picks. It only tracks the writer and the artist, and I should track everybody. But you probably have the most if we actually went in and looked at the entire team. We're fairly certain you probably have the most picks of the week, creative team wise.
Well, we came up together. Like I hit my stride in the early 2000s through, towards I guess almost the late teens. I was like lettering everything. Like I just came into it, and
all the Bendis books that we've picked and all those things, and
all the big crossovers, all the big.
Yep.
A couple of weeks ago on the show, and I wasn't kidding. I was saying that, when we first started, only the writers and the artists and got the cover treatment name drop, and then they added the colorist. But I was saying justice for the letters. Why aren't the letters on the cover? I mean, it's just one person left on the team, and they're not on there. And I feel like
part of it is that he's making all of the letters at Marvel keep his VC on there, so it's too long. Because it's the self-aggrandizement.
Look, it used to be worse. Remember, Richard used to have it was Richard Starking's Comic Crafts, so and so. It just took up everything. You're lucky I kept it down to VCs. But you know what? I'm a mixed opinion on this one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the reason people's names are put on the covers to sell books. I don't think there are many people going out of their way to buy a book because they go, "Oh my God, John Workman lettered this thing," or Chris lettered this thing, or whatever.
I mean, there's 5 of us.
I know. I would be like, Augie would be out there every week doing that. But
I just think you should honor the whole team. If you're honoring everybody but one person,
but he's making
everyone else. I understand what he's saying. I'm just saying,
yeah.
For me, the whole team but one is being honored. If I was that one person, I'd be like, "Come on."
I will say this. So, I think, and also the other thing is,
it's bad lettering. We all see it. It ruins a book,
right? And what happens is that the thought process, especially within the industry, that lettering is just another form of production now. I catch it with all the editors. They feel it's just a sort of step up from production and not part of the creative staff. I knew I'm gonna say something, and it's not sour grapes because I don't really care. Although it's about wine, so maybe it's not sour grapes. We did the book Civil War back in the day, right? It was a
sounds
big
familiar.
thing.
Sounds familiar.
A little indie book,
A small indie book
And
that
so
Marvel's still chasing 20 years later.
And so I remember at the New York Comic Con, they had a series of wine bottles customized with the Civil War covers, individually with the names of all the creative staff, and it went to everybody but me. And I realized, oh, I am stepped down now.
But it's an art.
No,
you know that.
It reminds me of coming off of many years of not only working on the comics but also working on the movies over at Marvel Studios. Is that and in film you have above the line and below the line, right? And above the line is the director and the stars, and below the line is the writer, hair and makeup, and all that sort of stuff, right? And so and so letters are below the line, and it's
I actually have seen. I've been shocked to see it. Every once in a while, you'll see in a book the letterer down with like the editor out of the box and down amongst the editorial staff, and I'm shocked in 2025 to see that. It's not a Marvel DC thing, but I've seen it in other books.
But yes, I think they should definitely be considered part of the creative staff, and
it is true. Like
you could do it smaller on the cover on the bottom.
It's I mean, you could any of you guys could sneak it in there. I mean, no one else even knows how to use
the S&P is everywhere now. Standards of practice looks for everything.
I think we should get another opinion on this topic from someone else who works in the industry.
Are you kicking me out now?
Jeez, you're gonna bring me in on this one?
Come on, Jim. Let's go,
Artie. Mr. Formerly of Marvel Comics, now of Image Comics, Jim Viscardi. Where does the letterer go on the cover?
And don't say anything because I'm here.
No, I mean, look, I would say.
And you're speaking for Kirkman here, right?
Yeah, you're speaking for
speaking on behalf of Kirkman.
Yeah, I'm speaking. Yeah, that's right.
Where do you stand on letterers, sir?
You know me. I love letterers.
On their backs.
Oh yeah.
Depends on when the deadline is.
Yeah.
What I like about this is that Jim's been hanging out backstage watching the show and had no idea I was going to pull him in at this moment. And so I threw him into the pool.
Deer in the headlights.
Welcome to the show, Jim. Thanks for joining.
Hello.
Well, Chris, thanks for coming.
All right, guys.
It was really fun. We appreciate it. Jim. Chris has been with us since the very beginning. The very, very first time I ever missed a show, I hadn't missed a video or audio show, was the time we went to his house and shot a whole show about Chris and lettering, and I was too hungover to go. And that was the very first show I ever missed. And so Chris had a fake feud going for a while.
Before Chris goes, I do want to ask him when we came up to you 20 years ago, bright-eyed, and said, "Hey, Mr. Eliopoulos, we want to talk to you about lettering."
No, I think it was Mr. Eliopoulos. Be real.
For in all seriousness, though, I mean, we were very excited to talk to you and very thankful you gave us your time. But like,
you guys are good dudes, man. I mean,
good. I'm glad to hear.
Came across immediately. I'm sure I probably even heard your show before we met. So
yeah,
I love you guys.
Thanks for coming, Chris. We were so happy.
It's back. It goes back that way.
Yeah.
Well, after we're done, anybody who wants to decide who gets this, you let me know.
Chris, you just send it to me. It's fine. I'll take it. It's
Jim's
fine.
a neutral party.
He'll put it in his iFanboy room.
Jim, you probably had You went to.
Oh no, I've got it. Hold on, I think I've got it here.
There's a couple of things. Oh, there you go.
Yep.
I was brought on to do a wedding for a Marvel executive. I'm going to keep it very quiet because I don't want to throw them out. And they asked me to
Ike Perlmutter,
of course, to draw all of the people at
everyone's blindfolded at the
wedding. So I sat and drew people at the wedding.
That's
was
awesome.
my wife a photographer at that wedding?
I don't think so.
Okay.
All right.
No.
All right, Chris.
Thanks, guys.
Chris,
appreciate it.
Thanks for giving us your time on a Friday night. Appreciate it. Thank your wife for us. And
drinks are on me next time.
We'll see you at Disney.
Later, bub.
See you, buddy.
I feel a little bad because we've done like 5 questions. And
I don't know how you thought this was gonna go.
I don't know, but people wrote in a lot more than we've ever gotten, and I feel really bad. So let's do a couple. Jim is here. Jim Viscardi, one of our favorite fill-in hosts.
I just need to say this is a big moment for me because I've only ever done the show with Josh and Ryan, and I've never done.
No. You came on during the pandemic. We were on it together. You came on when that week where Marvel, when they announced they weren't doing comics.
Oh right. Okay, but that
Well, you're
doesn't
the guy
count.
who
I meant
drinks the most
true
and
co-host
remembers the
capacity.
most.
That was like I came in to answer.
Why do you think I do? Scotch, it boosts the memory.
Just what
folds.
it like pickles it into a state of
Yeah. No, because I keep all the records. So I'm constantly looking up things, and I know that Jim came on during the pandemic when comics weren't being published. We spent
records, blackmail files. You're like Batman. You're like, I've got this because of the memories. But
I'm like J. Edgar Hoover. I got files with everybody. That's what people
He's
call
joking.
Amazing in Garters.
You think he's kidding?
So, but Jim came on. We answered like 35 panicked emails from people thinking comics were going to go away during the pandemic, and
I remember that.
Yeah, that was fun. Those crazy days when Gordon and I would start drinking at noon. We did. Gordon would get on Zoom and make cocktails. So
normally it's 3. So
yeah. Well,
Connor, I know you're dying to get to a question. I just need to say something first.
Go for it.
One, congratulations.
By the way, we missed having you on the show.
Wait, hang on. It looks like he has a prepared statement, evereverone. So let's step back.
I do want to say that we missed having you on the show. I know you had to stop because you went to Image, but you're one of our favorite guests that comes on, and the fans love you, and we just appreciate you.
Here's the thing. I just saw a comment that said Josh is reading Moon Knight, and I'm going to take that as a.
He's not reading Moon Knight. I'm reading Moon Knight.
Oh, you're reading Moon Knight.
I've been reading Moon Knight the whole time. My Josh has never touched an issue of Moon Knight.
Not true. I tried.
That's true. You like that Jason Burrows run.
I like
anytime. Anytime I was on
Max
the show,
Bemis,
on the
Max
list.
Bemis, Jason Burrows. Yeah.
I would not have what I do now without the 3 of you, and it is one of those things where you guys are a part of that story. I tell it every time I am asked, how did I break in or whatever. None of this happens without the 3 of you ignoring an email I sent and then getting back to me what felt like an eternity later to basically kind of help basically get my start. And so
was this ignoring or just
we had a backlog?
Response.
We used to have the answer every email policy, and then it started to be like 9 months, 10 months. We're like, all right, this has to stop.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was a kid looking for an internship. You had just interviewed Jim McCann, who was, I guess, already out on his way out the door when
at
I
Marvel.
started.
This was a Marvel PR.
Yeah, at Marvel. Yeah, Marvel PR, and so that got me in the door. I interviewed with Arun and then Dave Gabriel, and the rest is history. So, thanks, guys.
Well,
you're welcome.
We're happy.
Thank God it went to somebody who wasn't a piece of shit.
Okay, Jesus.
No, I mean, like, he's a great guy. He's good at the job. Like,
Yeah.
like
Would you like to name who the piece of shit is?
No. But in all seriousness, that's part of the. And I was saying this. We were texting. Gordon and I were texting with Mike Romo actually earlier. And it's like, in 20 years is a very long time, but we have established this very nice, really bizarre found family.
Well, that was the whole opening
which,
video before the show came on was sort of showing that this family we've created over the years.
Yeah, and Jim, you're 100% part of that. I mean, like, you're like the little brother I never had. You know what I mean? Like, we, between our pasta dinners over the years and all this stuff, and like, and talking about the industry and doing all this great stuff, and it's it's like making that connection and finding a kid from Long Island who's into comics and like it just all kind of works, and being able to help you open doors and help you get to the career that you wanted through whatever connections we had is just part of why we did it, and so it's like, it's awesome, and so we love you and we're happy that you're part of the family. So yeah.
Well, with that being said, let's do a gotcha question for Ron.
No, I was literally going to be like, with that, I'm going to get up and go get a drink because I'm parched.
Mark, well, do this question, then you can get a drink. Mark H from Chicago, Illinois. He says, I've been thinking about this question since summer of 2017. I used to fly between Chicago and New York City during the summer for work and would listen to old iFanboy episodes while on the plane. I remembered hearing this one statement, and I've been meaning to ask you about it for years. In iFanboy Pick of the Week 239 from June 2010, Mike from the UK asks, quote, with the current trend of filmmakers buying up every comic property under the sun, and quite a few of them are turning out pretty well, I'm curious to know what you think would be the worst possible comic book property for someone to try and make a movie from. And saying the century is a cheap get out and isn't allowed. After some conversation, Ron exclaims, quote, oh, I got it. I totally got it. Deadpool. And then he says, I'm not even like, this is my Deadpool bias aside. It's not going to make a good movie. that's going to attract. It's going to be a flop. It's going to be such a flop. So the question is, how does iFanboy feel about this prediction 15 years and 3 Deadpool movies later? Which we, by the way, Ron and I both enjoyed. We did podcasts about them.
Yeah. Listen, we're not perfect. we never.
You want to start shit we got wrong? Because
I know.
You just
also
to find one.
Also, I don't want to pull. It's 20 years. I could pull the curtain behind. And Jim, you'll appreciate. Nice, we had our first spin. I'll pull the curtain behind, and Jim, you'll appreciate this.
Spit scotch all over my keyboard.
Part of at least my approach to podcasting over these past 20 years, I learned from pro wrestling. Everybody.
Yeah, that's clear.
Sometimes we say shit just to get you guys to react to it.
That's it. You got to. Sometimes you got to be the heel. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
One thing no one ever understood. I'm putting Josh into the category of no one. Is that when we would publish those top 5 lists on the website, it was to make you angry and to comment. And Josh would always be like, "Why are they angry?" I'm like, "It's the entire point. That means you're successful. The entire point is to get people to argue about the top 5 list." And he would always be like, "No, but this is the perfect list." Like, yeah, but that's not the point.
Listen, I mean, I'm safe to say that I, along with everyone, was surprised at Deadpool's success.
For sure. No one thought that this
okay,
would
but I also
I was
Reynolds'
surprised
career.
with Guardians of the Galaxy's success.
I mean, at the
think
time
Deadpool's
you
a bigger.
answered that question, if you were to like pick up a Deadpool book, it was dicey.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. At that
No,
time.
that's true.
If you're going to adapt the movie at that time in that way, it needed to go through whatever process. And like, honestly, who knew what Ryan Reynolds would bring to the table with it? You know,
Look, we live in a world where the Red Hulk made it into a movie. Okay. So
can you call that a movie?
Did it?
It was the least movie-like of those types of movies that I've seen. I was like, what is this?
You would have enjoyed that show. That was a good podcast. All right, Ron, go get another drink. That's fine. I won't got you while you're gone. Let's see here. Saving that one. Saving that one.
I'm switching chairs.
Okay, here's one for the reviewers in the house. Ilan P from Johannesburg, South Africa. He says, I've always appreciated how much you have always spoken about the craft of comics, but one thing I don't hear you talk very often about in your reviews is the quality of the dialogue. Comics are obviously a visual medium, but as a verbal thinker, I often have trouble getting to ones with bad dialogue, however you define bad. Especially not exclusively when it comes to stuff from the Bronze Age and earlier. On the flip side, great dialogue and narration even is a big part of why I love the likes of Alan Moore, Neil Gaiman, Peter David, Jan DeMatteis, and Garth Ennis. So my question is, how much does dialogue impact your enjoyment of a particular book, and who are some of your favorite and least favorite dialogue writers in comics? I would say that when we talk about the writing in a book, we're talking about the dialogue and the plot. We're not just talking about the plot. Mm-hmm. I'm not specific. I may not call it out, but that's what we're talking about when we say the writing was good. So I should take this down. I consider that just as much as anything else when I'm talking about dialogue.
I mean, you have to shout Bendis out for that.
Oh, absolutely.
He's already gotten a ton of praise already so far in the show. But I think in a way redefined dialogue in comics.
I think
he popularized the movie style dialogue where people were writing like it's a movie script and with the ums and the uhs and the pauses and the stutters and the things that never happened in comics before. He did that,
and he came in like Sorkin. And Mamet was his guy, right. and to me, and I don't. This isn't meant as any kind of an insult. To me, he's a little bit of the Kevin Smith of it, because when Kevin Smith first made movies, that dialogue sounded like things we would say, but was also elevated to just make it fun and musical. And this, the same thing with sort of all the 90s independent movies. I think that changed stuff. And Bendis to me is the comic book version of that. Yeah. And you're right. And then the problem with it is that we are still living with the after effects of hundreds of comic book writers who can't do it, but keep trying.
Yeah, for sure.
But, and then if you think about it, you're right. Because before that, comic book dialogue was characterized and defined by the fact that it was objectively terrible.
Right. It was pretty stilted.
Yeah. I mean, but that was a feature, not a bug.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mentioned on a recent show about that crime book, Josh, that you didn't like, the one that's set in Alaska. That I mentioned specifically the dialogue was really stilted. It read like it was translated from non-English and badly.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I was reading it.
Specifically, like 2 shows ago, we talked about the dialogue. Like it just we don't, I'm drunk.
Jim can't talk about that.
I know.
I'm sorry. I read the second issue.
It's fine. No, I mean, but like good dialogue works if it feels almost lyrical, right?
Yep.
And I think that's where there's like folks like Tom King. Like I think Tom King does a really great job at that, and no matter what
he does, but he does, I think, stylized dialogue.
Sure.
I wouldn't say it's not naturalistic, but it's lyrical.
Right. Yeah. No, like it's cinematic, but really, really good. It's one of those things where like like sometimes if it works, and you don't notice it. If it doesn't work, you really notice it, and there's lots of ways it can work. The thing about a comic book is that like in a movie, you kind of can't ignore it. Like if somebody just says some dumb words out loud, they say the loom of fate, let's shoot this motherfucker. Like there's no way around it.
Josh and I the only ones laughing at that in the theater.
That's true, but they didn't
at the press screening. We started laughing our heads off to the loom of fate, and no one else in the theater was doing that. And we're like, is no one else hearing this?
We were proven correct. But the point is, like in a comic book, there's all this other stuff that's going on around it that you can kind of gloss by that if a lot of other things are working.
But it doesn't mean we're not recognizing the dialogue or hearing it or talking about it. We are. Since everyone that's currently on the show except Gordon has given out a patron power, I thought this was a great time to do the patron power report for the year. Also, it's 11-2 Blue Jays right now.
That's crazy. I just saw, it's
unbelievable.
Alan in the chat just dropped that in. I did not expect that. So anyway.
Okay, so let me take
hang on. Down. You gotta take that banner down.
Yeah. So as we all know, the annual iFanboy Patron Power Report. Let me find my paper copy here. Is collated by the iFanboy Data Analytics Department down on the 7th floor. Chris is in charge of that department. They're always asking for
11-4.
More budget, but they just they can't get it. But this is the report for episodes 950 to 999, and let's do it. So, patron powers. These figures relate to iFanboy shows released 20 October 2024 to 19 October 2025. This is the 9th year of the patron powers program.
That's a lot of powers.
This past year, total number of powers bestowed in the year 50. Josh Flanagan 17 compared to 20 the year before. Conor Kilpatrick 19 compared to 18 the year before. Guest host Ryan Haupt 12 compared to 11 the year before. Guest host Paul Montgomery 1 compared to 0. And special guest power bestower Henry Flanagan gave out 1 power this year. Super Beans, apparently. I don't remember that, but
we were about to do it. I was about to go upstairs and to do the show, and it was and I was like, I don't have anything, and I sort of jokingly said, anybody got a superpower? And Henry's like, nah, he says something stupid, and then just as we're about to start, he sticks his head and he goes, Super Beans. And I asked him to explain it to me, and I was like, that's pretty good, and I used it.
So
is that why I have one less? Did he take it away from me to give it to Henry?
Yeah, it's Henry's.
That counts, though. It's in the corporation.
All-time powers bestowed from episode 550 to 999. 1,174 patron powers bestowed. Josh Flanagan, the most, 489. Connor, me, 484. Ryan Haupt, 90. Ron Richards, 81. Jim Viscardi coming in next with 13. Paul Montgomery, 9. Jim Ruskowski, 3. Eccentric benefactor Damian Sherman giving out 2. Special guest bestower Henry Flanagan, 1. And 1 power was a Josh Connor co-creation. In previous years, you were unable to recall the Josh and Connor co-creation power. This was episode 704, which bestowed a power on Matthew Glenn. Connor forgot the power he'd been planning to give out, which when Josh stepped in with the suggestion that Matthew's power is that he can remind people of things that they were going to say but forgot. For this reason, the power is granted a co-creator credit.
So here's the question. So as we're coming wait, there's more. There's charts. Okay, there we go. Great. Okay, cool.
He made a deck this year.
There you go.
Ryan,
so for our audio listeners, it's a bar graph of the data that Connor just read. So there's no new data. It's just a visual representation.
No, but there is new info.
The podcast is now turned into an earnings call.
There's meeting notes.
What is the EBITDA of iFanboy this year?
It's pretty bad.
Notice how we helped Jim get that one job, and now he's clearly past me.
Yeah, Josh's like EBITDA. This was the year Ryan overtook
something. I know I've used it.
Earnings before something tax. Anyway,
You know what? Let's put
I've had this much scotch. This was a full bottle when I started.
Let's drunkenly talk about
Let's do it.
financials.
Ryan overtook Ron in number of powers bestowed on February 16, 2025, when he bestowed on Patreon Will IV the power of causing any vehicle breaking local transport laws to suffer mechanical failure in mysterious and random fashion. At current rate of bestowing, it is probable that both Josh and Connor will cross 500 powers in the next year. So that's a lot. It's a lot of powers.
I mean, it's very likely.
This year, there was a decrease in the number of superhero names given at the same time as power. Sometimes we like to give people a name. With just 7 patrons receiving names as well as a power in 24-25. This represents the 14% of all those receiving a bestowed power in the last year. By the way, this guy's a doctor.
I've said it once already, and it can't be repeated enough.
He was in the chat room earlier. I think he's gone because he's asleep. This compares to 11 names bestowed in 2024, which was 22% of the total. In 23-24, Ryan gave out 3 names, Josh 2, Connor and Paul 1 apiece. Superhero names bestowed this year: Ryan gave out the Hangover Helper, Sticker Shock, and the Egg Master. Josh gave out the Nicknamer, the Expert, Connor the Ultimate Airbander, and Paul the Master Rapper with an W. So those are the names we gave out this year. Powers types bestowed. With fewer powers bestowed, it's harder to spot annual trends, but the following 4 power types all had 2 examples in the last year. Teleportation power, episode 967. Nick Drummer was granted the ability to physically swap places with any other Nick in the world. The power randomly swaps him with another Nick. There's no way of knowing which Nick he gets swapped with, but it seems
that sounds like me.
It seems that Nick Drummer can choose when to initiate the transference. That's powered by Josh. And Mike, in episode 977, Mike Durrett can travel via book. He can jump into one copy of a book and travel to another copy of the same book anywhere in the world. It's like a book wormhole power. Mike can choose which copy of the book he travels to. That's powered by me. Body abnormality. Episode 968, power bestowed on Chad. Each of his fingers is a different type of scissor. A kitchen scissor, a beard trim scissor, a pink shears, paper scissors, etc. Is powered by me.
Nightmare.
Analyst note: fingers transform
into Johnny Depp
and other objects is a classic patron power theme. In particular, it's a Connor thing. 8 out of 11 previous finger transformation powers were bestowed by Connor. That's weird. 972, Jack
finger thing.
Jack here has
Connor's reacting to this as if he didn't do this.
I didn't make this is not me. I didn't make this report.
No, he's talking about the power.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I mean. The power, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't realize I'm doing that. That's my thing. It's weird. Yeah, I'm realizing in real time. This is weird.
This is like therapy.
Power,
Episode 972. Jack.
We don't remember
has a marsupial pouch complete with a lactating nipple. I think we can all guess who this one was. Handy for storage as long as you don't mind your stuff covered with the breast milk. Connor pushed hard for a rotating cast of celebrity Joeys to take up residence in the pouch. Powered by Ryan. Who else is going to give that power? Analysts note this power rapidly descended into a frank discussion about unusual kangaroo genitalia and breeding practices.
Definitely Ryan.
Body transformation powers. Episode 955. Peter DePater can transmute his teeth into any one of other animals' teeth. He can use the power once per animal. The teeth are real size, so while this power will reform around his teeth, the weight of, say, a full set of elephant dentures could put a strain on other parts of his body. This is also a Ryan power. There was a whole diversion about which animals who don't have true teeth, and that's the whole thing. Episode 967, Noid Orari can transform himself into any adult male regular cast member of network sitcoms. Only those airing from 86 to 90. That's a Josh power.
There's no doubt about that one.
Weapon power. Dave D, when he makes a gun with his fingers, rubber bands shoot out of it. Type and style rubber bands can be variable. It's powered by Connor. Episode 990, Nicholas Kostecki shoots baked beans out of his fingers. I think we know what he's doing. These are regular beans in sauce, which might otherwise come out of a can. They are room temperature. There's probably a squishy sound when they're emitted. Any finger can be nominated as the barrel of the bean gun, and it's capable of single shots or machine gun-like effect. Accuracy estimated to 15 to 20 feet, and bean velocity sufficient to inflict light damage but not to kill. That's Henry, age 11.
Technically, that's a collaboration between Henry and I at that point with that level of detail, but
there's a lot.
Whatever. Idea. He gets songwriting credit.
I'm not going to go through all these. Normally I would, but we don't want to take up all of Jim's time. But there was a lot of what power types total throughout the years: linguistic powers, body transformation powers, light-based powers, media powers, body abnormalities, vision powers, electromagnetic, electronic powers, mental powers, body morphing powers, hot food-based powers. That's the number one power, by the way.
Like hot food-based powers,
well,
and cold food-based powers. There should be a distinction between food-based. Yeah.
Special Project 2. Episode 1000, hats off to the patrons. Most popular powered patron names. Number 6, Daniel or Dan. Number 5, David or Dave. 4, Matthew or Matt. 3, James, Jamie, Jameson, Jim.
Can we just put this up for download?
2, Christopher, Chris. We're going to put it on the Patreon page. Christopher, Chris, and 1, Michael, Mike, or Mick. Is Mick a Mike? I guess it is.
So white guys.
I think that's the Patron Power Report.
So here we are. So it's 2025. We're almost at 10 years of being on Patreon and 10 years of doing Patron Powers.
Yep.
Do you regret that decision?
In no way ever.
Okay.
My favorite part of the show.
Are you tired of coming up with Patron Powers?
No.
No, but it is difficult.
It is hard.
It's hard. You were the master of it when we first started. You had the best ones. But you stopped after about 80. Josh and I have done 500.
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah, but people still talk about Tiny Palpatine.
And
who was Tiny Palpatine? Who was that?
I thought it was you.
Was that me?
It was you. Mine was like you can smell what the rock is cooking. That was my favorite one. Josh, this is the perfect segue that oh, now we're
I got Josh. We lost Josh.
I got Josh. We lost him.
Jim, isn't this a great way to spend a Friday night? You could be with your wife.
Simple.
You could be, you could be watching wrestling. You could be, I don't know. What do you do in your spare time? What are your hobbies, Jim?
What hobbies?
Josh, this is perfect
Comics.
timing because you have the patron pick. Unless you want to give it to Gordon, who's never done it before. Taylor Tobeck is our patron that we're honoring. So if you're a patron at $5 or higher level, you get a Patron Power live on the show, like people just talked about, like Taylor Tobeck, who's about to get one.
I mean,
Josh,
if I'm
or Gordon do it, what do you want to do? Or Jim?
He's got experience with this, and now he has to do the thing where you think of it immediately and talk.
I've got a perfect one.
There he is.
Okay, Jim's got it. Jim's stepping up to the plate. Go for it.
Taylor, if he ever plays the paper football game, straight down the middle every time. Perfect aim.
Perfect paper football kicker.
Perfect aim at paper football.
Perfect
What happens if
paper football kicker?
What happens if he's playing wiffle ball? Is it only paper football?
He is shit out of luck. Only paper football.
Okay, just to be clear.
No matter the distance. What about a mile away?
I mean, like, look, he can go. Like, if he can go to an elementary school and shark this thing, and just kids can put their money on the table and say, "All right, let's go."
Or do kids still play that game?
It's got to be loose leaf paper.
Yeah, it's got to be loose leaf paper, and he could do it from any distance, no matter what, right? So if someone says, "Oh, you can't do it from back here," and he's like, "Bet, watch."
But it's like it has to be like a physically real distance. It's like it can't be a mile, but like if you're
it can't be to China. It can't be to China.
Right. But like if there's some
there's a guy in China right now who's like this.
Some dude standing on the roof putting the thing up, he's kicking it, and it's good.
Yeah. All right.
Any shitty kind of paper football too.
No, loose leaf paper. It's got to be loose leaf paper.
It's got to be loose leaf
paper.
Right,
I know, but like.
By the way, I haven't said the word loose leaf paper in 40 years.
All right. Well, thanks for being a patron
in high school.
Taylor Tobeck. He was a patron at patreon.com/iFanboy. We're listener supported. That means everyone, this show is here. We have equipment. We have things, all because of the listeners. We're not on a network. We're not celebrities. No one on the show is Jason Bateman. So by helping the show, how do you do that? Patreon.com/iFanboy. I'm drunk. Directly support the show. Become part of a great community in Discord and Facebook. Vote for the Patron Pick. Get a Patron Power live on the show like Jason Taylor just did. Join the monthly Patron Hangout. At $10 or higher, you get an ad-free version of all of our shows. Plus, you get this Pick of the Week show a day early on Saturday. Plus, you get access to the iFanboy After Show on Sundays, where we talk about all the books that make the show's rundown. We get salty and annoyed on that show. It's fun. It's like a half an hour at this point. It's a good long time you get for that. There's a discount if you sign up for one full year, and you can send a receipt gift memberships. Go to patreon.com/iFanboy/gift for more info. There's also iFanboy.
The new patron perk. Josh comes and mows your lawn starting next spring.
He's got to get his steps in.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a riding mower. I'm not stepping anywhere.
iFanboy.headless.com. That's our merch store. We have 23 designs on t-shirts and more. A lot of people in the chat room said they were wearing their iFanboy shirts tonight. Thank you very much. I have mine. The person bringing me more water and ice is wearing an iFanboy sweatshirt.
All my iFanboy shirts are all folded in my closet. I looked at them today and I said, "Oh, there's the iFanboy shirts," and I didn't put it on. So iFanboy.com/support is our digital tip jar via PayPal. Again, like we said earlier in the show, if you are a billionaire of the eccentric variety and you need to lose cash for whatever nefarious reason, why
spend it on a stupid boat. You've got 5 already. Put it in the chip jar. We'll deal with all the tax consequences ourselves. It'll be a headache for sure, but we'll deal with it. That's what lawyers are for. iFanboy.com/Amazon is our shopping link. So if you're going to do any shopping this holiday season, please do it through that link. We get a piece of the pie and it doesn't affect you in any way. We thank you very much. And finallybookshop.org is our partner to help local bookstores. When you buy from Bookshop, a local bookstore fulfills your order. I literally just got the new Batman novel in the mail. I forgot I pre-ordered it. Came from bookshop.org. Came yesterday. So you'll find those links on their website when appropriate, usually with the Booksploit posts.
I feel like that went on for a while.
Only with the Bookshop posts. All right,
give the
Josh
man
is doing
question.
shtick.
If you guys use the link, is that considered a form of like money laundering?
You can't. You can't. You can't.
Yeah,
use
we
your
can't.
own
It
link.
doesn't. We're signed up through the
thought-
program, so they don't. It doesn't count.
I thought about that, Jim. They nipped that in the bud back like 10 years ago. Yeah, I thought about that. Yeah.
The thing is, I thought I was doing it for years before they told me. I was like, I'm getting my own little special discount. I was supposed to look like an old man, but I just look like some weird 70s Hollywood player.
That's what I'm telling you again for
No.
our audio listeners. Josh is wearing a pair of tinted glasses and a old man gray beard, and it looks like a Snapchat filter on the video.
Yeah,
like it doesn't look real.
It looks very AI.
Yeah, it looks, but it's real, which is weird. So it's
it's what we would call a practical effect in the business.
Let's answer Edward's question.
I look like Jim.
Edward A. He says, in the decade or so since you stopped regularly reposting on the website, have you ever encountered a person in the comics discussion space who you felt would have fit with the iFanboy crew had the site continued? There's great folks out there doing their thing, like Sasha from Casually Comics and Comics Drake or Strange Brain Parts. But has anyone struck you as having a particular alchemy of traits you looked for in a iFanboy writer? No.
Well, do you want to give him the bad news?
No, the answer is no, because we don't read anything. But
I was going to say I have no idea what anybody's. I've never even heard of any of these things. I don't read about comics.
10 years ago, these guys inspired me to start comicbook.com. So there we go.
But so Jim, Jim,
are you taking credit for starting comicbook.com, by the way?
So he's a founder now.
He started.
He's a founder.
Restart it, yeah.
Jim, in your position as a PR person, do you keep up on the writings and the news and stuff, or is that not on your radar?
Yes and no.
Are there any good voices out there now?
I think it's one. There are truly a lot of people out there who have Comic Drake is a great one. There's a lot of really good stuff happening on YouTube. And
I was going to say it's all video now.
That's where most of it's happening.
Yeah, I've since you came along, now Image does a lot of promoting YouTube reviewers on their Instagram. I don't see any fanboy reviews on there though.
Tick, tick, tick.
Anyway, I think that's good because that's where the activity is. So.
No, yeah, I think that's one of those things where there's a lot more that's happening there. That
if they introduce a goddamn Eisner category for that, Connor and I are going to lose our shit.
Hey Jim, have you ever heard the saga of us and the Eisners?
There's changes are coming. There's a lot of change coming in the Eisners. This year may be a year that you guys get one.
I want at least.
Well, hang on, slow
down.
I want a lifetime achievement.
I want the
award.
lifetime achievement.
You guys want ink pots?
Someone at the Eisners need to recognize the fact that podcasts exist.
20 years.
That's what I'm saying.
20 years.
This is the spine.
There were people. The people that are there are no longer there.
So in
2000.
In 2008 and 9, when we were really going good, great guns, we had the website going. We were doing 7 podcasts a week. Like we did the minis. We did a new show every day, which no one else was doing. And you have to submit yourself with the Eisners. We submitted ourselves and didn't even get a nomination for media. And I think Josh, did you talk to Jackie?
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, "We don't know what to do with podcasts." And we were like, "Well,
it's too many."
At that point, it had been 8 years since we've been doing it. So it was only the first year. We're like, well, I mean, okay, but like we're doing all. I remember I was so mad that year. Like I have not cared other than that 1 year.
Still mad
because we had done such a good job. We honestly thought we did a really good job that year of covering the industry. We'd done so many shows. No one else was doing what we were doing in the space. Like you got to at least recognize that. And they just like, we don't know what to do. Sorry, we're not gonna do it. And that was 12 years ago. 12 years ago. And meanwhile, many people who are doing the same thing they've always done have won multiple Eisners in that time. So we've never even been nominated.
Meh.
Drink to that. Let's all drink to that. I remember I was at a bar with two friends from college who were in town, and Josh or Ron texted me saying we didn't get nominated, and I walked over to the bar and I just like, okay, like I was just really mad because I thought we did a really good job.
I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't care. I mean, like we've you know, like somebody in the chat said, for what it's worth, we have a effing solid fan base, which is true.
No, that's
yeah, exactly. You know, like
once that happened, it's like, and I'm still annoyed about it, but like, you know, whatever, you know.
Yeah.
But it is annoying that 20 years on, they still haven't figured out how to deal with it. It's not like it's not different than the Emmys.
Like, have any podcasts ever even broken through?
No.
Like I don't. Yeah,
Emmy viewers don't watch every hour of a show. They submit one show, and then they watch that one. Like, it's not that hard to listen to one podcast and be like, yes or. I mean,
I have it.
We were a whole ecosystem. We weren't just podcasts back then. We were.
I have a little answer for the question.
Ecosystem.
Yeah, we were
because I don't actually get fed that many sort of like comic book people things, probably because I never watch them. But there's a guy, Dave Chisholm, who's a comic book artist. He just did that book with High Strangeness. He did a book with Chris Condon that was out a couple of weeks ago. And he is a cartoonist, but he's also got a doctorate in music. And so he's been explaining like Radiohead songs and other things, but also using his cartooning while he does it. And it's so good. And he's a good artist on top of it. But I don't even know if that fits in a thing, but it's the first time I've been like really impressed by somebody doing kind of.
So what are you looking for, Jim, when you look for the partners that you guys work with? Like, what is the criteria you're looking for?
I think there are a lot of people who it's genuine enthusiasm is a big one.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it's harder to find than I think you would want to think. There are a lot of people who want to do it to just do it, but to find some folks. I mean, that's how, you know, it's even the social media guy that I hired, like is like lives, breathes, dies comics, loves it, and it is so good at it. So like that's kind of what we look for. And I think there is a decent amount of folks out there. I think like people can tell if you're inauthentic or mostly sponsored all the time or whatever, and I think that makes it tough. But you know, just have fun with it. Here's the craziest thing with Absolute Batman and the Absolute Batman and the Ultimate books and all that. There are genuinely younger kids coming into comic shops, and
it's crazy. It's legitimately happening. It's happening.
They are all over TikTok, and you know, they are taking their stack that they bought from the week and they're saying it's new comic book day. Let's go through the books. And it's wild. And so it gives everyone hope.
Well,
there is a future for comics.
The new study about the revenue being up and the age going down in comic stores now.
Yep.
Which is
I was just talking last week. I was just talking last week while I was out at the pinball equivalent of San Diego Comic-Con, and we were talking about the you know, everyone worrying about the industry and stuff like that. And I was saying, hey, you know, coming from the world of comics, where every 3 years we talk about how the comic book industry is going to die.
There is no industry that loves to talk about its own demise than comics.
Exactly.
Everybody wants off the carousel. They're like, just please let it end.
Yep.
I think if comics took like a hiatus in the summer, people would be a lot more mellow. Like, you know, if they feel like they wouldn't have to buy comics every week.
When it came back, you'd be like, well, this is the year that comics sucks.
No, it should be like Europe. We should all take like July and August off, you know, just like, you know, like go on vacation and just, yeah.
Well, interesting question here. This is somewhat related to what we've been talking about. Jonathan S. from Albuquerque, New Mexico says, what element of comics, entertainment, or podcasting in 2025 would your 2005 self had found the most unbelievable? So what? I mean, the demise of entertainment in general, probably.
The demise of entertainment.
The demise of the film and television.
No, I mean the demise of entertainment or the rise of entertainment, or like the evolution of what it's become. Because I think that because in 2005, all of our shit was still underground and all of our stuff was still, you know, like whatever. And by this point, it's already become mainstream and now has come back down the mountain, right? Like,
well, it's gonna like Marvel, like holy shit, it took over the world, and now they're out of steam. Like, we did all the things we have. Here's an Eternals movie. Like it came and went, but it lasted. I mean, it's not gone yet, but it's like it's crested at least. But it lasted over a decade, and it changed everything.
But okay, so
but here's the craziest thing though: like the stuff that you guys were doing with the video stuff early on. If you were to do that today, you guys would be even better.
Don't remind us. We talk about this all the time.
Not only that, but that is bookended by the fact that I remember the first time we met Philip Zablik, and he
from
said to
Boom
us,
Studios.
like,
We should mention who he is to the listeners.
Yeah,
Boom
Studios, now Ignition Press,
and now Ignition Press. Yes. Now Ignition. By the time he was Boom Studios, yeah,
he was Top Cow at the time.
That's true. Good guy.
He said, he's like, if you guys were doing this at the .com boom like in 2000, you'd be driving Porsches by now. I still remember it. And then you just said that. And
well, we did the video. My sister, who works in marketing PR, this afternoon was like, so you guys were doing video shows when? I was like, before YouTube. Like,
which was the problem.
Our whole story has been we are 5 years early for everything. We created a social network with iFanboy in 2000, before social networks were a thing. We were doing video content before there was a place to put it. I mean, people watched us on TiVo back then.
Yep.
We've been early, and that's just what we've been. But so think back, guys. So remember being on panels in the early days, 05, 06, 07, or in the Comic Cons, and people would ask us about podcasting. I don't think anyone would have. We should have, but no one, I think, thought that celebrities would take over podcasting. And it's unless you're Amy Poehler who got bored and made a podcast, or you're a part of a giant network. I mean, it's hard for independent shows. It's basically impossible. Almost everyone we know producing a show like we are, where we're independent, doing everything yourself. We've been doing it for years. Everyone's stagnated. Numbers are stagnating. Everything's stagnating because the ecosystem and the ad dollars and everything's been sucked out by Smartless and Amy Poehler and everybody like that.
We'll go walk into the ocean now.
I will change it around. I'm gonna talk about.
No, I'm just saying that's what we would not have predicted, was that it would get taken over by.
I know it just took a very dark cloud turn.
The thing the thing about comics that surprises me the most now is that
I love Amy Poehler, by the way.
Yeah, there are no more stars in comics.
That's the thing we never would have predicted.
That is the thing where
that's a good point.
A name doesn't move a book necessarily. It can.
There's a weird alchemy where it does happen, but you can't predict it when it's going to happen.
But it isn't like what
he's the guy. He's the guy selling books. Does it happen?
I have a very big opinion about this.
Okay,
and I solely lay the blame on the feet of Marvel and DC.
Oh,
because
they don't like stars. They don't want stars.
They don't want stars now, right? Because they can't.
They want the characters to be stars,
and they don't put creators out there. They don't try to build creators. They're trying to build books. They're trying to build everything else but the creators, because if the creators get too big, that means they got to pay them more, and the margins are already so thin on comics to begin with at this point. But here's the thing: like, it used to be, you can go to Marvel and DC and make a big name for yourself, and the personality of it,
the architects.
Yeah. but that's a genuinely big thing, right? I mean, like, look, you guys were interviewing creators all the time. And but they were being pitched to you all the time.
That was the draw. That was the draw. It was like, I can't believe we got this creator. It was they were the draw. They were the stars. They were the rock stars.
And I have still not adjusted.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
That's the thing though, right? And so neither of those companies are doing it anymore, and so it becomes tough because you don't know where to look, you don't know who to follow, and there's sometimes they're not to begrudge any of the writers at either of those companies, but there's sometimes I don't even realize how many books some of those guys are taking on at those two companies.
To be fair, we don't speak Italian, so we can't interview most of the creators. But when did it happen? Because it seemed like all of a sudden it went from, insert big name here, would sell a book just by being on it, to Bendis doesn't even move the needle on Superman.
I mean, that's, I think, when we started to really notice it, because they did Bendis is coming the way they did the Kirby is coming, which, by the way, is a reference to something that no one's fucking old enough to even know. So that's a problem right there. And then, but like we're like, oh, I think Connor, you were like, no one's buying this. It's not like that would have been 10 years earlier. That would have been a huge deal. And now it works differently. Like I'd be curious, like if Grant Morrison came and did like a Marvel book or a DC book, like would it matter, or would it just sell a lot of first issues?
He's writing Batman.
He's writing, yeah, the next crossover.
Yep. So, I don't know. I think what's interesting is that you've seen.
I was saying, like that's the other thing now, where it's like it's the whole reason there's 45 Batman books at DC because because like Batman is the star now, and it's not like there are still phenomenal writers and creators who are doing stuff on Batman with Batman, but there is a Batman crutch there that helps sell some of those books. Same thing with Spider-Man, right? Like this is not a DC or a Marvel thing. It's just like these companies have
the IP.
Yeah, it's the IP,
which is everything in entertainment. So it makes sense. Whereas I think for a long time, creators were the thing that niche people got into, and then there was a brief period, which is really our period, where creators were the thing, and so they still are. Like that's how I look at comics. The adjustment's hard, and now we're back to what it was before. So you're nichey. But I think earlier guest Tom King, he figured out a different way to do it. Is that he doesn't go on to a book to sell it necessarily, like he does a Tom King book,
right?
And that is a really savvy adjustment that I don't think everybody has the chance to make. But if you look at like the workaday folks doing Marvel and DC books, I'm not going to use names, but there's a lot of people who do a lot of books, and it's all fine. You know what I mean? Like it's fine. It's.
I think one of the other.
Can I say just one thing? I will say, I struggle with this a lot when we do the show, is that, I mean, put aside the fact that most things are fine in all entertainment. But, if you go back into the age of comics when they were selling 1 million copies, the art wasn't that great. And
they were fine. Yeah.
The writing wasn't that great. It's never been a thing where every comic is a high work of art. That's why the high work of art stands out, because in the history of comics, most of it's been fine. So I struggle with complaining about the fineness of it when that's the feature of the.
I'd say, but like,
but fine is the word my wife used when things are in fact not fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all fine.
Is it capital F fine or is it lowercase fine?
No,
that's the other F
fine.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
How much of a pause before the F? How are you doing?
Fine.
Can we do a more fun one? Just so we don't.
Please pull us out.
Did I lose it?
I mean, I think you lost it about 20 minutes ago, but sure.
I know. Everyone calm down. This is the weirdest anniversary show we've ever done, and I love it. All right. Adam T. from Yorkshire, England, United Kingdom says, I'm constantly thinking about this to the point of distraction. As my family grows and my work now requires me to work from home, my storage options are becoming limited. I'm trying to downsize my physical media, including comics and collected editions, so I don't want to get rid of something and then in the future be desperate to read it again. I have things that hold sentimental value, like the Arkham Asylum hardcover my wife bought me when we first met. Nice. And the individual Y Last Man issues I picked off the shelf when I started collecting. How do you prioritize what comics you keep indefinitely? And then he's got a second question, which is also fun. Or not.
Somebody want to answer the first one? Let's start.
Is it related to the first question, or is it an
No, it's a second question.
No, Jim, how would you prioritize which comics? Do you keep comics? I mean, you have some on the walls, but
I do. So it's funny. I set like certain games up for myself, right? Where there was a good 5-year period where I was trying to collect every issue of Moon Knight.
I remember that.
And Rana's doing X-Men. Rana's doing collecting all X-Men comics.
I stopped.
I did that.
I know. So you were doing
and then I decided then I realized, oh crap, Marvel's still making Moon Knight books, and I said, I think I'm gonna stop. and so like at that point where it's like, oh okay, well like there's key cover, there's like covers and issues and things that I love that are from that run that I just kind of like pulled out and then just almost like got rid of all the rest. I think for me it's I keep a lot of stuff that is sentimental or looks cool or things that I used to have like 20 long boxes and I think I have 4 now.
What'd you do with them?
Yes, they were either given away
or
like sold off in pieces. But like, I've got the collector in me is hard to like give away key books, right? Like I've got I like Gambit. I've got a first appearance of Gambit, and that's a fun one. I've got a bunch of like Nick Fury stuff up above me. I'm a big Nick Fury fan, and so like that stuff I keep, and like I'll look for things. There used to be something where like I kept a bunch of books that my friends worked on, right? As opposed to just like folks I worked with, and I was like, this is getting untenable. I do not have room for this. But I will try and keep a more curated library of collections instead of like books that I feel comfortable recommending to someone and handing off to people and whatever and getting back and whatnot. And so like I kind of treat it like a library in that sense.
I think that was the idea when I started amassing thousands of issues, and then I was like, "Oh, this isn't gonna work."
Yeah.
Connor, Ron, do you guys have single issues left that you kept?
These are all
you got rid
issues.
of most of everything.
Why
are those there? What are they?
When I got rid of my comics and gave them to charity, I kept Batman, Detective, Justice League, Avengers. Like, there's like a couple of series I kept.
Spider-Man, Fantastic Four.
No. It's just it's well, there's 8 there. And there's 3 you can't see, but
yeah,
it's hardly any. And then in that, so you can see images here. Those are all reflective of the issues in the book. So Robin Dies at Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
I have that in there. And over here you can't see, but the first issue where Superman raced Flash, I've got that in there. The very first Captain America comic ever, that's the cover. I've got the whole run in there. Like special runs.
That was a good run you collected.
Or books that mean a lot to me, I keep them in there. But I don't. Early on before digital comics were even a thing, I was like, I don't want these anymore. Like these comics keep coming in, like the mail, and
literally.
I'm never going to read this issue of Doctor Strange ever again. I liked it, but I'm never going to read it again. And I just didn't want them. They were stacking up everywhere. But these, that's actually a Flash Superman. That's the very first issue of Flash Superman race in a Flash book. That's there in that one. So the runs that mean something to me are the issues that the actual artifacts that are rare.
Mm-hmm.
Those I keep. And then that puts aside trades, which I'll keep. I've got a giant trade shelf in a different room that I keep of stories I really like. But most things are disposable, and they're fun at the time, but they're disposable. And that's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
I've learned now this is just ADHD paralysis because the job is actually too big to do now. So in the basement, I have long boxes. I'm going to say about their head height. So let's say 2 stacks of 12. There's a couple more over there. I think there's a couple in that closet. And I want to get rid of them, but there are things I want to keep. And the task of digging those out, because they are not all that well organized, is too big to start. And then the other thing is, every time I've done it, I know it takes forever and I don't have time for it. So I just keep putting it off decade by decade by decade. And then finally, the actual real practical concern, they're in the basement and they're fucking heavy. And I'm old. And if I were to carry them all up, I would be sore for a week.
Well, what's really funny and terrible about this Captain America, and this is the original Kirby, the very first issue of Captain America. Before there was Captain America comics, Captain America and Bucky. This is the first comic ever called Captain America, and there's that run of Kirby books. It's like 12 of them. When I moved to LA from New York, I left all my comics in New York in the family storage unit. There was 31 long boxes, and then eventually my mom was like, "I'm not keeping the storage unit anymore. I'm bringing your long boxes into my apartment." I said, "Okay, great. Sorry about that." And she had them like all over the fucking place, under beds and in closets, like wherever she could stack a long box. And then after 10 years, she was like, "I'm getting rid of these fucking things. Like, I can't do it anymore." And I said, "Okay, no, when I come next time for Christmas, we'll deal with it." And then she goes, "A friend of mine's got a son who likes comics. He's going to come look at your long boxes." And I wasn't even thinking. I was just like, she was on the phone. I was like, "Okay, fine, whatever." Come to find out, she let him take what he wanted.
Oh.
And he took that entire run, which I had. And so this is the second run I've gotten of this run. The first run, I had these pristine copies I found in this random auction in like we were somewhere and they were auctioning stuff and they had a pristine run of this Jack Kirby. They didn't know what they had and I bought it. This is the second one. Oh boy.
So
Norton.
I forgot.
I'm not going to give any shit for that.
Where's Ron? Did he?
Where's Ron?
I'm
Yeah,
here.
Marine.
Hello. Hey, Mike. I want to give more room on the screen for your video. So there you go.
I am so sorry.
No, it's fine. Mike and I hung out recently at our mutual and friend of the show, Hank's wedding in Joshua Tree.
That was
awesome
already
time.
a while ago.
I know, they just had their anniversary like last week.
Yeah, he was in town last night, and I also didn't go to that. So I'm batting nothing.
Thanks for coming, Mike. We appreciate it. You're friend of the show and family, and we're happy you're here.
Yeah. I'm sorry I'm late.
No, don't worry about it.
You let that go.
Okay.
Because I didn't even know. But then I don't keep the schedule. So
we're kind of answering viewer questions, and I have one that maybe we can all sort of get away from the negative for a second. Doug M. wrote and said, it's a very simple question. What brings you joy? What makes you all of us? What brings us joy these days?
Guys,
he thought about this question for 17 minutes on his commute.
I've been seeing therapists about this, so you definitely don't. I mean, what makes me happy? What brings me joy? Not makes me happy. Brings me joy. My cats, I guess. I've been trying to find something that brings me joy, actually, because I've been drawing for a long time, and I don't think of that as bringing me joy. I think of that as keeping me alive. It's like I can't not do that. So, we're beyond the joy part of drawing. We're in the.
It's just been absorbed by yourself, though.
Yeah, so it's like this is like breathing now. So you take the drawing away, and I just die. So I got to find other things that are bringing me joy. But yeah, the cats, learning guitar again. I really like it when I see a story or in a comic or a movie or something that I really like. That sort of, yeah, I still sort of get inspired by stuff. Not by the movie I saw tonight, but
what did you see tonight?
I don't know.
So it wasn't even worth being late for.
It's a movie called Strange Harvest. It's out. It just came out, so it was. It's like a fake documentary, but it's very long and very boring. And sorry, I feel like
no.
Watching this.
Listen, we were just talking about all kinds of annoying things. Josh, what brings you joy these days?
I mean, this is a lot. I think. I mean, like there's much more that doesn't. But this is kind of my
question, Josh.
Well, like I need a lot of things to bring me joy to maintain that level. So look behind me. Like there's just shit everywhere because like it makes me happy for a little while. That Lego boat right there, I'm so happy about that. That's the greatest thing that ever happened.
That's a Lego boat. I was gonna say, like, did you become a model ship guy at one point? Or?
I thought about it when I was building that because they don't make another Lego like that. What brings me joy? I have a bunch of art around the room. Like there's a big Kirby over there with Darkseid. I got another Kirby FF cover in my living room. Like that literally brings me joy. Behind me,
not an original. Let's all clarify.
No,
you didn't buy an original.
I was like, damn.
No.
iFanboys doing great.
Those iFanboy residuals are great.
Yeah. Somebody actually asked because
the
pages up there. That's the 2-page Mignola pancake story. They did like a really nice sort of artist edition type print, so it looks like the real pages. That's the greatest 2-pager I've ever read in all of my years of comics. I love it. Just that I get to look at it and that makes me happy. I've got 2 dogs. Like I people have been around a long time. Mike, you of course remember. He had his Ninja. I had my Georgie. Georgie 6 years ago. He's not with us, and I still think about him every single day. He makes me happy to this day. It's my firstborn. So, and when we got rid of him, that was not how I wanted to say that.
Well, I will.
Kicked him right out of the house.
I will transition away from that. What brings me joy is the fact that Mike, to see you continuing the Battle Pug legacy, and knowing that we have
it's all your fault.
It's we have a small part in the creation of the wonderful legacy of Battle Pug.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And now I'm racking my brain to think if I remember to thank you in the new book.
We're gonna be all right.
That's okay.
It'll be either way. It's okay, Mike. I will never forget the time. So for those listening or watching who might not remember, years and years and years ago, we asked Mike Norton to do a T-shirt for us, and we said draw whatever you would like, and he drew a pug, as Mike often did, and he drew a Conan-like character next to it. And Mike, I'll never forget when you sent me the art, and you're like, "What do you think of this?" And I wrote back to you and I said, "What if you put the guy on the pug?" And thus Battle Pug was born, right?
Well,
You're the Carl Gottlieb of Battle Pug.
It's I mean, yeah, it's a dumb idea that somehow I turned into.
Those are the best ones.
Yeah, it really wasn't until then that I kind of thought about the whole, I could make these for myself. That kind of,
Really?
I just wanted to draw Spider-Man and Batman and stuff like that. And, other than being called out at the Baltimore Comic-Con by Robert Kirkman, that was the time he was doing his manifesto thing about
yeah.
everybody should be independent. I guess I'll tell this story. Have I told?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Go for it.
So I was sitting at the
Jim's like, I gotta watch this.
So the Baltimore Comic-Con, I was sitting there, and Robert had just done his manifesto, and he comes by, and I was like, "Hey, Robert, I watched your video, and yeah, I think I want to."
Which you can't find anymore online. It's been scrubbed.
Yeah, and I was like, "I think it's making me think about some things," and he's like, "Yeah, I got to go do this panel right now," and so
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm making fun of somebody's accent.
That's a pretty A plus.
He says, "I got to go to this panel," and he goes off, and the rest of the show is great. And I come home, and I don't know what it was. It may be Newsarama back in those days, oh man,
Newsarama.
It's covering the Robert Kirkman panel at Baltimore Comic-Con, and he goes on about the independent comics and and work for hire, and he goes, the guy who draws Green Arrow doesn't care about, he wants to draw Green Arrow. He's not thinking about his future. And I was drawing Green Arrow at the time.
So you were literally the last person he saw, and he just mentioned you on the panel.
Hey, but he knew you drew Green Arrow.
This isn't confirmed. This is just what I observed because I was there, and then I read the thing. So I don't know if this is true. It's just what I'm supposing. But
we've been answering questions from the audience, and there's actually one that
I just talked about a bunch of stuff and I didn't get to finish it. I have kids and a wife who I love very much. It's been a constant joy. And I didn't get to say it. I don't know because Ron cut me off. I'm not gonna take that one.
They're not watching or listening to this, Josh.
Yeah,
so don't worry.
fine.
You're okay. It's a safe space.
Henry gets served us on fucking YouTube now, which he does not want.
So Mike, this is a question from Nick M. Do you have any fun stories about any of your fellow original comics podcasters, Fanboy Radio, Comic Geek Speak, Word Balloon? I can't speak. Word Balloon, Around Comics, any others? Mike, you were a regular on Around Comics. Do you have any fun stories about those days when you would go hang out with those guys? Well, by the way, Chris and Tom were in the chat room earlier. I think they both got.
Oh, that's cool. Fun stories.
I know I went to Chicago one time to go there, and then I met all of these people around the comics table, and Mike was one of them, and there was this kid Hank hanging around, and Mike gave me a ride back, and then we had to drop this 16-year-old off, and I still know you people, and everyone's old now.
He's in his 30s.
I was going to bring up Hank too, because it was just like, I remember those days of Friday night at a comic book store, and I don't know who I asked. I was like, what? Who's the little kid? Why is he here?
And little
And
did you
then the
know,
one time-
lifelong friend.
Well, yes, well, that's
Right.
the thing. You know, he was in town, and my buddy Sean, who happened to be at the same concert as him in LA a couple of weeks ago.
He's always at concerts. They're always at
so
concerts.
He was sending me pictures back, and they all refer to him as my sons. The guys.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but yeah.
I still remember when the first time I went to C2E2, I was late to the airport because I was an asshole and really not being smart about going to the airport, and my bag got lost. So I showed up without any bags, and Hank picked me up at the airport with his rickety fucking car, opened it up. It was full of, was it bowling shoes?
No, that's my story, Connor.
No,
No,
but-
you're stealing,
no, but
you're stealing my story. No,
but
there was a string of years.
he
where
lent me
every
his
time-
dad's shirt, and I wore his dad's shirt because I didn't have any other shirts.
Right.
So the first day of the con, I wore his dad's clothes to
I
the
remember
con.
when you wore his dad's shirt, but there was a string of years, by the way, that every time, Mike, I came in for C2E2 or fucking Wizard World Chicago at Rosemont, remember all those awful years at Rosemont, right? I would call Hank and be like, pick me up from the airport. And Hank would pick me up from the airport in a different car every time. And one year when Hank picked me up from O'Hare,
This is him tonight. He's at a wedding.
lovely. One year when Hank picked me up from O'Hare, I remember I walked out of the terminal and he's there waiting for me, and he pops the trunk, and the trunk is full of bowling shoes. Like literally like full of bowling shoes, like not pairs or like they could have all been left shoes for all I know, right? And there was no room for me to put my bags in. I'm like, Hank, what's with the bowling shoes? He's like, I don't know whose car this is. Get in. And like it was just like
That's usually a sign not to get in that car.
Exactly.
He's like the Buffalo Bill of bowling shoes.
Okay, this is a question for me then. How did you get involved in hanging out with the Around Comics guys? Was it just because of the store they were at and they were recording at the store? Or how did you get involved originally with them? Was it because they were Chicago guys?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Would you hang out in that shop?
I think I honestly was in there on a night that they were doing it, and I
just set up a mic in front of you.
I don't.
Okay.
Remember. I honestly don't remember.
Because that was you and Scotty would hang out with them, and
maybe it was through Scotty. I don't know. That's back when
you were friends with Scotty before that.
I don't know. What's that? What'd you say?
Were you friends with Scotty before that? Like
yeah. Well, yeah. I knew him just through the Chicago comics stuff. I mean, things, and but I don't think I started.
There was a mini podcast scene in Chicago going on. You were doing the show with Crank, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You were early. You were an early adopter.
Yeah. It's been 20 years this year, actually.
That's right. Same with us.
We know.
Like, we're all feeling it, Mike. We're all feeling it.
Yeah, I don't know. We had a weekly drawing thing that it was
like a lot of drinking draws.
What was the store? Was it Challengers?
Heroes?
No, we were at a bar almost exclusively.
I mean, where Around Comics would record. Was it Challengers?
No, it was at Dark Tower Comics.
Oh, okay.
Right up here near where.
So you just ended up with them. You don't know how they kidnapped you. They threw you in a van. They put a bag over your head.
Yeah, it's really killing me.
That you were going to podcast.
I mean,
by the way,
was much more eager to be social back then. So, but yeah, I don't know. I was hanging a lot more with Scotty and Tim at that time. So, yeah, the weekly drawing thing, maybe through that. I don't know. I'm sure he was getting asked to do interviews and stuff. Maybe that's how but they're probably listening to this and they're going to tell us.
They went to bed a little while
Yeah,
back.
Chris went to bed like an hour ago. He's an old man.
Can we point out, by the way, that picture of Hank looks like if Alex Ross drew a Zatara cover?
He's at a wedding right now in Chicago. I have Hank stories. We can't tell Hank stories. This is not what the show's about. Anybody else have any podcasting from the original? I can tell this. I'm not going to tell the story about Suntress getting really mad at me that one time.
That's the only thing I remember is like contentious and annoying comics panels back then, like at cons.
Well, it's funny because in the early days it was us and it was John at Wear Balloon, Around Comics, Comic Geek Speak, Indie Spinner Rack, Comics News Insider, and Augie, who was the first.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him.
And it was a mutual respect because we were all doing it. But there was a high degree of competitiveness as well. Everyone was super friendly and nice to each other, but we were also super competitive.
How would you guys kind of track that though? Like, you know,
there was no way to track it really.
Oh no, I know, but I mean, but amongst yourselves, like there must have been a way. You guys felt.
There was the
iTunes list.
Oh right,
it was the iTunes charts.
We were always number one.
Charts.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was until very recently.
We were number one for like 10 years.
Well, because I remember, like that's essentially how I found you guys, where I was like looking for a comics podcast, and you guys were on top, and I based that's
how it happens, and it's a
self-perpetuating. And you found the right show, Jim. You found the number one show.
Now look at me. This is great.
But the thing is, we ended up subsuming them into our network. So we hosted Word Balloon for a while.
I remember that. That felt like a big win for you guys.
We had Chris and we had Jason Wood from 11 O'Clock's writing columns for us. We had Ed Caters. But it was pretty friendly, other than that one time when John got really mad at me.
I had a guy.
Dark times.
I'm friendly with him. I haven't talked to him forever. Cheap ass gamer. And apparently, Stuart, who was one of the guys on there, liked our show. And we were at a con, and he felt that I had slighted him when on the floor.
Oh, that was a big thing. That was like our first big
the word
situation.
Like, so basically, like he went to say hi to me or be nice, and I, in his version of this, I said to him, "Yeah, I have to go over here now," and I went over here. And I don't remember. I've never treated anybody like that in my life, other than there was a little cocaine period. No, and so like I didn't even notice it. We were working at the show, is what it probably was. So we were like going to shoot, and I was doing the thing, or who knows, there's 1,000 things going on. But like their show was much bigger than ours, and all of a sudden I start getting just fucking hate mail from all these people who love the, and I was like, whoa. So I reached out to him. I was like, I don't know what this is about, and I talked to him, and then he kind of talked his hordes down because they're gamers. Gamers back.
What people
then
don't understand is we when we were working at the show, we were like locked into what we were doing, which was trying to snag interviews with creators, and so like if we were stalking someone, which means like someone we were looking for was either in the middle of another interview or busy with a signing, and we were going to pounce on them as soon as they were done, we were like locked in like predators on the Serengeti. And so if they were free, we would just pounce. And if we were talking to you, that means we would leave you in the dust because we were working.
Yeah.
And so I got to assume, Josh, that's what you did. And then he took it wrong. In the chat room, Eric mentioned...
I will wait. I'm sorry, Connor. I'll interrupt that. No, that unlikely wasn't what Josh did, because I'm sorry, I have to go over here now was something that we did often at cons when we didn't want to talk to someone anymore, with literally a line that we use often, which
I can't get away with that. I need everyone.
I'm sorry, I have to go over here now. And like,
have you guys ever been identified just by your voice, or like recognized by your voice as opposed to people knowing what you look like?
Every concert Ron and I have ever gone to together.
Yes.
Every concert. We don't go that often because we live in different places, but we get recognized by somebody at every show that we have jointly attended.
Didn't you get recognized at a urinal?
I got recognized at a urinal.
Mike, I got Mike's attention
in Grand Central Station. So
they recognized you by your voice at a urinal? Are you talking to yourself?
Yeah, he was talking about Captain America.
It was no.
Speaking of urinals,
I'm not
Mike
done
Norton.
with this one.
Don't you start with that porta potty thing.
Ron
I know that's what you're about to talk about.
Me and Mike Norton have the greatest moment at Riot Fest.
It was very strange. It was. Okay.
I need to hear more of Josh's.
It was
Josh. You get to finish your story, and then Ron gets his story.
It was 1:30 in the morning. I was coming home from something, and I was in Grand Central. I had to pee, so I went down to the basement. 1:30 in the morning, Grand Central, and like I'm turning away from the urinal, and someone's like, "Oh my God, you're Josh from iFanboy!" And I was like, "I just want to wash my hands." It is 1:30 in the morning. Like I get that this is interesting, but it is not the time. And
well, that's like when you were in the urinal next to George Clooney.
I was in the urinal. Yeah, I was, and no, he was at the urinal. I walked in, his production office was on the floor I worked on, apparently. And I was looking at him and I was like, where do I know that guy from? Maybe it's that guy Dan that I used to work with, who was an actor. And he was in, I remember this always, he was in like a shitty white t-shirt and then shorts with referee stripes. And he's at the urinal and he turned and he was like, hey. And I was like, oh. And I went like, and then like a second later, I was like, George Clooney. I just had, sorry. Okay, I'm done with mine.
I was at a urinal next to Ike Perlmutter.
So was I, Jim.
Yeah. Okay, but did he talk to you?
He said hello. He did.
Oh no, I got he like 100% clocked I was an intern and immediately was carrying a conversation on, like, asked me like what department I was in and what I did, and I told
how
him
much waste you were involved in.
I was gonna say, what do you?
Here's the thing. I said I was in sales. I said I was in sales, and he goes, good, you're making us money. That's great. You'll do. I was like,
your job was safe.
Yeah.
He was an intern.
So Mike and I were so I convinced Mike to come to Riot, because I'm in Chicago for Riot Fest when the Replacements were reuniting.
I think about this story all the time. The Replacements part.
And Mike, you and I were hanging out before the show, and Mike, you were telling me how much you love the Replacements, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like one of your favorite.
See them. So my best friend like skipped graduation to go see them in Memphis, and I didn't, and I had always regretted it, and so I was going to go see this.
And so
if you were in Memphis, that'd be cool.
Yeah. So the Replacements are reuniting, and I'm in Chicago, and so I call up Mike, and we're hanging out, and I'm like, dude, the Replacements playing, and then he's like, oh, I love the Replacements. I'm like, you should come. And so I guilted him into coming to the Sunday of Riot Fest. And so we're at the show in Douglas Park or whatever it is, and Mike has to go to the bathroom and goes into the porta potty. And then, did you get stuck or what happened? Like,
I don't know. I think I definitely slipped. I slipped. The door swung open. The door swung open. My pants aren't even like. And I see direct contact with Ron, who's like out. Like, how far away were you? You were like,
I was like 10 feet away. I was waiting for you to come out, and then I just see the door open. I see the whole porta potty move. Like,
and then the door it wides open, and then it slams immediately. So I just see his Ron shocked face, and then the thing slams.
That is.
That was a good moment. That was good.
Is that the super muddy year where you like got sick afterwards? And
no, it's fine.
I can see why he got sick.
No, I got sick. I got sick one year after right. No, that wasn't that year. That was another year. But yeah, I forget, but that wasn't that year. So
any other questions about other podcasts? Any other memories of other podcasts?
No.
So Josh was the first. Because we didn't know these people originally. We just thought they were names on the list. And Josh was the first one to go to Chicago and meet the Around Comics guys.
I scheduled a work trip.
He made a work trip so he could go meet them. So you were the first one to make them real people, right? Like they were not just names on the screen. I still remember like the idea I had in my head what they looked like, which was never at all what they looked like.
We must have been in contact with them. I didn't go there blind.
No, we would email them. We were in like light email contact with everybody saying like, good job and everything. Because we had like a little fraternity of the original podcasters, comics podcasters. But you were the first one to actually go and meet them.
Which is weird because I'm the least social.
Yeah, it is strange that you did that. But you were also the first one that was on the very first comics podcasting panel, which we had in the intro video, where all the originals were in that panel. Which was probably the first time we all sort of met each other, and we were all friendly. We hung out with all those guys. I've had many drinks with Tom Caters, and we all have a very healthy respect for everyone who did that in the early days. Everyone was very friendly with each other. We were all competitive, but we were all very friendly with each other. I have a question here, and maybe as an artist, let me find it. Mike can answer this one. So Ben F. from Erie, Pennsylvania. I've been thinking about this one since you mentioned how much you disliked the Flash's costume in the recent Justice League Omega Act special. I know characters have their costumes changed all the time, but is there one who's been redesigned more than others, or more drastically, or more often? Is there a character whose redesigns are generally more successful because of the base concept? Is there one whose redesigns can just never seem to match up to the original? So, what do we think of character redesigns? Mike, have you ever been involved in a redesign? Has anyone ever asked you to redesign a costume?
I'm actually doing a little bit of it with a comic I'm working on now. So, yeah.
How do you approach that?
How do you have you ever had to do it with like, you're like, oh, this costume's already good?
Well, that's the thing about it, right? Most of the time I think that I mean,
there's a reason why they stand for decades.
Yeah, if there's a character that's been around for a while, there's a reason why they.
You want me to do better than Kirby?
Yeah, I'm mostly surprised at how successful all of the Spider-Man costumes seem to be, because I mean, it was just the one, and that went over very well for a while. They went back to it, but now it seems like there's 7,000 of them. Like you can collect them in a game, you know. But they all seem like nobody's like, oh, this sucks. They all seem to.
It's funny because it used to be like you'd see that and there would be like an ancillary reason. So like they'd, like, oh, they're just designing action figures to do, but that's not it. It's, I don't know, it's selling variant covers or.
Jim, you've also involved this. What usually goes into a costume being redesigned?
But I think it's kind of so interesting because you have a character like Spider-Man that, or like Iron Man or whatever, and they get very different kind of costumes. But I think the one of the more interesting ones is someone like Batman, where like those are much more minor tweaks, but everyone kind of has their favorite Batman artist. Right. And so it's not like a full costume redesign, but it's kind of how an artist does it and interprets. And I like those way more than necessarily the straight.
I see what you're saying.
Wait, put a pin in all that. What is everyone's favorite Batman artist?
Oh,
Josh.
My instinct was to say somewhere between Brayfogle and Frank Miller, but I'm going to say if I had Neil Adams, like it's the one in my head.
Favorite Batman artist.
Brayfogle's mine.
Mike, favorite Batman artist. Gut reaction.
My gut reaction is the two that were making them when I was reading them, and that was Alan Davis and Tom Mandrake, I think.
Yeah, Tom Mandrake. Yep.
Yeah.
I kind of want to change to Aparo for the same reason.
And Aparo would have been my third because they were all three making those comics.
It's funny because as a kid, I didn't understand how good Aparo was. You know what I mean? Because you can't as a kid, but he's amazing.
It's that sort of reason. Like, I don't think when I was a kid, I bought Marvel Tales once and thought it was the regular Spider-Man book, and I looked at it was Steve Ditko, and I was like, "What is this?"
Oh, totally. I always use the Sienkiewicz example. Like the first time I saw Sienkiewicz, I was young, and I was like, I don't know what this is.
Yeah.
Now, and I was actually he inked you on something at some
a
point.
lot.
And
He's inked you a lot.
Yeah, and I was like, oh. I mean, that wasn't the moment, but it was definitely part
I'm sorry,
of it.
everyone.
Like, I see what he does, and it's amazing.
I just got a text from Hank saying, kick Norton off the show. He didn't come out last night.
I'm sorry, Hank. I love you like a son.
But it's funny because I think for me in Batman costumes, I either like really long ears or I like super short ones. The ones in between, no thanks.
I mean, the answer is Brayfogle's the best, but when I was a kid, Aparo was doing everything in the 80s, and I always thought he was just kind of like middle of the road. But when I got older and could appreciate what he was doing, and also the pure volume of what he was doing, he did so much.
Yeah.
It's amazing. He's one of the most unappreciated artists in the history of comics, because he did so much and so much influential stuff. He just wasn't flashy about it. And
There's
he was
a lot of those guys.
Yeah.
Hey,
he was great.
I have an interviewer in my mind. Mike, is there a point that you can name where you went from being a kid who liked comics and liked the art or whatever to recognizing, oh, this art does something for me. This art makes me want to draw more, makes me understand. So like where you like this was the spark for you or anything?
I mean I mean it was John Byrne. It was I started buying well, I was buying a lot of comics for a sixth grader, but it was his Fantastic Four. I immediately was like, this doesn't look like the other comic. And that's when I started looking for that kind of stuff, you know. And I would draw John Byrne stuff all day, Alpha Flight. I actually used to make a joke. It was one of those dumb jokes that you recycle over and over again. But I would say that I trace all my comics from old issues of Alpha Flight. Because I literally used to do that when I was in sixth grade. And but he really had me. His artwork did something for me.
He's the first name I remembered. So when I'm reading, I'm 11, whatever, you know, and I'm doing the same thing. I'm buying as many comics. Like that was the first name that I was like, everything this guy does looks like this, and this is better than everything.
Yeah.
What about your working relationship with Sienkiewicz? So behind me here is a cover he did for when I was working at a video game company. We did a comic and they put me in charge of making the comic because of iFanboy, and that was the cover we commissioned him to do. He was a super nice guy. He lives here in LA. I went to his house for about 3 hours while he was signing book plates, and super nice guy.
He is
crazy. I mean, in the best possible artist way. His house is how you would want Sienkiewicz's house to look like. Just shit everywhere and art stuff everywhere, and he's just constantly drawing it on surfaces all over the place. But you guys work together a lot, and it's not. I mean, relatively a lot, and it's
for about a year on Green Arrow. But
and how did that come about?
I was on Mike Carlin. Mike Carlin, I think he's definitely the last of his kind, and he's been the only editor that kind of nurtured my work. Like he would suggest like things to look at as far as art goes, and he would actually I mean obviously criticize, but he would recommend like add texture here, you know, this artist does this and this that kind of stuff. And it was his idea. He had me, I mean, he cycled me through a lot of people. It was like Tom Derenick for a while. No, not Tom Derenick. It was he inked Tom Derenick. That's why I keep thinking of him. But and then Sienkiewicz and then Joe Rubinstein.
Right.
Yeah, so it's like he definitely was trying different things on me.
It's just your guys' styles are so different that it made such an interesting combination.
I loved it. I also helps that I went into it thinking, well, he's definitely gonna just redraw everything. So
he's so fast.
Yeah, I was very loose with my pencils.
Yeah,
it was about the loosest I ever been, but now that's just, I think, everybody's pencils now, because
he's just like, I'm Keith Giffen.
yeah. But it is amazing. I think that's mostly because of the layout and the composition of stuff, that it feels very much like me, but it's got all of his details. It's really cool.
No, it's very much him and very much you.
Yeah,
you can see you both in it.
Yeah.
And it makes it interesting. I always loved when he did your stuff because it was just such an interesting juxtaposition of the two styles. Actually, where you don't lose either one of you. You're both.
Yeah, I actually feel like there was more of me in those pages than when Ordway inked me. When
Ordway takes over when he inks.
Yeah, well, I mean,
in a great way. Ordway's awesome.
Drew that. Yeah, right. Like if you had left my name off there, nobody would have guessed anything.
Right.
Well, our man Jim here has a family and a life to get back to, so we're going to say, or like not soon, except it's like gonna be morning before you know it, and then what do you do? So We love you. It's. I'm
Thanks,
not even
Jim.
gonna say like it's always great to see
Jim,
you.
you're one of the you're one of the family, and we love
I
you.
appreciate it, guys. You guys are the best.
When Jim and I saw each other at the Moon Knight premiere here in LA, we hadn't seen each other in person in years because it was like right after the pandemic.
Yeah.
There was the biggest romantic comedy hug that happened on the red carpet.
One of the best.
I saw Jim across the way because I was a guest and he was on the line, and I was like, Jim, and it was like the slow motion run to each other, and then there was the grasp, and it was like too long, but just long enough,
right?
And then
it meant something.
Yeah, we love Jim.
I don't talk to Jim enough, but I consider him one of my good friends. Just not even to do with the comic part, not a guy, but yeah.
Josh and I have this weird thing where we'll go for a while without texting one another, and then we'll text nonstop for almost 3 hours, and then be like, "Oh shit, we have shit to do."
Yeah,
that's how it is.
It's
with me and
deep shit. All right,
Jim, love you. Thank
All
you
right, guys, thank you so much. Congratulations again. Appreciate it. See you, Mike.
Bye.
Well, Mike, we also appreciate you coming. I know it's Hank keeps texting me to kick you out. He said another one. I said kick him out.
I'm sorry, Hank.
Oh, let me tell you a fun Chicago story. So, my wife's she grew up in Southern California, but she's a Cubs fan for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And her favorite player is Anthony Rizzo.
Okay.
And he had retired, but they were doing a day for him at the Cubs game about a month ago. And on our group chat with Hank and his wife, we were like, this happened before I woke up. I was sleeping. Dude, like, we should go. And so we ended up flying to Chicago for about 12 hours. We flew Friday night. We got there in the morning. Hank and Laura, Hank's wife, they were there for a wedding already. We went to their hotel room, had breakfast, went to the day game, the four of us, saw the retirement of Anthony Rizzo, saw the Cubs play. Who were they playing? I can't remember. Saw the Cubs game. Awesome. First time at Wrigley. Wrigley was beautiful. So much fun. Loved it. Left Wrigley. Walked around for about an hour, got in the plane, flew back to LA. Left Friday night, back Saturday night. But it was like the most fun I've had in a while. Chicago's great. I love Chicago. Super fun.
Amazing. I don't think my brain would allow me to do that.
Oh, I was so fucking tired. No one in their late 40s should do this anymore. I was awake for 30-something hours.
There's no way I'd be relaxed at all on that Saturday. I'd just be constantly thinking about getting to the airport.
I was awake for 30 hours, then I crashed for 12.
Mike and I are way more aligned on this kind of thing. I can tell.
I was shocked, Connor, that you guys did that. That was a very
super fun.
Connor,
I got an entire old style spilled on me the first inning by the people behind me
That's the Chicago.
And they told me you've been baptized in the Wrigley.
While you were there,
was that?
Did you drink a Chicago handshake while you were there?
I don't know what that is. I feel like it's a sex thing.
I feel like that's like Sean Connery.
I avoid Malort like it's the plague.
Yeah, you should.
Malort, I've had Malort. It's always the worst hangover ever. But in the very first inning, a 32-ounce old style ended up on my back, sitting in the bleachers. Anyway, it was great.
I tried to make Anthony Johnston have Malort once, and the bartender made me drink it because she's like, "That's mean to do to a stranger."
We went to a bar once, me and Hank and friend of the show, Mike Romo, and they had Malort daiquiris.
Oh,
and it was the worst thing I've ever put in my mouth, and it was the worst hangover I've ever had. It was awful.
And he was in prison for a year.
And I was in prison for 15 years for assault. Mike, thank you for coming. We really appreciate you taking your time on your Friday to hang with us. You're your family, and we love you, and thank you very much.
No, thank you guys. Like I said, I owe my career to you.
Oh, absolutely. We'll take it.
The part that
people keep saying that to us, and
the one comic that doesn't make money is all because of you.
Do you remember, Mike? Do you remember when you drew us into the issue of Green Arrow and the
that was our video, open video.
The adventure of me trying to get the original art of the page because the page went to Wayne, the inker, Wayne Foster, the inker, and remember that we were trying to track down the page.
Wayne, you don't want this.
I do have that page. It's in my original art collection. So
That's
I read it's one of my cherished pieces. So we appreciate that, Mike. You're the best.
So. You guys are awesome. I'm sorry
it's awesome to see you, Mike.
But, yeah.
Yep.
Bye. I love you.
We had the best time hanging out with Mike at Hank's wedding. It was a super fun
that
night.
was great. That was the first time I saw a tarantula. Bye.
All right, so we had another guest lined up, but they're not here, so we'll just chat amongst us.
Do you
Ron,
want to like try to mainline some emails?
Well, I have a bunch of emails that are Ron specific, but I think maybe we should talk about the elephant in the room email, or the elephant in the room, which is
Gordon?
the rebrand.
Gordon,
The rebrand that never happened.
yeah.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 emails about that question.
Just one quick follow before you get there. A name I didn't say. Batman, Brian Bolland. Go on.
Interesting. Well, I'm just gonna pick an email here because it was 5 of them. Let's pick this one. Here it is.
Mazzucchelli.
Will you guys finally reveal? This is Adam from Orlando, but he's representing Duke and Morgan and Ben and Josh.
How did so many people know about this?
Because we've mentioned it on the last show. People asked it. We said we would mention it in the next one. I got to change this so you're not over your face.
Loose lips.
For episode 1000, will you guys finally reveal what the name iFanboy was going to rebrand to? If not, what are the circumstances which you will finally reveal the name?
Why is it a secret?
We just didn't. It became a joke. Like we just kept putting it off like it was a joke.
What are the circumstances?
Yeah. So literally, all these emails are from people asking about the rebrand. Let's think back. What was the scenario that we were going to rebrand? It was
all the emails like my dad does.
He did. He absolutely did.
Yeah, it's easier to take notes and to write down which ones we've done before.
How many copies?
I have one copy of all. I have one copy of all of them, and I have them broken up into guests. So, anyway, so let's think back.
We're trying to figure out how to grow what we were doing and keep it into a thing. And I think you're going to tell me if I'm wrong. We either thought of the idea or we had the opportunity to create a printed magazine.
We were going to do a magazine
with Image, and we talked
to Image about it. Yeah.
Well, we the idea to do it. The idea was to do it in a magazine, and then we had then thought about pitching it to Image to print it as a printing partner, as a publishing partner. But
was this before Comics Foundry?
No, it was right around the same time.
So basically, we were feeling like we had to do something to shake it up. We never loved the name iFanboy. We loved it, but we never loved it.
It was like, I don't know what year it was. It must have been, it had to, because I was in the apartment on Steiner and Haight in San Francisco. So it had to have been
Steiner.
So that was before I was at Haight and Octavia. And that was when I was dating Louise. So that had to have been like 08, between 08 and 12. So somewhere between 2008 and 2012. This happened, right?
I
feel like we had
hold on. We're doing the timeline. So I think we didn't.
It was before I worked at Image. It was before I worked at Image.
Because we didn't do it because that's when Graphically approached us.
Yeah.
Like we were all set to rebrand and do the magazine, but then Graphically bought us, and so then we put the magazine in the back burner and it never came out.
That was the end of 2009.
So we had a whole we had a whole thought. So we have images here. We're gonna let you all know what happened, or at least show you what we did, because we mocked up a copy of the magazine.
Yeah, basically, like we put together a mock-up issue of a magazine that was a pitch that I pitched to Image, before I worked at Image, right? Which whether or not it influenced my eventual employment at Image, who knows? But
also, we also mentioned that later on someone used the same name.
Yeah.
Which is ironic because it was in the iFanboy family. So here's what it is.
Yeah.
We were originally going to rebrand to Panels, which Paul Montgomery ended up using when he left iFanboy to go do panels.com or Panels whatever. So we mocked up this magazine. We used the content from the website to mock it up. This is all mock-up stuff. It would look better than this. And the mock-up looks great, but this was a mock-up.
Yeah.
So we were going to change the name to Panels. We took content from the website and we converted it to magazine form.
It was very much picking up the baton from Wizard, which had just gone,
Yeah,
gone
that
up in
was the big
flames.
part of it. We were trying to fill that niche.
So we Ron comes from magazines. He did a magazine zine for years.
Yep.
There was a hole in the market we thought we could fill.
How to be a comic book blogger?
No, that was a joke. That was as told you by Bob Loblob.
I know.
This was just filler to fill the.
I remember the recommender.
So we took things like, here's Josh's book of the month thing. We converted it to, this is how it would look in a magazine. Sonia's interview with Laura Allred, this is how it would look. Her brother Sam did all the mock-ups. And we actually made physical copies just to see how it looked. But this is what we were going to rebrand. We were planning on rebranding too, and then Graphically showed up and acquired us, and that put it in the background. But this was the rebrand.
Yep. And it was interesting because it's like, I know somebody said that like print was dying. Sounds like you dodged a bullet. I mean,
it would have been fun.
love print. It would have been great. I mean, it would have been awesome. I think having, I think the having a printed magazine would have been awesome for the industry and would have been, I think
there's still a hole for it. I think.
I love it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
this is not all the pages. I just took selected pages. We have we have the entire magagine.
I don't even know where this stuff is. I can't believe you.
I have a folder. I've got a folder.
You got a folder.
I've seen it all.
It's not just blackmail files.
So we were actively working on this, and there's a lot of things that we worked on. Oh, Gabe Roth is here in the chat room.
Hey, Gabe.
We were actively working on this for a while. There's a lot of things we actively worked on that never came to fruition, but this was going to be the rebrand.
Shot a pilot for TV.
We shot a pilot for Mark Cuban's network.
Yep.
Whatever that was called. I forgot.
Connor and I auditioned to be on some show on FX.
Josh and I auditioned for a comic show that never happened on FX. But yeah, this was going to be the rebrand. So everyone wants to know we were going to change to panels.com. It never happened. And then many years later, Paul goes off and does panels.com, and we laughed for about
Did we have panels.com?
No, we didn't own it. This was going to be it probably would have been like Panels Magazine or something. It wouldn't have been Panels.
Yeah, it would have been something like that. Yeah, never even got that far to the domain.
Because like literally months later, Graphically showed up and said, "Hey, we want to buy you," and that put this in the back burner. So
yeah.
That's the rebrand that never happened.
So
there you go.
Mystery solved.
And we were like full time, but independent at that point.
Yeah,
which was like, it's like skating down a mountain. It was like, okay, let's try this.
Is this a good transition to share our message from our friend Rick?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, here you go.
Hey guys, wanted to take a second and wish you a huge congratulations on 1,000 episodes. I was thinking this morning about the first time we met. I believe it was around 2008. And I don't know if I've ever told you how important your enthusiasm was to me. The era that I think it was Seattle, but it might have been New York. Doesn't matter. But you guys brought so much enthusiasm. That's how you pronounce it, by the way. Enthusiasm.
I was right there with him.
To Fear Agent at a point in time where the effort that goes into making a book like that at that point in time especially, and the resulting silence a lot of the time can really be devastating. And any morsel of somebody who brings a thoughtful and true, authentic connection to the work can really be enough fuel to get somebody through a lot of dark times, pushing that Sisyphusian boulder up the hill. And all three of you did that at different points in my career. And it's an important thing. It's not just talking about a hobby. It's a lot of people who couldn't do anything else with their lives and loved this thing so much. And the thing that you brought was sort of missing from the industry, and it was an authentic enthusiasm for work that was being unrecognized and was the blood that we were spilling, creating these things that ultimately
there were a number of instances when thinking about iFanboy and Ron and Connor and Josh, all three of you, at different points while we were still in that era of going to cons all the time and trying to invent new things and push this thing up the hill, and then leading into the era when Ron was so instrumental in helping convince me to redouble my efforts after I was ready to quit, and just doing interviews with you guys, and the whole thing made at least me feel like I wasn't alone in it, and that there was an audience out there of like-minded people who were going to respond to it. And that's a hugely important thing. So it's not just chatting comic books in a lot of ways, beyond all of the aspects of the industry noise and taste making and curating and all these things that can kind of be natural and positive and grow out of the kind of work that you've been doing. There's a human component to it that I'm deeply grateful for, and the work you guys have done. So congratulations, and I hope to chat you all up soon.
All right.
All right. Well, that was some very thoughtful words from our friend Rick Remender. He couldn't make it tonight. He wanted to be here, but unfortunately he had a family obligation. But we love Rick. Fear Agent was one of our favorite books back in the day. I remember talking to him at Heroes Con, figuring out that all the titles of the trade paperback were album titles from hardcore records, and bonding over that.
Tony Moore and Jerome Pena.
Yeah, good. So good. So, but I know we're coming to the end of the show, but it wouldn't be an iFanboy extravaganza without one last surprise guest. So everybody who's been here. Oh, there's
another guest in the house.
Go.
Hello. How are you guys?
Hello,
Brian.
Listen. I had the decency to show up live. Sure, I'm 3 hours late. Sure, I didn't know what time zone we were referring to when I agreed to this. I deeply apologize. I am thrilled I made it, though. I'm so sorry if I caused even a moment of disruption or anxiety.
No, we're excited, and also, so we've been answering viewer emails, and we have some
good
ones. I think you're very excited to talk about.
So Brian.
That haunts me because of this goofball over here.
We can get into that right now. So
it's been almost into it. It's the headline of my existence with this organization.
So we had let me see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 emails asking about the closet, and I think it's time to finally put it to bed.
What a gift! What an enormous gift that is. Maybe 20
you want your work to live on like this, right?
It's almost 20 years, Brian.
We have graphics. Oh, here we go. Oh, look at that beautiful Alex Malieve art.
So Ron. Okay. Here is the backstory. So the New Avengers 26 comes out. We make some jokes in the show about what does Hawkeye see at the closet. We're gonna get to the specifics of that in a second. What people may or may not know, and I'm sorry, Brian. I'm sorry. Is that for years we hounded Brian every time we got invited to a Marvel press conference that Brian was on, Ron would go
like a business situation,
and he would be talking about like Siege or whatever, and Ron's question would be, so Brian, in issue 26 of New Avengers, and we thought it was funny. Brian probably thought it was less funny.
Oh no, I thought it was hysterical.
Like if Helen Gurley Brown was awful. That was Ron.
To be fair, Ron is the one who was willing to do it.
I never didn't love this, other than the fact that deep down in the joke of it, Ron really wants the answer.
We all do.
And I really haven't given it to him. So it didn't start as a joke. He was literally asking me a question.
And so literally like so now imagine like excited, fresh-faced Ron in 2017 working at Marvel, sitting in my first retreat, and Brian is there, and with all my energy, I can't go, now will you tell me what's in the closet?
I thought you were going to pitch the closet as an event
That should be the Civil War III, the closet. So
Yeah.
So here's what happens, and I don't know if Brian, you want to take us through what happens here. So this is the last 3 pages of the issue where Clint and Wanda post coitus are in a room. Beautiful Alex Malivar, by the way. We should
really. I'm actually quite stunned by it. He was trying something a little different here, a little Klimt effect in his art, and I am his biggest fan. And this is an exquisitely beautiful.
And so Clint gets out of bed. Wanda's, and if you're not watching at home, we'll try to best to narrate this. So Clint gets up. Wanda's still asleep. He walks over to a door.
Wait. We can back up a little.
You can narrate.
You should probably.
You probably should. Do it. I've had a half a box of scotch, so you.
You go. I'll take a break. I got you. Mm-hmm. So since Avengers 500, which had been years before this issue came out, Wanda had a mental episode that brought us to the House of M and other storylines that were quite devastating to the Avengers, including Hawkeye, who was murdered briefly during one of her episodes. So, but they have a long history together. They came into the Avengers together. Like if they were SNL cast members, they joined the cast together, right? So that's a special bond. And so he went looking for her Hawkeye comes back to life, as you do, and he comes looking for his friend. He comes looking, like it's a wild unanswered question. What happened? He found out all about it retroactively. So he goes and he finds her. She's been missing. She's been off the grid, and she's living a version of her life you would imagine would be her life if not for Magneto and the mutants and her powers. Like this is around where she would live, and the kind of I imagine the lifestyle she imagined for herself when she was growing up. So he goes there, and he's literally looking to find out, is my friend broken? Like is like what happened? Like how bad is this? And when he gets there, they did have a bit of a romantic history as well. And though this isn't really a romantic involvement, it is very intimate involvement, and they're together intimately. And if I remember, it's quite sad and melancholy. It's not, it's not hotsy-totsy or anything like that. It's a little bit more mature, for certainly for an Avengers comic. And when the dust clears and he realizes she told him Agatha Harkness is in that other room, and he got the feeling after a while, I don't think Agatha Harkness is in that room, or Agatha Harkness's skeleton is in that room like Psycho, like Anthony Perkins' mom in Psycho. She's sitting there with an Agatha Harkness wig, staring at her light source, and it occurs to him that if he opens the door and she's not there, or it's something terrible, he's just going to have to deal with it or live with it, and it's no backs. And he just chooses not to. He just chooses to love his friend in the moment that they're in, which is calm and warm and loving. And why don't I just leave it there? I don't need to find out what's behind the door. In literary terms, this is referred to as a mystery box, right? J.J. Abrams has a TED Talk about it, which I highly recommend if you don't believe me, that there's a great legacy behind certain stories where you leave some questions unanswered so the audience can be part of the story, right? That's why you don't, and you set it up so like I could easily answer this question. I'm choosing as a storyteller not to, and this character is making a character choice to end it here. I don't need to know, right? The only person still struggling with this is not Hawkeye, not that Scarlet Witch, not the maybe dozens of creators that have tackled these characters since then, including some of my best friends. No one has said to me, hey, what was behind the door? Only Ron Richards sits there. And I know that Ron thinks that he was sitting in that retreat and I couldn't feel the heat coming off that side of the room. I knew it was. I was just waiting for it to see if he was going to burst. But anyway, the point of a mystery box is that that's the point of the story. It actually doesn't matter what's behind the door.
But
and
what
if
is
I could answer the question? It would ruin the story. It would literally ruin the story one way or another.
Right.
We don't want to know what's in Marcellus Wallace's case.
Right.
That
right,
is, and I must say, serendipity. I teach comics writing over here at Portland State University, and we were talking about the mystery box. We were like getting into it, and we were bringing up the famous versions of it, and everyone goes immediately to what's in the box, which is, by the way,
we know what's in that. The 7 box.
A takeoff from an earlier movie from the Cold War, where there was some kind of nuclear thing that that was in the suitcase, like that image of the glowing suitcase is from another movie. Right, a lot of Tarantino things. Yeah, it's an homage to something that only he thinks he saw. So Gwyneth Paltrow's head,
right?
Like that they did a little differently because what's in the box, and with the minute he says there's a box, you go, oh, okay, that's some part of Gwyneth Paltrow, and and so there is a legacy here, a history to it. It's very it's a legal storytelling device, is what I'm saying. It's not bullshit. And the fact that we're here 20 years later talking about it is such a chef's kiss to me. I feel like Paul Rudd with the McAfee clip on Conan O'Brien. Just keep that joke going, man.
So like totally understand about the mystery box and totally understand about Marcellus's briefcase and totally understand that. But Brian, as you're writing it, do you know what's in the closet? Like, and you don't have to tell me what's in, but like in your head, you're like, if he opened it, he would see this.
Yep.
Great. So what is it?
It's the largest Funko Pop collection in all of Bulgaria.
Wow, that's amazing.
She's got the Gilmore Girls. She's got the San Diego exclusive see-through Miles. She's got everything.
That was a boxing glove arrow.
I will say it was worth it for when Marvel was doing those press conferences and getting on the phone when we were talking about Siege or whatever crossover you were doing at the time, and to sit there knowing that when it got to be my turn, I was going to ask you what was in the closet, and to do it with a straight face and to be able to get it out and not laugh while doing it was one of the highlights of doing it.
Let's also talk about the idea
for it. And he'd be like, I'm going to ask him about the closet again.
Like, we had to have ins. We had to be very close with Jim McCann and then with Jim Viscardi to let that go on without getting kicked out. Like, that's the kind of plants we were working with there.
You were cashing chips in for this. Yep.
Yeah.
That's very good. Well, I will say it is, on no joke, a delight to speak to you about this. You, not to mirror what Rick was saying, but you guys were really there while we were in the middle of building something that meant a lot to us. And only with retrospect, sometimes you get to look around and say, wow, that was really like all the pieces were coming together and you were part of the pieces. And it was very exciting to be part of. And sometimes like your enthusiasm and like John Suttress's enthusiasm, like people would come at us and you'd be like a direct conduit to like that we're on the right track, or like this is, keep going. We're enjoying this. It's a very special thing. And it's nothing I ever took for granted.
Josh, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, and I'm going to turn this around on you, and we try never ever to do this, and it's weird because I've met every comic creator in the world. We've talked to them. I still get a little starstruck by you, and I don't like that, but no, I do, and here's why. This thing that we do was all because we were all in college together, and when we graduated in '99, we were trying to find a way to stay together. Not lose track of each other as we moved it all over the place. So we started an email list where we talked about the comics that we bought every week. Yeah. And we decided at some point, we're like, we should do a website, this thing called a blog. I remember that was a real conversation. And we were starting to think about what it was. And this is at the time where I don't think you had Ultimate Spider-Man out yet, but I think I discovered, and we
discovered
one of us,
Powers.
We discovered
Powers.
Powers.
Comic-Con, you found Powers.
And Powers was this.
Well, hold on. Before the show, we played the first episode because it was only 18 minutes. And the first episode, the pick of the week was Powers.
Yep.
14.
Yeah,
you were the very
Thank you,
first.
Ben.
You were the very first pick of the
iFanboy
week
podcast
on the
was Powers.
podcast.
Was
Yeah.
Powers. Yep.
Point being, like, so we're coming out of it. We're trying to be like, oh, we're adults now. We want to figure out what to do. And I saw Powers, and I saw this thing that, very randomly, I didn't know, but it looked like a cartoon. It looked like a Bruce Timm cartoon.
You said on the show that this wasn't the art I would expect on a crime book, and
Yeah.
so that's what drove you to it.
And then you read it, and it's adult, not adult Frank Miller adult, but
HBO
like made,
adult.
yeah,
Yep.
like made for somebody who wants to think about it, have a great story, but fit with that. And that it was such a catalyst for the kind of comics that we ended up looking for afterwards, and we all bonded about those type of things. So and then so we start doing this website for a while, and nobody comes for 5 years, and we start doing our podcast. This keeps us together as friends. That 5 years is really just a way that we keep touch as we live in 3 different parts of the country. Then we start doing the podcast, and we start getting attention for things that's going on. And basically, to go from that point, our whole lives have been shaped by this. And like Connor's got a wife because he met through this. My jobs have all been through this. All my best friends are through this. This is the defining sort of part of my life that is not my family. And for all these guys too. And you are such an integral part of that moment for us.
I will add a second bit where, Josh, you
means
were on the edge of reading weekly comics, and Ron bought and sent you the first volume of New Avengers.
Yeah.
Breakout. He just showed up in your mail.
I was like, dude, you gotta read this.
Because I was like, I don't want any mainstream comics. Or whatever
and
at the time,
Josh was like, holy shit, this is great. And that's
so like that.
So you came along, you sort of hit in the same time we were starting, which led us
timing.
You had Powers, you had Ultimate Spider-Man, you had New Avengers, and we, if you look at those early days, it was all about. I mean, I just on the screen, you're a 54-time Pick of the Week recipient. Like
incredible. I did not know that.
That is the most.
We didn't know that either till Connor crunched the numbers.
I just did the math before that. Like that's the most.
So what's even funnier, Brian,
you're part of this as much as anything.
Is that when we were planning the show, and I was like, I'm going to email Brian to see if he wants to come on because we can talk about the closet, but also because we realized that like we haven't had you on the audio podcast proper.
We respected John's
we
ownership
respect
of your
Suntress so much because you did word balloons so much, and we were friends with John. We're like, we don't want to step on John's toes, so we talked to Rick, we talked to Jason Aaron, we talked to all these other people, and honestly, we haven't had you on as much. We in Baltimore. Remember, we sat down and did a video interview.
Yep.
We did that.
Good one, yeah.
We interviewed a few times.
We had a couple of times here and there, but we haven't actually sat down and done the official Bendis interview because John had you in shackles in that point, so
I was like, what are we going to ask?
But Brian, honestly, like I 20 years of doing iFanboy, probably, you are as part of the DNA of what iFanboy has become because like you were the first podcast episode was about Powers, and so much of what we wanted to do was to cover not just what Marvel and DC was doing, but to your point, what was happening in 2005, 2006, which comics was changing, which you were at the center of and continue to be.
And Josh came back from that 2000 San Diego because he was the first one to go to San Diego, and he was like, these are the 5 books that I found you need to read. It was like Powers and Planetary and a bunch of books from that era, and that was we were 20, 21, 22. That would open the door to, that's the age where you sort of open the door to more different kind of comics, right? Like I was in high school, I read Sin City because I love Frank Miller, but other than that, it was still mostly Marvel and DC. Powers and those books are, comics can do different kind of things, and Powers was one of them. And we've been loving Powers 25. It would funny, Josh, if you had picked it this week, it would have been a nice little.
I thought of it. I was aware of the pressure.
But guys, this is incredibly nice of you. You do not.
It's absolutely true. It's 100% true.
Well, you also know me long enough to know I have a threshold for this kind of talk. So
that's fair. No, I hated doing it.
I
mean, we have audience questions that you might. I do.
Let's hit some of them. Also, I must say, while you guys are talking, the comment section has been very, very sweet to me, and I just want to say thank you to everybody. Gage Plus, Jackknife, thank you. These are all very nice comments. And
so I know from reading.
I will say you guys did why I gravitated to you is that perfect mesh of taking the art form seriously and having fun at the same time, and that's my sweet spot. I take this very, very seriously, except I don't. And I always
point to this.
The way comics should be.
we were talking to Judd Winnick at WonderCon once. We'd interviewed him, and afterwards he said, "You know, we really like you guys because you're fair. Like you don't you don't go crazy and over the top in either direction. Like you guys try to be fair. If you don't like something, you're fair about it. And if you like it, you're fair. Like,
and we have a reason.
Also, I don't think you guys have ever made anything up for a headline, which a lot of people in the space do. It happened this week. I was watching. I'm like, well, that's not true. Why would you even type that? But it wasn't not about me. I'm just saying, like, about
we always were very strong. We also had a rule very early on that we can never say something just like this sucks. Like you always had to say, why didn't you like it? You had to be critical about it, and you say, why didn't it work, on what level, and why didn't the art work, why didn't the story work, or why didn't the lettering work, or whatever it was. We got into the weeds with it and look at stuff from a critical standpoint and give a fair criticism. You know,
absolutely.
So there was an email that came in from Eddie R. from Soledad, California, and he has two questions, both of which I think, Brian, are perfect for you. So I put them in my Brian Bendis list here. His first one. And then I think you're a Seinfeld fan, right? I remember that from from your work. I'm in the middle of revisiting Seinfeld again, and I realize Elaine is my favorite character. What 100%. Is your guys' current favorite Seinfeld character and or episode? Like, who's the best Seinfeld character?
Well, it ends up like I'm a big Larry David fan. Like that's the part.
You don't realize how much you like Larry David until you realize that later on that it's all Larry David.
Yeah, like you go, oh, he wrote the contest, he wrote the Chinese restaurant, like he wrote the episodes that made me reconsider format and satire and structure. You know, I never seen a sitcom that just took place in real time,
right?
And was delighted.
Groundbreaking. It was groundbreaking.
Yeah, and so that's the stuff I really. Everything
can I say that when I remember in high school sitting in the lunchroom talking about the Seinfeld from last night. Like that's what I remember from the early days of. Is anybody else watching this show?
I haven't watched it in a while. I wonder, is it aging okay? Because I revisited Larry Sanders and it's like a sex crime nightmare by today's standards. It really shocked me.
It's not. I watch it a lot. It's still extremely funny. Like it's still like you can't like take away from the craft of it at all. It's this late 90s thing where they were being progressive by making jokes about acknowledging gay people a lot, but being like, but we're not gay. So it was progressive for the time, but now it's uncomfortable. You know?
Yeah. There's still gay panic there, even though they're goofing on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, no, we're manly. But at the time, by even mentioning that was there and saying the character saying we're okay with it. So yeah.
Yeah. Larry Sanders, which was my favorite sitcom. For many, many years.
Great show.
We watched it, I think, during the pandemic, and I was like, Larry has slept with everyone in the office, and there's no accountability to the power dynamic that's going on here. It was like the height of the Me Too stuff, and it was really hard to look at Larry Sanders and I go, yikes.
Very 90s. Yeah.
Wow.
So
how about this?
Go ahead,
I
was gonna say the Seinfeld character that I find myself quoting and referencing the most now, all these years later, is Jerry Stiller.
Frank Costanza is the funniest thing on the show.
I will say that guy.
Let's
he's not my
favorite. Who's not amongst
the
the four main cast. Who's your favorite non-four at Seinfeld?
Oh, Newman.
Newman's
a perfect construct of a comedy character.
It's got to be Frank Costanza.
Just an adversary. No matter what they want, he is there to stop them.
Josh,
for no reason.
But Josh,
we don't know. He's a mystery box.
Bugs Bunny. It's Roadrunner and Roadrunner Coyote.
But Josh, we joke about it all the time on the show. The comics never stop like the mail. That's a Newman joke.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Bob Sacamano is really good too. Reed. That's a good one. Yeah. And the guy who he dresses like a clown and kicked Kramer.
Crazy Joe Davola.
Joe Davola, who's based on a real person named Joe Davola. There is
Crazy Joe Davola, right?
Yeah, in the comedy writing community. So the fact they didn't even change the guy's name is,
it's funny because it's hard to not say oh god, I'm drunk. The magazine guy.
Jay Peterman.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't a Peterman.
Okay, well, there's the episode
that's
where
not Larry David. Yeah.
There's the episode where he goes out with Jerry, George, and Elaine. Elaine bails, and it's just Peterman and Jerry and George, and he says, "I'll tell the maitre d' it's just the Bulls tonight." My text thread of my guy friends in here in LA who go out, it's called the Bulls, and I don't think they know why I called it that.
That's right.
That's Peterman.
So there you go.
Well, I will say though, on the subject a little bit, I have grown deeply fascinated by which sitcoms have stood the test of time, which ones my kids are into. Like,
what
my
are they
kids
into?
don't watch a lot of modern TV, but
Do they watch
my
Friends?
son loves Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Like all his friends, that's all they watch.
I've heard
All of them
Brooklyn
together.
Nine-Nine and
Like,
Friends
pick
and The
a
Office.
90s. Like Friends is way bigger than other stuff, but the one that shocks me the most that two of my daughters are constantly watching Gilmore Girls, like all the time. Like comfort food. I want to be there. It stars Hollow, and Gilmore Girls was a great show, but it was never a big hit when it was out. So it's crazy that it's still such a big spike for
Gilmore Girls is going through a resurgence right now. Like I'm
just
seeing
what
lots of
aged
Gilmore
well,
Girls.
what didn't, what people gravitated to on the streams, and what they didn't. Like there is like I thought 30 Rock would stand the test of time, and it kind of doesn't.
My wife is a high school English teacher, and she tells me what they're into. It goes like Friends, The Office, and then Gilmore Girls, and it's all these '90s things that just recycle through the streaming services, and they all watch them, and it's incredible.
I just watched through Friends. I'd never seen it. My wife and I watched through it over the last year, and the thing I was surprised about was it is shockingly funny. Like it is.
Oh, it's incredibly funny.
It's also
so well written.
Shockingly naughty. It aired at 8:00 on a Thursday for its entire run, and by today's TV standards, it's a genuine ribald sex comedy.
Yeah, and it's way more.
Ribald.
It's way more
Ribald.
Good word. He's a
uncomfortable.
writer.
You couldn't do that today and there than Seinfeld, for example, like we were talking
Also-
about. There's a lot of like, whoa.
Yeah. Yes to everything you just said, and King's Portugal says Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec has aged better than all of the shows that
Terrific.
were around.
My wife had never seen it. We watched it during the pandemic. She loved it.
Yeah, no, my kids love Parks and Rec.
So Eddie R asked a second question. This is a Pulp Fiction question. I only mentioned it because we just talked about Pulp Fiction.
Sure.
He says, revisited Pulp Fiction for like the 20th time. In the movie, there's speculation that the reason Tony Rocky Horror was thrown from a window by Marcellus Wallace was allegedly for giving Mia a foot massage, which is vehemently denied by Mia. At the diner, Mia later says that the only thing Tony ever touched was her hand at a wedding. Later, as Vincent drops Mia off at her house, they make a promise vow to never mention what happened between them to anyone, at which point Mia gives a handshake and says she can keep a secret. Also in that scene, I noticed Tarantino seems to take a few extra seconds to focus on the handshake. So my question is, do you guys think Tony Rocky Horror actually gave Mia a foot massage?
Oh, I always did. They're crime fiction characters. They're all unreliable narrators.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm deep into the lore of where Tarantino's dipping from.
Yeah.
No one's telling the truth.
Absolutely. I agree with you.
Yeah, no, the rumor he heard 100% happened, and there's no way we met Marcellus Wallace. That is a careful, on-point gangster. He's not throwing people out a window unless he's really mad.
And also, Mia is clearly up for it.
Well, she doesn't take off or anything. She's not. Yeah, she's still there.
No, I mean, until she pulls a rug out from under herself, she's there to party.
Yeah,
right.
She's looking for trouble.
She's bored.
Like, she doesn't go on the date.
She's bored of Marcellus, and so
he does have
fun with his minions.
Yeah,
I agree with it. I think he totally gave her a foot massage. That movie's so fucking good.
Do we have one more? Because I gotta go back to the parents.
Yeah, we'll do one more and let you back to
one last question.
Clearly, we've run out of compliments for me, so I'm
no. This is a good one. This is gonna nail Ron again.
All right.
So Kip R writes says Ron put out a hit on the Century, and then the Century died Siege, and stayed dead for 4 years. So I've had a version of this question in mind for 15 years. When should Bendis expect his bounty? I did confirm with Bendis on Word Balloon that Ron has not paid up yet. So Ron, you offered money up to someone to kill the Century. Bendis did it, and you never paid him.
Oh,
So
that's
when
right. And that was kind of me like going, listen, I can't tell you what's in the closet, but I can easily kill the sentry.
I can help you with the sentry.
When does
Yeah,
Ron pay him? Do you want to give him? Do you want to give Ron your Venmo and Ron can send you the bounty?
Ryan,
or...
I'll follow up. We'll work it out. We'll settle up. We'll still definitely settle up.
We're more. It's my anniversary gift to all of you.
Can I tell you, to this day, I still have nightmares about that Paul Jenkins Sentry eulogy issue, which was
Sentry Fallen Sun.
That's Sentry Fallen Sun. That issue when like the Sentry deflowered Rogue, and then the dog walked off the page. Like that issue had so much. The Sentry. I can't even get into it. It's late. I'm tired.
You can't do it.
The point is, you owe Brian money.
I owe Brian money.
It was cool. Hold on. I'm getting a call. I'm going to take it on the air. Hello? You done?
It's Paul Jenkins.
I'm coming to get you. All right. Bye. All right. That's my daughter. I got to go. But
go get your daughter. Thank you, Brian.
How cool was it that we saw the Sentry on screen, though?
That was it was very good.
I couldn't like everybody's for
I
10 years been like, I can't believe I'm watching such a character. I saw the Sentry on screen. I was like, I honestly don't believe this. Like it should be.
People really gravitated to it in the cinema. Like non nerds were like really like, oh, look, this is something. Like
I do like Pullman. I do like the young Pullman. I do like he was good in the science show with Brie Larson on Apple TV. But yeah, I don't know, whatever.
Well,
Brian,
here's what I'll say to you guys.
It's too loaded.
Yep.
I may have some things coming up in the near future that you would want to talk about specifically when that time is appropriate. I would love to come on and reminisce at greater length with you and talk about the future as well.
Awesome. You have
cheeky, vague nonsense.
Awesome. You have always an open invite to any time. I think 20 years is long enough to give Suntress deference to talking to you. We should have you on with Josh to do a Talksplode, and we'll talk through stuff. And Brian, we can't thank you enough for what you've done for comics, what you've done for iFanboy, and just for being an awesome friend of the show and just an awesome creator. We thank you so much. So.
Same Z's. Thank you for every nice thing you guys said. I did not come here looking for that. I came here to celebrate what you guys have achieved. It really is something to be able to, and also we're all men of an age, just celebrating the lasting of a friendship. Yep. You guys, sometimes you see friends come and go, and then you look and realize that you still have your friends with you that you had with you, and it's really becomes the most important part of their whole life. Like, I'm really excited that Powers 25 is out. I'm quadruply more excited that I love Mike Oeming more today than I did when we started Powers.
That's amazing.
You know what I mean? So I know, I'm saying that not to brag, just saying that I know the feeling that you guys are feeling tonight. And it's really special. And congratulations.
Yeah, we love, and I gotta say, Powers 25 came out, and Josh shot me a Slack, and he's like, "Powers 25, you got to read it," and so, and it was like a part of our lexicon. So like, we thank you, and it's 20 years. We're all here. We're still here, and it's great. So this club of comics continues. So yeah,
to be continued. And listen, you know what? You're right. It's your anniversary. I should just tell you what's in the closet. So what happens is he opens up the.
That was the best answer we could possibly have gotten.
That was great. That was fantastic. I can't think of anything better than that. And you know that he planned that entire end bit just then.
I mean, it's absolutely true that he is so linked to our beginnings.
Yep.
His rocket, and I actually meant to ask him, but we didn't get a chance, mention that when I was 22 and we were starting iFanboy, I worked in TV, and he came on as a guest of our TV show because one of the producers was a big comic guy, Daniel Robert Epstein, who tragically passed away very early. And he booked Brian, and he booked Joe Quesada and Jimmy Palmiotti. Like, he booked comic people. Yep. And I was more nervous to meet Brian in the green room. My job as a PA was to deal with the guests who came in, bring them to the green room, bring them to the set. I was more nervous to meet Brian than I was to meet the actors and musicians that we had coming on. And I brought Torso for him to sign, and I brought Jinx. I still have him. And I remember sitting with him in the green room talking about Torso. And
he'd probably sold 2,000 copies of that in total. It's the fact that you had.
I know, but I was so nervous to meet Brian, and I was not nervous to meet Alan Iverson, who came on, or Phil Simms. And I was a little bit because I liked them, but I was more nervous to meet Brian, and I got those signatures. I have them. I remember sitting with him in the green room talking about comics while we waited. It was I meant to bring it up, but we didn't get a chance.
You don't get a lot of qualitative comparisons between Brian Bendis and Phil Simms. That is a really unusual.
I have a great Phil Simms story, but I won't tell. We have too much time. Okay, so
we're north of 4 hours on the show now.
Well, we have the 30 minutes that was on the show. Do we want to end? What do you want to do? Do you want to do emails or? I feel really bad because we got well over 100 emails and we didn't answer more than.
I've been thinking about this for a while. And I think that
how long have you been thinking about it, Josh? How long have you been thinking about it?
Oh, there was a question about that. I want to talk about that one.
From when he said, "Hey, we've only gotten through 3," I have been trying to think of a thing because I think that he's right. We had all these people write in where we didn't get to any of them. Here's what I propose: let's put together a series of special edition podcasts.
Yes,
where we will go through and finish as many of the emails as we can, either in one or multiple programs. That will be split up evenly through whatever period we can do it, which is not a thing we would have ever done in the past. We would close the books, as it were.
Okay.
But I think we owe the people this.
No, we do because they sent in so many. We did.
Yeah, no, we definitely should. Let's do it.
But I also, like what was happening was beautiful and organic, and it's what should have happened. So we just never for both. So let's fix it.
We did 18 emails out of the.
That's fine. I mean, listen. On these anniversary shows, normally in all the years, in the 20 years we've done the emails. This year we mixed it up by having some guests come on. Honestly, hearing from Tom King, Chris Eliopoulos, Mike Norton, Jim Viscardi, fucking Bendis. Talking about the closet that is well worth it. We will come back. We will come back and answer these questions for sure. It is now almost 1 a.m. Gordon wants to go to bed. Poor Gordon has been
come on, Gordon, man up,
dude. It's only 1 o'clock your time.
It's 9:50 for me. I got a birthday cake downstairs.
Happy birthday, Connor! By the way,
thank you.
We've been waiting all night.
Happy birthday! I've been spending my birthday with all of you.
Can we say anybody out there watching this, listening to it, if you're still in the audience, for fuck's sake, I didn't do any of this. I showed up.
We know.
No, I know you do, but I have to give this is Connor has been the driving element for doing this thing. He put his heart and soul into this whole thing because he wanted to make sure that you guys, the patrons, everybody who's listening, were served as you deserve to be. And that was him. It's his birthday. He's in here doing this now instead of another thing. He cares so much about the show and what we're doing. And
the thing is,
you need to know that.
You mentioned this. Thank you. You mentioned this earlier with Bendis, and we've said this.
I almost cried, by the way. I don't know if you caught that.
No, I got it.
Yeah, I saw it.
I've said this. We've said this before. 99 out of 100 of the good things in our lives have come out of this show. Almost every job Josh and I have gotten come from this show. My wife I met through the show.
My
friends I've got in LA. My good friends are my best friends in LA are Mike and Hank, all through the show.
My wife.
So my wife. You're gonna deal with that. He's gonna get mad at you. This show has brought us every good thing in our lives, for the most part, and it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best. I mean, the last 20 years has been the best. It's been the best. It's been the most constant thing. It's been the thing that we have navigated our lives around. If you guys knew what went into every week releasing the show, right? We navigate our lives around the recording and the release of the show, and it's out of love and it's out of getting
momentum.
The show done. The momentum and the fact that we started when we were 25, or we were 25-ish.
No, we were
26-ish.
2005, we were 28.
Yeah,
28.
Yeah.
There was a question, Ron, about when are you coming back to the show? You're not reading comics anymore.
I don't have time. I'm very busy. I'm very, very busy.
You fell off of it when you started working with the companies, and you don't really read anymore.
Yeah.
Are you reading anything? Because we got several questions about the Krakoa era. If you're reading those or not.
No, I'm not current as it were. I'm reading here and there. I dropped off a little on the Krakoa era. I loved what Hickman was doing with it. I loved the idea of it. And then I dropped off when they exploded with all the extra titles. And it was just hard to keep up on it. And but yeah, it's and
we talked to Ron. Yeah, we said the door's always open. Obviously,
it is.
Yeah. The three of us are iFanboy. Gordon is also here.
Gordon.
And the four of us are iFanboy, and whenever Ron wants to come back, his doors open.
I look forward every month to the Media Explode. I love doing the Media Explodes. I love talking about movies and TV, and I got twin first graders right now, and
you're too old for that.
Yeah, and all this.
When do they want to come on the show?
I know, yeah, Remo probably will, but I'm not keeping up with the X-Men. I have a finger on the pulse of what's happening story wise, but also
kind of you don't read it.
Yeah, you don't have to read it to know what's going on.
No, I said it doesn't count if you don't read it.
Yeah.
Keeping up with Gordon is reading X-Men.
Give Gordon a better chair. Yes, I agree. Give Gordon a better. I'm sorry. So
Gordon, anyway. We love you. We're so happy you were around for this. You were at
serendipity.
House.
What are the chances?
I know. So
Gordon, what are you gonna do with this mustache?
I just want to go to bed.
You look like a predator.
I am a predator.
You look like a sex predator.
No.
Whoa. Okay. All right. Hey.
He looks a little bit like a sex predator.
He looks like Freddie
or
Mercury.
Magnum.
That's what I see.
And he Ron, Ron is. So people always talk about Ron has never not been a part of what we're doing. Even if he's not on the show every week, he's a part of everything that's happening.
Every week I'm working in the iFanboy coal
he's
mines.
Behind the scenes, in the coal mines, help making it all happen.
Carol never took him off the register.
Hank is calling
That's
me.
The great secret.
I know.
Hank is calling me on FaceTime.
Hank has been trying to get into this live stream, but it's not working.
He's calling me on FaceTime.
Because we're trying to stop, and that's going to not make that happen. Because it is totally time to stop for all sorts of reasons.
Yes, it is. All right, hey guys, Connor, Josh.
Oh, we got to do the real ending. Let's do the real ending of the show.
Yeah, but hey guys, 20 years of the podcast. When I reached out to you and said, "Hey, let's do a podcast," I never thought 20 years later we'd still be doing it. So I'm sorry. Hey, it's Hank. We can't hear you. You can't hear him.
That's fine. It's best to watch him like scream ineffectually.
I'm gonna hang up on him. Let's do the real ending of the show here.
But seriously, guys, 20 years ago, I didn't think that we would still be doing it 20 years later and have children and all this sort of stuff and lives and fun
when
stuff.
We started this we started iFanboy in 2020 was 2000. When we started iFanboy in 2020, the show in 2005. We didn't know what we were getting into. We listened to that first show. We didn't know what the hell we were doing.
Or how to work a mic.
At all. Yeah,
I didn't buy a microphone until the second episode.
Skype. Viva Skype.
Let's do the real ending. So
that wasn't our fault.
So thanks to everyone who wrote us in. We're sorry we only got to a handful of emails. This was a very different show than we were expecting. But you wrote in contact at iFanboy.com. Like we said, we'll do a special episode where we answer your emails. We're sorry about that. In the meantime, you can check out our other shows. 3 weeks ago, we had our Media Explode show. We talked about One Battle After Another and Alien Earth. 2 weeks ago, we had our Book Explode. Josh and I talked about Spectators by Brian K. Vaughan and Nico Henrichon. This past week, Josh's Talk Explode came out with Jason Fabok. Is that right? That's not right. Was it? How do you say his
How does he
last
pronounce
name,
that, Josh?
Fabok. Jason Fabok. That's right behind the show on the feed. In the meantime, you can find our library. There's 2,065 total shows between all of the shows we've done and the video shows. That's all at iFanboy.com or wherever podcasts are sold. Never miss a show. Find out what the pick of the week is before the show comes out on iFanboy, iFanboy Comics at iFanboy Comics on Instagram Threads, at iFanboy.com on Blue Sky. Individually, we are CS Kilpatrick on Instagram, at J Flanagan on Instagram, at RonXL on Instagram and Threads. Are you anywhere else, Ron?
No, Threads. Follow me on Threads.
At RonXL. Follow him on Threads. He needs it. don't
really. I need the engagement. Everybody on Threads. Follow me.
Engagement.
Trust me.
Just follow him at RonXL on Threads. He needs it. And don't miss former iFanboy writer Jeff Reed's video deep dives on every Tuesday and Thursday on YouTube and our social channels. He talks about comic stuff. Josh, you're next, but I'll just read it. Please consider writing us a review.
No one cares.
A star rating. This is how the show goes. on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. If you're listening on Pocket Cast, you need to have subscribed and downloaded a few episodes where you can rate and review it. Subscribe to youtube.com/iFanboy. That's you can watch this show. It's been chaos. You would have seen me walk away and go to the bathroom. You would have seen all the video stuff. You would have seen the pages from New Avengers. You can find that on iFanboy. Our special edition shows are there. Jeffrey's comic deep dives are there. And you can find an archive of all of our old video shows that we did before YouTube existed from 2007 2012. And finally, join us. No, we're not doing an after show in this episode, but there's an after show usually on patreon.com for the $10 a month tier and up. We talk about the books we don't talk about in the show. Not this week, though. And thanks for listening. Thanks to our I don't have it printed out here. Thanks to our guests.
Thank you, dude.
Ryan Haupt,
Paul
Montgomery, who was sick, Jim Viscardi, Tom King, Mike Norton, Brian Michael Bendis, Rick Remender, who sent the video in. All of the guest hosts we've had
Brian
over the
Haupt,
years.
who was also sick.
We've had, a lot of guest hosts over the years. Thanks to all of them, all of our former writers, everyone who's ever given their time and their ability to iFanboy.
Ron, you got any music?
They're the ones who made iFanboy possible. Everyone who's ever been involved. Gabe Roth in the chat room, Jim Mishkowski in the chat room. Everyone, we wouldn't be here without you. So thank you very much. And thanks to you, the listener. We wouldn't be here. And the listener and the viewers now, we wouldn't be here without you.
Wait, are they viewers? Can we table
20
that?
years?
They're not.
20 years and 2,000 shows, tens of millions of downloads.
Yes.
If
Are
only
we
we had
still the
$1.
most downloaded comic book
If only we had
podcast
$1 for every download.
in iTunes history.
We thank you. We wouldn't be here without the listeners and the viewers. Quite literally, there's no reason to do this without you guys. So thank you very much. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. I'm Connor.
I'm Ron.
Josh.
Here's to the next 1,000.
Fuck off.
All right, my friends. It is
Thanks
1 a.m. in
everybody.
New York. We're gonna
Thanks
say goodnight.
everybody.
Good job.
We're gonna end the stream. Thanks to everyone who came to watch.
Good night.
Thanks to the chat room people.
Good night.
Most of you. Oh, now Hank is calling me. Fucking.
All right. All right, we're gonna wrap up the stream. Everybody, go have a great weekend. Happy Halloween. Be safe out there. And we'll see you next week.
Bye everybody.